Senate Committee on Business and Commerce to come to order. We're going to wait to, actually, we will call the roll. Clerk, call the roll.
Senator Shortner.
Present.
Senator King.
Here.
Senator Birdwell.
Present.
Senator Campbell. Senator Creighton. Senator Johnson.
Here.
Senator Colkhorst. Senator Menendez. Senator Middleton. Senator Nichols.
Here.
Senator Zaffarini.
There being six present, quorum is established. Good morning, everybody. Everybody got quiet right at 9 o'clock. Senators, welcome back. Thank you for being here. It's kind of just a continuous piece of work of last session and last year to now. This is the committee's first of 3 interim hearings. And today we'll be discussing 3 electricity-related charges. Let the record reflect that Senator Campbell's here. Welcome, Senator. You look nice and yellowish. First, the state of the electricity market in Texas and the status of reforms passed last session under Senate Bill 2627, HB 1500, and HB 5066, as well as other pieces of legislation. Second, the transmission distribution system across our growing state. And third, the impact of Bitcoin mining facilities on the Texas grid. The comprehensive nature of these charges illustrate the complexity of and change within Texas's strong competitive electricity market. Texas is experiencing incredible growth, and with that, an increasing demand for reliable power and a more resilient transmission system to deliver that power, while at the same time maintaining affordability and an energy-only competitive electricity market. Members, I'd like to draw your attention to a couple pieces of legislation and kind of frame and set the groundwork for today's discussion, and maybe jog some of your memories regarding some of the pieces of legislation from last session. First, I want to point out Senate Bill 2627, which was ratified by Texas voters with the constitutional amendment with the Texas Energy Fund. I'm very pleased with the progress thus far in Senate Bill 2627. As y'all are probably aware, the PUC put out a press release on June 1st stating that there have been 125 notices of intent to apply for a loan through the Texas Energy Fund, totaling over $39 billion for over 56,000 megawatts of proposed dispatchable power generation projects for the ERCOT region. This is a monumental step forward, and I believe it is the beginning of visualization of new steel in the ground over the next 3 to 4 years. So I'm very pleased with where we are with 2627. I think we need to key in today on the parameters of how these various loan applications will be decided upon. What type of projects will get state funding and taxpayer dollars? What are the best qualified, the fastest to build, the shovel-ready projects, and the most reliable participants in the ERCOT competitive market? I think that is a key component, and of course those applications are supposed to be in by July 27th of next month. But the parameters of how those applications will be viewed is critically important because we are obviously partnering with these entities with state taxpayer dollars. The other piece of legislation that I want members to key in on is the HB 1500, the PUC sunset bill. As you recall, members, this was an omnibus bill that rolled in a number of different pieces of legislation. Just to recall, it had HB 1500 had the addition of and change of the ERCOT board. It had the firming requirement that had a lot of discussion that was part of SB 7 that wound up passing as HB 1500. Had the voluntary mitigation plans, the repeal of the renewable energy credit, as well as the new ancillary service, the dispatchable reliability reserve service. But one piece of 1500 that is vitally important to discuss today is the reliability program, also known as the PCM. This reliability program is currently being discussed in workshops and is an area of great discussion about how that program, if it actually comes into existence, would be devised. As y'all recall, members, we have a $1 billion cap on any sort of reliability program. We have 11 different guardrails that were put in place by HB 1500 that surround any sort of PCM or reliability program. And I am concerned about the consultant's report that has been authored regarding this reliability program, and I'll read it verbatim. The concept is to move away from an energy-only market design to implement a reliability standard through PCM. So, my response to that is, in no way does Texas want to move away from an energy-only competitive market in electricity, and that any sort of reliability program must obey, not just give credence to, but must obey specifically all the guardrails that have been put in place by HB 1500, passed by the legislature and signed into law by the governor. These include components of 1500 which specify and require that real-time co-optimization, Senator Campbell, be implemented before any sort of reliability program be instituted. And my understanding is RTC is not to be completed and implemented before 2026. Other guardrails regarding the cap, the aspects of a cost-benefit analysis that's supposed to be completed by the end of 2024. These are all very important components that need to be hashed out and fully discussed before a reliability program is implemented. We all know that generation facilities make money by selling power, by participating in the ancillary services, and any sort of reliability program or PCM would be a third leg, a third revenue stream that might not even be needed at this time. And I'm interested to hear what Chairman Gleason and Mr. Vegas have to say about that, as well as other members that will be testifying. We have, of course, put in place ECRS that went live on June 1st, and we have it being designed DRRS, Dispatchable Reliability Reserves Ancillary Service, and then, of course, the Texas Energy Fund and the changes to the ORDC curve. ECRS, for instance, has put in $12 billion of additional revenue into the market just between June and December of last year. That's a significant increase of revenue for generation facilities. So this is an area, again, that has been thoroughly discussed. I will have the members recall that we all signed a letter to the PUC December 1st, 2022, that voiced our concern about a reliability program, or a PCM at the time. We were worried about how novel it was, the potential costs, and the time to implement were some of the major concerns that we had. And those are still concerns I have that need to be hashed out. But on top of that are the concerns brought about following specifically HB 1500 parameters, the 11 different guardrails, the cap, and the timeline, and other things that need to be done prior to implementing any sort of reliability program. So that's where I stand. I believe members of the committee also have concerns about the reliability program and where things are and where things are being proposed in these workshops. So I want to bring everybody back home to the legislative, actual statutory provisions of any sort of reliability program that the state of Texas is proposing. And the broader overarching question, is it even needed now? So with that, members, I want to first just complete here, and then I'll ask y'all to have any opening comments as well. We've invited the PUC, ERCOT, OPIC, and IMM as consultants and academics and stakeholders to participate in today's discussion. We will hear first from invited witnesses and allow members time to ask questions after they give their testimony. And then we will hear from members of the public. Those wishing to provide public testimony will be given 2 minutes per person per charge. If you plan to testify, please register at a kiosk located outside the hearing room. Registration will remain open until 11 a.m. There is an overflow room in E1.016 And with that, members, are there any remarks regarding the various interim charges that are before us today? Senator? Yes, go ahead, Senator King, and then Senator Campbell.
Thank you, Chairman. And I just wanted to follow up on the PCM issue. As there's presentation and testimony on that, I would just be interested in hearing. It looks to me like there's a lot of money in the market right now, and a lot of money that wasn't there even just a couple of years ago. And I think all the applications that we have for the Energy Fund are sure demonstrative of that. But also just looking at some of the announcements, Vistra and others. So I would like to just kind of back it up a little bit and hear why we still, if PCM is even not a capacity market and if it's even the right direction to go, do we even need it now? Is there not sufficient money in the market already? So thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Campbell?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, you do great work to keep our grid resilient and reliable. The work everybody did for the Texas Energy Fund has been great. And you pointed out those that how many megawatts to expect just with the applications, which would be remarkable. And it's amazing how much load growth we've had since we last met. I think how we manage load growth, how we reallocate transmission, but not on the backs of our residents and small businesses, and how we manage the pressure on our energy-only market from the capacity market pressures is a daunting task. But with you as our leader and the makeup of this committee, I think we can take up that task and have victory with that. So I'm excited about it. I think we've got a lot to do, but we will succeed.
Thank you, Senator. That's very kind words. Senator Nichols?
I didn't have time.
Senator Zeffirini?
Me.
Senators? Very well. With that, we're going to go ahead and open up the first interim charge on electricity market design. The chair opens the floor and calls Chairman Tom Gleason and President and CEO of ERCOT, Pablo Vegas. Good morning, Chairman Gleason. Welcome. I appreciate your time yesterday discussing things, and appreciate your longstanding history to PUC, but also your more recent chairmanship elevation. So welcome to the hot seat, and thank you for being here.
Thank you, Chairman. Vice Chair King, for the record, Thomas Gleason, Chairman, Public Utility Commission of Texas. And Chairman, if it's all right with you, you all should have received a slide deck, but based on the layout that you provided and some of the other questions, I think I'll probably cover just a few of these issues, the ones that you all spoke to, and then just open it up for questions. So if you have the slide deck in front of you, on slide 4, it's titled Market Design Blueprint Phases, Blueprint Phase 2. So the first 3 of those you see up there are Reliability Standard, Reliability Program, which is the PCM, and the DRRS, New Ancillary Service. So I'll take those in order. The development of a reliability standard is in progress. The PUC held a workshop in early May, took comments from invited speakers. From that, we plan this Thursday in our open meeting to move forward with a proposal for publication on a rule for reliability standard. Once we do that, we'll take comments in from the public, from stakeholders, from market participants, with the ultimate goal of taking all that information and adopting a reliability standard for the ERCOT region at the end of August of this year. So that's where we stand with that. Regarding the reliability program, so the PCM, so we currently have a number of questions out to stakeholders where we're looking for feedback. We're also waiting for the cost-benefit analysis that the chairman spoke of. We're going to get one from the IMM and one from ERCOT. That's key, given some of the guardrails, particularly the $1 billion net price cap. We want to see what potential benefit we'll get when we've put that $1 billion price cap on it. For me personally, as one commissioner, I would say the worst-case outcome is we add $1 billion of costs and see no appreciable increase in reliability. So that is very key to what we do. Our hope is, and our anticipation, that we will have that completed by November, December. So we'll have that for you all to consider and for us to discuss during the next legislative session. Regarding DRRS, so you'll remember this is the new ancillary service that was done in House Bill 1500. just a couple of those parameters. Any resource that would qualify for this has to be able to run for 4 hours and has to be able to come online and be available within 2 hours. And so where we stand with that, ERCOT is in the process of working through what that would look like. Our anticipation is that that will hopefully come online in 2026, 2027, similar to what the chairman said. So those are the big ones. There are other, obviously, market design issues, ECRS and the like, that I'm happy to talk about in questions. But those are the big ones, as the chairman said. If you look to the next page, on page 5, you can see a timeline of most of those and when we hope to hit certain milestones for each of those market design products. So then if you turn to slide 6, that's the Texas Energy Fund. As the chairman said, 125 projects made it through the notice of intent to apply stage and will now move into the formal application phase. Those projects represent 56 gigawatts and approximately $39 billion of investment. You heard during the end of last session, I think there was some doubt about how successful this program would be. Honestly, I would say when I was executive director, I probably talked to each of you about not knowing how this would actually play out. As the chairman said, it's been hugely successful to this point. Where we stand, we will now have an application phase that runs through July for folks to put in their actual application. From there, we have a consultant and staff will work together in order to provide a recommendation to the commissioners for which projects should move forward to due diligence and ultimately to get funded. That will be done in public. When the commissioners make that decision, that will be approved in a public meeting that we have at the commission, so it will not be behind closed doors, which I know is a concern that some people had. We will do that all in the light of day. The other thing I would talk about with the Energy Fund is the backup power package grants. The advisory committee that was put in place in 26-27 has met multiple times. The PUC has issued an RFP for a consultant to help us choose which projects should go forward, to help us choose the parameters for choosing those projects, with the hope of having that done in the next couple weeks and the hope of having that committee and the consultant come out with a report to help the commission decide which projects to move forward with for the backup power plan. So that is also in the works. And Mr. Chairman, with that, I'll yield my 19 seconds left and happy to answer any questions.
Let's let Mr. Vegas go ahead, and then we can ask questions of both, if that's okay, members. Mr. Vegas.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman Schwartner, Vice Chair King, and members of the Business and Commerce Committee. Thank you for your time this morning and for your continued engagement and the important work that we are doing in the ERCOT market. I'm going to spend my minutes with you this morning discussing the current market design, covering a couple of things, adding a little bit to what Chairman Gleason initiated, and along with that, talk a little bit about the growth that's happening in Texas and the opportunity that we have ahead of us to help shape our planning and our capabilities to meet that incredible growth. Anyone who's following the electric industry these days is hearing discussions about the insatiable demands from data centers and artificial intelligence. That's really growing globally as well as in Texas. But there's a lot more to that story here in Texas than just AI and data centers. Here we're seeing significant electrification in the oil and gas industry up in the Permian area. We're just starting to see the potential impacts of the hydrogen economy, whether it's the production of green hydrogen or the associated businesses that come with that, ammonia, chemical refining. And of course, the Inflation Reduction Act has added additional fuel to all of these types of industrial growth, and I don't think we've seen the full effects of the IRA yet in place yet in the economic growth. And on top of that, we have been talking for years about the incredible growth that Texas has been experiencing just from its successful business economy, from the migration of population into the state of Texas and the associated businesses that are coming as well. All of that is putting together a picture of a very significant different demand growth that is forcing us to really rethink how we're looking at planning to make sure that we can meet those needs and continue to deliver on the expectations of all Texans. I have a slide deck for you as well. On the second slide, you'll see kind of a summary of the market design activities. I won't repeat what Chair Gleason said. What I'll add is on the reliability standard that's going to be discussed this Thursday with a decision ideally by the end of the summer. It's really putting together a very unique product that is unique in the industry in the United States. NERC, which is the national oversight for reliability for the electric system in the United States, has been looking very closely how Texas is defining this reliability standard. Other system operators around the U.S. are doing the same. The uniqueness of having not only the frequency definition for how often outages could occur in a system, but adding to that the magnitude of how big those could be and the duration of how long they could be is a very unique triangulation around reliability that is going to, I think, shape a path for Texas that will likely be followed and mimicked by many others around the world. So we're setting some new ground with this reliability work, and I think it's important work that's going on. Related to our real-time co-optimization, we are on track on that project. If things go well, we might be able to pull it in a little bit earlier into early 2026 or even late 2025. But right now, as Chairman Schwartner pointed out, it is scheduled to go live early in 2026, and it's our top priority project to get done and completed. On DRRS, the only thing that I'll add to Chair Gleason's comments is that as we are shaping the protocols around DRRS, we're focusing it only on thermal dispatchable generation units that could qualify in the initial deployment of it. What that means is that loads who could provide response and provide that service would not be eligible in the initial definition, and additionally, batteries would not be eligible in the initial definition. Now, they could be if that was the legislative intent. However, it adds a level of technical complexity that would potentially delay some of the other projects we've been talking about. So we could roll out DRRS with the current definition supporting thermal dispatchable generation, and we could augment it in a subsequent revision if that was the intent of the legislature. And then with PCM, as Chair Gleason pointed out, we're working with a consultant right now, working through the questions that they have, that the Commission has asked of ERCOT and the market to be responsive to. And overall, there really are multiple products and solutions that have been authorized and that are really being developed to affect improvements in long-term reliability and in resiliency. They do include the Texas Energy Fund. They include the new ancillary services that have already been developed, like ACRS, and new ones that are being developed right now, the DRRS being one of those. And the novel solutions like PCM are all being contemplated in this mix. I believe we have all the pieces of the puzzle in front of us that we need in order to put together this resource adequacy solution that's ahead of us. But not all of the pieces have to be a part of that. As Chair Schwartner pointed out, it's not an obligation or mandatory by the legislation to build PCM. What we want to do is the design work to effectively evaluate the cost, impact, and the cost effectiveness of the combination of these solutions and the impact and the benefit of the reliability that comes from the combination of these solutions. And in doing that, we can put forward a recommendation that would say, here's the optimal way to achieve the reliability we're looking for at the cost we're looking for, and that may or may not include all of the pieces and parts that are in front of us. And I was just going to point out some of the significant growth, but I can answer questions about that, if that's okay. So if you look to the next slide, I wanted to just clarify we've been talking a lot about different load growth components in Texas. We've been talking about the Permian load. We've been talking about the growth of large loads overall. From last year to this year, we had a 5-year forecast for growth in Texas that projected that by 2029, we would be at about 110 gigawatts of demand in 5 years. From last year to this year, because of the change in the profile of how we're able to now plan for load growth, House Bill 5066 and the impacts that has had, in addition, the many changes that we've been seeing around AI and the green hydrogen economy and all of that, we now do a 5-year forecast, and that number is around 150 gigawatts, which is a 40 gigawatt increase from 1 year to the next in the 5-year horizon. That's effectively almost doubling the peak demand of the ERCOT grid in about 6 years. So it's a really significant impact, and we really need to think about how we're responsive to that and support the generation that needs to be developed and the transmission that needs to be developed to support that. And the last thing that I'll just point out on slide 5 of my deck, while the generation interconnection queue today looks similar to what you've seen over the last year, which is the large majority of the expressed interest to develop generation in ERCOT being solar and batteries, we have not yet seen the effect of the Texas Energy Fund reflected into this queue. So as those applications move forward, as the projects are selected, those projects would then come into the generation queue as part of the development cycle, and we would start to see the growth in the gas elements that are in the proposed queue. So for now, the queue is still showing heavy on solar and batteries, a little bit light on the gas, but I just wanted to point out that it doesn't yet reflect the TEF impacts.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I want to ask both of y'all first that this concept is to move away from an energy-only market design. Chairman Gleason, is Texas moving away from an energy-only market?
No, sir. And the PUC dealt with an issue like this, looking at a capacity market over a decade ago. And I think it was pretty clear from the discussion back then that I don't believe that we have the authority to unilaterally, as the commission, move us to a capacity market.
Mr. Vegas?
No, I agree completely. ERCOT remains committed to the energy-only market, and the solutions that we are looking at that I discussed and that Chair Gleason discussed would be augmenting and part of that energy-only market. We are not looking to move away from an energy-only market.
You spoke about the various components, Mr. Vegas, regarding that are already in place, ECRS, Texas Energy Fund, with its known, at least notices of intent of up to 55 gigawatts of new generation. And then the DRS, which is being designed and legislatively is mandated to be put in place. The only piece of that is not mandatory legislatively is a reliability program / PCM. Do we even, based on what we have seen with ECRS, with the significant jolt of money that was been put into the market, 12 billion, unintended. In my we certainly thought it was going to add revenue, but 12 billion was more than I thought it was going to add. And then, of course, the significant subscription to the Energy Fund. Based on where we're sitting today, is a reliability program, PCM, even though we're going through the steps to look at it about cost-benefit analysis and looking at it as a third revenue source for generation. But where we are sitting today, do you believe it's necessary that we implement something like that? Just if you had a crystal ball and looked into the future based on where you're sitting as a prior CEO and current operator of the grid.
So the way I think about where we sit today and thinking long-term, kind of what's coming down the road and the need to continue to kind of meet the expected demand growth that's coming is we're doing what we have in place today has essentially kind of opened up the gate to enable the development and growth. So the Texas Energy Fund, if I analogize, purchasing a home, it feels like we've got the down payment in place now where we can kind of move forward to purchase the home. What the other pieces of the puzzle, the ECRS and all the other ancillary services, the potential of PCM, DRRS, all of those reflect what's going to be an ongoing, in conjunction with the energy market, the ongoing ability to pay for that house, to cover the mortgage costs. And I think what we have to do, I think what we owe the legislature and the Public Utility Commission is a view on the optimal combination that would give us the best reliability at the lowest cost for all of those pieces and parts. That may not include PCM, to your point. PCM may not significantly add anything to either the reliability or to the cost effectiveness of the market, in which case it would not be part of the recommended strategy. But I do think it's important to try to design what that optimal mix would look like so that there's certainty for the market, and those that are interested in developing and have expressed an interest know how it's going to work for the next 5+ years. Because the length of the future kind of view of reliability revenues is really a very important part of the equation in a generator making a decision to put billions of dollars into an asset that should last for 30 years for Texas. So I think it's important to do that study work. And sitting here today, I don't want to front run the results of that, but I do know that I do believe we have all the pieces in front of us already, and I don't think that we need something different materially in order to be able to make that work.
Mr. Gleason, you want to comment on that?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. So I think my short answer would be to be determined. The way I've started thinking about this and talking about it since I've become chairman is really a matter of sequencing. And in what order do we need to be implementing these different changes? And for me, because the PCM is novel, it's new, it's, as a colloquialism say, it's a new sandbox that we'll be playing in. I think it's incumbent on the PUC to look at existing ways that we could address our reliability concerns and see if we can accomplish our goals using those tools first, as we see what the PCM may develop into. So we've talked about DRRS, we've talked about ECRS, RTC plus B. We have the ORDC curve that we've adjusted before to address these issues. We have a suite of options to address this issue, And for me, it's a question of sequencing, and I would argue that it makes sense to look to implement these other tools first to see if we can kind of turn the dial on them to meet our reliability goal. We always have the PCM, you all put it into statute, so it's there if we need to turn it on. But I think the prudent approach is to see if some of the existing tools we already have can meet our state's goals.
I want to ask both of y'all regarding the evaluation of any sort of reliability standard or reliability program. You know, we as a legislature put in place these guardrails and price cap, net price cap, that seems to be kind of being massaged in work groups and worked around to some extent. Timelines regarding things like implementation of real-time call optimization. Do y'all intend to follow the letter of the law when it comes to those guardrails and that price cap?
Yeah, absolutely. Those all of those guardrails are going to be firmly embedded in any of the design considerations for PCM. And in addition, RTC continues to be the first priority to deliver that immediately, so that we're not going to allow any other project priority change the trajectory of that project either. So completely agree with your statement.
Chairman?
Absolutely. You know, state agencies are creatures of statute. We get our authority from the statutes that you all pass. There is no intention on the PUC's part to do anything to violate that or to look for workarounds to the existing statute.
Members, questions? Senator Campbell?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Pablo. So E3 was hired. They got the RFP the last study and worked with Peter Lake, the previous chairman, did a study, and then they developed the PCM. They're brought back now again to present another study. Yet Equilibrium did not have, and the person who at least did the presentation of the study last time, did not have experience in an energy-only market. And Texas is the only energy-only market in the United States. So you've brought in somebody, again, to do an assessment of the PCM where they did the blueprint of it, and they don't have experience in an energy-only market. Can you explain how that strengthens or gives credibility to the study and the fact that they're analyzing their own blueprint, their own work product?
We thought it would expedite and be more efficient to work with a company that already had developed the models that were used to assess the cost implications and the impacts to the energy-only market. Part of the initial work that was done back in 2022 was to develop all of those kind of models and capabilities to evaluate PCM. And so then if we wanted to evaluate how a particular design for it, using the guardrails and all the components of 1500, it was going to be a lot easier and faster and more efficient for the state to be able to leverage someone who already had that familiarity and had developed those models already. And really, and as we've said, PCM is not changing the energy-only market at all. It's augmenting it with a different kind of a revenue focus for reliability purposes.
And I have a different opinion of what the PCM does. But it seems like that with one company, Equilibrium, developing the PCM, that if you really want a good analysis, you would find somebody else who has experience and knowledge of an energy-only market to evaluate that tool. You don't hire the fox to take care of the hen house. And that's how I feel like, we've got somebody analyzing their own work product. I'm not sure you're going to find a flaw with that. But anyway, what do you think about the study that came out from Equilibrium, where they did not include the megawatts that potentially are in queue, the interconnect that's in queue of 15,938 megawatts, that's not considered in their study. What do you think about that?
At this point, we're just looking at the basic design parameters in order to kind of do the initial analysis of how PCM would work. We will factor in, before we would conclude the cost analysis of PCM, all of those other components. So the impact of what's in the generation queue will be part of that. And
Let me ask this.
Yeah.
They did include artificially retiring megawatts. And the last time the study was presented to us, they said there would be 5,000 to 6,000 megawatts retired. That was 2 years ago. By now, that it would be retired by now, yet there's only about 1,500 megawatts that have been retired. So that's that was off. Now they're saying there's going to be roughly 14,000 megawatts retired. I think that's artificial, and that gives scarcity assumptions, and we all know that scarcity ups pricing. So you've got a company that sounds to me like they're picking and choosing what they want in the analysis of the PCM, and it's not going to give us, we're expected to believe that that's credible.
after all of the analysis and the design work is done, I think there'll be ample opportunity in open discussions with the market, with participants to challenge the assumptions. We're really early in the design
Well, I think
components today.
that's good if you're really early in the design, but they had the design last session. But when you're saying there's going to be time to look at the challenges of the assumption, I think the assumptions need to be spot on before you start evaluating a tool. So I just caution that, and we'll be watching that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. You made some good points there. I think the assumptions is 14,000 or 14 gigawatts of retirement, and then, of course, we don't know, and I don't believe the assumptions of what's the Texas Energy Fund jolt is going to do to those. So there's a bunch of different unknowns. Cone is, for instance, and it speaks to the complexity and novelness of this reliability program that's been devised. That E3 came up with, I think, 6 different solutions last time and chose one, and E3 wasn't, or I'm sorry, and PCM wasn't even part of those, I don't think, at one time. So it also goes to the concern we as policymakers and elected officials and representatives of the people, when we're messing with the competitive market that's been so good for Texas for so long, with the positive changes that we've seen with the influx of money through ECRS, Texas Energy Fund, changes of the ORDC curve, even though we realize this load is coming through 5066, but just seeing it every year with peaks and peaks and peaks, we are stepping up on the resource adequacy side. But do we want another program that messes with the market, that really adds a subsidy payment to some extent on top of the charge for electricity and the ancillary services that have been devised in the prior ones? Do we really want to do that? And do we really think it's the right path? It's a tough decision, one that I have great concern about, and that's why we worked so diligently to put these guardrails and parameters that are not suggestions, that are not in any way just kind of thoughts about how it should be done. These are legislative directives. Senator? Yeah.
Yeah, just Pablo, could you run back over that load growth?
Yeah.
Particularly, you said you went through kind of fast, and
Sorry about
particularly
that.
you said something was going to double in the next 5 years. Could you just kind of walk through that whole thing again?
Yeah, so before the 5066 passed last year, we do every year a 5-year forecast of expected load growth for the next 5 years. And when we ran that analysis based on our prior planning criteria, we were forecasting that we would go from a peak of where we were last summer of 85 gigawatts to a peak in 2029 of 110. And then when we ran that same analysis this year after the passage of 5066, which required us to look at all prospective loads that there's a strong belief are going to come to Texas and develop, that number increased from 110 to 150. So what I was referring to is that going from in the 80 to 85 gigawatt range where we are today to 150 in 2030 is almost a doubling of the ERCOT total peak demand over a 6-year period effectively. So it's a fairly significant step change from a demand perspective. And all of that may not come, but even if a significant portion of it does, it's a really significant growth number.
And walk through the primary drivers of that again. You said Permian Basin oil and gas. You said the mining. just run through that litany again one more time.
Yeah, so to give you a high-level perspective, the Permian Basin alone reflects about 24 gigawatts of that growth. And to put that into context, that's almost the size of the Houston coastal region of the state of Texas. So the Permian Basin is forecasting to become about the size electrically as the Houston area. That's one area. That's a lot of about half of that's electrification and oil and gas. The other half is a combination of green hydrogen, data centers, cryptocurrency, and other traditional industrial businesses. Around the rest of the state, the majority of the numbers that are coming are basically from data centers, from cryptocurrency, and from hydrogen and traditional industrial economies.
And I guess we've got to keep in mind that not only is that a generation requirement, but a transmission and distribution
Exactly,
requirement.
significant.
Thank you, Chairman.
Yeah, and 5066 is, as you mentioned, that it had multiple components, but one is looking at that prospective load.
Yeah.
And I'll draw your attention to his presentation, page 3 and 4, it really kind of outlines it. But those reliability plans for the Permian Basin and the rest of Texas. But how much of this load will materialize? There's some questions about how many of these Bitcoin and other facilities are going to be built. Certainly data centers and need for oil and gas, these are more kind of assured regarding their coming AI and other just growth of technology. But that's a massive change from a peak now of 85,000 megawatts to, in 6 years, up to 140,
150.
150.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so that's a large demand, members, that has to be met by a whole host of array of various generation assets, and I'm glad we were able to pass the Texas Energy Fund, change things regarding increasing funding and money into the market. But I think the load's coming. It's just the magnitude of that load and whether or not we believe that load is going to be 150 or 130 or 120 or what. Senator Zaffirini, Dean Zaffirini, and then Senator Campbell.
And eventually Senator Johnson.
I'm sorry, Senator Johnson. Yeah.
I just wanted Johnny to go twice.
Send a paper airplane down here. You can move over.
I'm just going where I'm labeled.
Mr.
right.
Chairman, I happily will yield to Senator Johnson.
Oh, no. I just wanted to, please.
Thank you.
Didn't want to go like 50th after Donna goes twice.
Well, thank you
No, I
both for your always timely presentation. My focus, as you both know, is always on the charge before the committee. So looking specifically at the charge, one of the elements of it is to monitor the implementation of House Bill 1500. My question relates to 1500 and Senate Bill 2627. What is your evaluation of the impact of those two pieces of legislation in particular to this date?
I can start. So right now, the impact of those two, the combination of those two pieces of legislation have essentially, I think, created the core components of our future energy-only market design and market construct. It materially created very significant elements that are going to be very helpful to help meet this demand that we're talking about. And I would just draw attention, I think, to the Texas Energy Fund, which was 2627, and then the components within 1500 around all the reliability markets. All of those components now, I think, have provided us what is necessary in order to provide certainty, regulatory and policy certainty to the ERCOT market and to the participants as to where we're going to go. And so what I'm looking forward to doing is over the next 6 months, taking all of those pieces in conjunction with the market, with the Public Utility Commission, and trying to put together a puzzle that kind of illuminates how this market could look for the next 5 to 10 to 15 years that will be the next evolution of ERCOT and continue to build on the tremendous success that this energy-only market has delivered for Texas over the last 20 years. We have the pieces now in front of us to build a market for the next 20 years, and I'm confident that, with the tools that we have and with the experience of the market that's going to contribute to it, we're going to get to that right picture.
Thank you. Chair.
Senator, I agree with Pablo. I think we at the PUC have all the tools available to us to ensure reliability with the grid. I will say, we do need to keep an eye on costs. After Winter Storm Uri, I feel like the pendulum the trade-off between cost and reliability, which can exist, went really far to the side of reliability, almost at any expense. And I think it's time that we really consider costs. I think it's incumbent on us to do so. So we at the PUC will have an eye on cost, but I think we have all the tools available to us. I would maybe differ just a little from Pablo on the regulatory certainty piece. I will say in the meetings I've had, that's probably the number one or number two thing that comes up in every meeting, that the market participants, the market as a whole, wants regulatory certainty. And so, one of my concerns, I think I've expressed this to every one of you who I've spoken to, is kind of the interoperability of all these changes. We've had a lot of changes since Winter Storm Uri. And so my hope is we get time to implement all of this, see how it all works together so we can chart a course going forward.
Thank you. That relates to my second question, which focuses on affordability, because we talk about it, but the public wants to know specifically what are we doing to focus not only on, call it reliability or any other term aspect of it you want to discuss, what are we doing specifically to ensure affordability?
So I think at the commission, we look at affordability in all of our decisions. I think you'll hear on a later panel around transmission from Commissioner Kobos. That's something that she's very concerned with as we look to build out the transmission system that we need. I think it's settled that we need more transmission in this state. But I definitely have concerns about overbuilding that transmission system and putting that on the backs of residential customers. And so we have an eye towards that. I would say the other thing we have is we have an independent market monitor. And, you all on this committee have seen over the last two session cycles, they have an eye towards affordability, towards economic efficiency. And so I think it is also, we have to listen to them when they have concerns about costs. It doesn't mean that we're always going to agree with them, but I think it would be foolish not to listen to what their perspective is, because they are concerned about the most economically efficient outcome. And then it is the PUC's job to figure out the trade-offs between what is most economically efficient and the level of reliability that we need in the state.
I'm glad that you mentioned the independent monitor. And in his report, he talked about the average real-time price of electricity in the ERCOT market, and it's dropping approximately 13%, when the cost of natural gas dropped more than 62%. How do we discuss that with constituents? The difference in the drop from 13 to 62%, that's a huge difference.
Yeah, and wholesale market costs are going to be a reflection of the underlying drivers of kind of the electric supply chain. So the capital cost of the facilities that are in operation, the fuel cost, as you point out, the natural gas cost, but then also the way the energy-only market works is through the overall design of, whether we are in scarcity periods or not. And so the combination, I think, of all of those is what's contributing to the fact that the prices don't mirror exactly necessarily what natural gas costs do, because if we get into periods of scarcity, you're going to see wholesale prices that are much higher than the underlying variable cost of fuel. But that's likely the driver. I have recently looked at the Energy Information Administration, the federal agency that takes a look at electric statistics for the United States. And Texas remains on the bottom half of the cost of energy for the United States. And when you look at it by different classes, residential, industrial, in some we're almost the very cheapest, if not the second or third cheapest in the United States. So we continue to maintain a very affordable electric market, and we're going to continue to do that. I was going to add to Chair Gleason's comments on what we're doing to ensure that, in addition to what the consideration the Commission has every time a change is proposed around cost, we're also starting to look at in a more balanced way at how to design the next market, including not only the incentives for generation, what's needed for transmission, but also looking at the third leg of the stool, which is energy efficiency and demand response. And the Commission has begun and initiated projects formally to evaluate how we can further leverage demand response and energy efficiency to provide reliability. And historically, those solutions have been much lower cost than traditional new investments of infrastructure. So having a balance of the three in focus for us as we do this work is going to help get us to a lower cost or an optimal cost outcome.
Thank you. You both mentioned guardrails, as did Chair Schwartner, and House Bill 1500 identifies, I believe, 11 guardrails. Did we get it right? Are those the 11 guardrails? Do we need additional ones? And are there programs other than PCM that need guardrails?
I think the guardrails are fine at this point. We're still, as Pablo said, we're kind of in the infancy of kind of developing everything. But I think those guardrails give us a framework to move forward with to assess the viability of the PCM. I don't think we need guardrails on any of the other market design issues. One thing as we're talking about guardrails and concerned about costs that I will mention, though, is we've talked about House Bill 5066. As we're looking at cost, I think it's we need to look at the ease with which we're projecting to add load, because I am concerned that we may overbuild transmission. While we need a lot of transmission, I am concerned that we may have lowered the bar a little too low, and we may need to look at that. I'm hopeful as we endeavor to start rulemakings on that bill, that we can address any of those concerns in a rule. If not, it's obviously something that the PUC would put into its agency report that comes out January 15th every year that you are in session, and we would raise that as an issue for your consideration.
Thank you. The very first element of our charge is to assess the state efforts to provide incentives for new thermal generation. What is your assessment of state's efforts in this area?
I think we have increased the incentives for generation in the state abundantly, and I'm satisfied that all the economic incentives can be there in order for investment in the state.
Thank you.
The only thing I would add is that there's an opportunity, because I think it was authorized through Senate Bill 2627 was in total a $10 billion pool that would be spent on the combination of the lower interest loans and the completion bonuses and a couple other elements. Only a portion of that was actually appropriated in the budget, so there's an opportunity for the legislature, if there was an intent to fully leverage that pool of money, as there's clearly strong interest.
I was just going to add, to that point, if the load is anywhere close to 150 gigawatts in 2030, should we not just front run the other $5 billion and get that out there as soon as possible?
I would strongly support that, Chairman.
So maybe we can do that through LBB or other mechanisms, and who knows? We'll see.
Thank you. And my final question focuses on collaboration. The two agencies, the two of you seem to work together very well, but how do you work with other agencies such as TCEQ, and how do you work with the Public Utility Council, with the Independent Monitor? To what extent is there effective collaboration?
I think following Winter Storm Uri, the PUC has worked very effectively with all those groups, with the Railroad Commission. When I was an executive director, the ED of the Railroad Commission, Wei Wang, and I would meet monthly to talk through everything. There's also TERC, Texas Energy Reliability Council, chaired by Chief Nim Kidd, where we meet frequently. And so I think the collaboration has improved greatly. I'm satisfied that the level of input we receive from our sister agencies, from ERCOT, and from other interested parties, mostly private companies, is sufficient and what was needed probably well before Winter Storm Uri, but I think we've gotten to where we need to be.
I would add that I think it's one of the most understated but significant impacting changes since Winter Storm Uri. And I'll point to the last couple of winter storms that we've went through. In January 16th, around Martin Luther King this year, we had a very significant cold snap that we dealt with. A year or so prior to that, right before Christmas, we had a very significant cold storm that came through. During both of those events, the preparation, the collaboration, the communication that went into the planning in advance, I think significantly contributed to the outcomes that we had, which was a reliable performance during those events. So I think the collaboration has stepped up, and I think it's had a very meaningful impact actually on the reliability performance of the system.
Good. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Dean. Let the record reflect that Senator Mendez joins. Welcome,
Thank you, Mr.
Senator
Chairman.
Johnson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Cleese and Mr. Vargas. We talked early on and established that nobody's intending to move away from Texas's energy-only market, and it's something that across all ideologies, across all sectors of this industry, everybody has recognized the benefits we have for running this unique market. At the same time, we run risks inherent with an energy-only market. Do our ancillary services essentially provide us the reliability that we need because we're not a capacity market?
So I'm hopeful that they can.
Is that their purpose?
So yes, I think it's part of their purpose. I think you heard during the last session there was some debate about whether ancillary services were there to incent new generation to be built, and I think there can be some argument around that. But I think if we tailor these ancillary services correctly, with a lot of input from the market participants, from the industrial customers, from everyone, I'm hopeful that we can find a reliability solution that everyone is comfortable with, that meets the needs of Texas. and do that through our existing suite of resources. If we can't, then, like I said, we have the PCM, it's in statute, we can always implement that. But I think it's the pragmatic approach to look to see if these ancillary services can meet our needs.
And so you mentioned ancillary services also to some extent could be used, and in fact are being used to incentivize investment in new generation. Right.
That's correct. I would assume, not being, working for a generator, never having worked for a generator, that yes, they look at all of the revenues that are in the market and see if those provide the signals for them to invest, to earn a return on their investment.
And we'll get to DRRS in just one moment. As far as the PCM testimony I think we've had today is it's not next that we're going to be, you all are going to be implementing other measures that have been passed by the legislature, other tools that you previously had, assess the market, get the information so that Senator Campbell's concerns about us having wrong information are not there. And at the end, if it looks like we need PCM and you are going to move forward with it, you'll do so within the constraints that were put into legislation. That's status of the PCM, right?
That's correct.
All right, but what we have right now going on, and what I heard today that caused me to push my button on the microphone, is that with respect to DRRS, you're proceeding at the moment only with respect to thermal generation, and would proceed to other non-thermal generation, if that's the intent of the legislature. Point out one thing. It's in the statute. There was an amendment by Senator Zaffirini that made sure that the DRRS could accommodate non-thermal sources, batteries specifically. So is there a reason that we, for the moment, are limiting it to thermal generation only? And if there's a good reason, does that preclude the imminent inclusion of non-thermal sources?
So I'd say for me, it's twofold. One, I think the attributes of most storage is not going to accommodate participating in DRRS. Secondly, as Pablo said, if you look at the queue right now, there's a lot of storage. And when we're talking about incentives, in my mind, what we're trying to incent right now is more thermal dispatchable generation. And so if in a first run of this product, we're trying to provide that incentive, I think that's probably the right way to go.
So you're looking at DRS as an incentive for construction of new generation, not so much as a reliability ancillary service?
So I'm looking at it as just a pot of revenue. And we're trying to find the right revenue mix, given all the different tools at our disposal, to make sure that there's enough revenue, not only for new generation to come online, but also to retain the generation that we have now. One of the outcomes that I don't think is what we're trying to solve for is we get 10,000, megawatts of new generation and 12,000 go offline. And so on net, it's not actually a positive. So I think we have to take all that into consideration. And I think it would be hard to argue, based on what's in the queue right now, that there are not enough incentives for energy storage resources in the market. But given that the queue has almost no gas generation, I think that's where I fall on that issue right now.
And do you think the DRRS is going to be sufficient to drive investment decisions in what, small peaker plants, large baseload?
Yeah, so I would think peaker plants, again, I don't think on its own any of these tools are sufficient. But I think when taken in combination, yes, my hope is that if we direct DRRS away from load resources and batteries, and at least in this first run, try to direct it towards thermal dispatchable generation, yes, that will help provide the proper incentives for those resources to be built in the state. And I believe we need more of those resources in the state.
And those resources then you're not getting those resources for the purpose of providing that stability ancillary service. You're looking at baseload with DRRS.
Not necessarily. So they have to be able to operate inter-hour. They have to come on quickly. The attributes have to run for 4 hours and be able to come on within 2 hours. So it depends. But again, we need all of those resources, and I think all of that revenue needs to be in the pot. And I think it is the right policy to try to direct as much of that as possible towards thermal resources.
Is that a policy decision that was already made by the legislature when they included other non-thermal sources in the statute?
No, I think, like I said, initially when I looked at the statute, the first cut is having to come on in 2 hours and then having to be able to run at your high sustained limit for 4 hours would necessitate that batteries probably wouldn't qualify anyways.
Because they're going to die out in an hour or two.
Potentially. Now, I think there's an argument to be made that if you want to incent long-duration batteries, is this something that could potentially do that? And I think in the medium and long term, potentially, it could be. We would need to have that discussion. But again, my sense right now is we need to be trying to find incentives to promote thermal dispatchable generation, and this can be one of those revenue streams, and I think that's the way we should go in this first run.
And it could be that a battery drains over 4 hours depending on the rate at which it's called, right?
Correct.
Right, and if we have a little disagreement here, I've got great respect for your work, and we work on things well together. We did put aside $10 billion, the vast majority of which, well, 5 and probably another 5 soon, is devoted to incentivizing thermal generation. So I am concerned that the decisions that we make as a legislature with respect to all generation are given due consideration at the implementation level.
Can I add to Chair
Please.
Gleason's answer to your questions? There's, in addition to the policy or market design intentions, as that Chair Gleason noted, there are some specific technical reasons why we would prefer, from an expediency point of view, to move forward with thermal dispatchable only. In order to accommodate energy storage resources in DRRS, there are a couple of significant technical changes that have to be made to core systems in ERCOT for that to happen. First thing is, based on the definition of DRRS, the units that provide that have to effectively be offline today because they have to displace rucking. If you recall, that was one of the underlying drivers of the DRRS, that whatever is called on with DRRS would reduce the amount that would be rucked on a potential day. So they have to be in an offline status. Energy storage resources don't have an offline status in ERCOT today unless they're on outage. And so our operating system doesn't really have a protocol mechanism to manage the state of charge and offline status for them to support DRRS. And then the second piece is there's a fairly complex part of the ERCOT engine that is the RUC engine. And what the RUC engine does is it looks every minute at what's going to be needed in the next 2, 4, 6, 8 hours looking ahead. And when we see a deficiency of commitments, that the RUC engine then points out we've got a gap, and then that leads to RUCking, where the control room would call a generator and say, we need you to come online and be available in a future hour because we see a shortfall in capacity for the demand expected. We would have to change that RUC engine to be able to manage the state of charge of batteries and how batteries operate, which is very different than a generator. So to do both of those things would be a significant time lag to enable that. And so we could deliver DRS sooner with the dispatchable thermal dispatchable only, and in a subsequent revision could add in batteries in order to support, if that's the legislative intent.
Okay, that explains more technically the justification for it. I appreciate that. Last point, and I'll yield to my colleagues. We were talking about projections for what will go offline and what won't go offline, what has gone offline. Are plants more likely to stay around if they're being frequently rucked and less likely to stick around if they're less frequently rucked? I don't know, is that a verb, ruck?
It's become a verb, a bad verb. I think the rucking, I think it hurts the long-term longevity of a lot of the plants, because the reason that they're not committing is because they don't see an economic value in doing so. And by rucking them, we are using the amount of available starts and runs that are left in a plant. Remember, we're talking about most of these plants are 40 to 60 years old, 30 to 60 years old. So the amount of life left in them, it is limited. And so rucking has the ability to shorten that long-term
So the
duration.
inverse of what I said. Is there a relationship between DRRS and our expectation for older plants sticking around?
DRRS would provide another economic incentive for a plant to choose to self-commit by selling and offering DRRS into an ancillary service that would help their economic life if it made sense for them economically. So
Same with
it's
ECRS?
similar to ECRS.
Okay, could that be some of the reason that we saw fewer retirements than were projected? That we were in fact aggressively deploying ECRS?
It could be, and because the strong demand over the last 2 years, if you recall, last summer was the second hottest summer in Texas history. 2022 was the third hottest summer in Texas history. So we've been having a very extreme set of summers where the economic opportunities for generating units has been strong, and that's probably been a big contributor to it as well.
Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Senator Menendez and then Senator King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Pablo and Mr. Gleason, apologize for running a little late this morning, but I want to thank you all for y'all's work. I've enjoyed having long conversations about what we can do to improve resiliency and the ERCOT grid. Earlier, y'all mentioned something, I think it was you, Chairman Gleason, in particular, something that was very comforting. You said that, we all want to have the most reliable grid, but we also have to take into consideration at what price, at what cost. Because at the end of the day, We don't have unlimited resources, and these are taxpayer resources that are going to be paying for whatever we're doing to improve. Taking that into consideration, I understand that in a recent PUC filing, you guys were trying to look at the demand side measures, because as we look at whatever way we get new generation, quick question. What's the fastest we could see new generation built if we had any of these approved? What's the quickest that we could get them online?
So I think in the conversations I've had, 2026 seems to be the earliest that I'm confident saying that we'll get new generation online.
So would that be January of 2026 or?
My sense would probably be the second half of 2026. As we've talked about the incentives in the energy fund, that's generally what I've heard.
So we're still looking at 2 years from now. Now, taking that into consideration, that means that the only immediate sources of new potential generation would be demand response or energy efficiency, stuff we don't use, correct?
So that I would say those two programs have not been at the forefront of our discussions or policy implementation to this point. That's correct.
But wouldn't they be a source of new electrons? I mean, if you can reduce the amount that the demand responses, then you have more to use somewhere else, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So having this new renewed focus on demand side measures, it's going to be necessary to ensure a reliable grid in the future. So I believe ERCOT is supportive of the Commission's efforts to establish and promote measures that cost effectively provide a long-term demand reduction. Can either one of you elaborate on what you're doing to tell us how we're looking at demand response? Because I think commercial users, industrial users are aware of how to access this. But it's the residential users that I think need to be made aware. I mean, it's those folks who when they get a message to turn up their AC, they don't necessarily have an incentive other than we're telling them, do so please, because we don't want the grid to have a problem. And they need to understand what's the role that they play and how does it benefit them.
So I think, we've typically talked about energy efficiency on the electricity side, similar to water conservation. Mm-hmm. That if we ask for it, can you just do it to help everyone out? Everyone is sacrificing a little for the greater good. I think you're right. We have started to have conversations around energy efficiency, demand response as it relates to residential customers. We've had some conversations. My office has had some conversations with retail electric providers about some of the hurdles in having a lot of participation on the residential side in a demand response program. On the energy efficiency side, I'll say, we got additional resources in our last appropriations request that we asked for to have an energy efficiency division established at the Commission. We've hired a director for that group. Another employee's been hired, and that group works very closely with Commissioner Kathleen Jackson, whose background at the Water Commission was heavily focused on water conservation. And so they've put out questions to stakeholders, which may have already come back with responses, or it may be in the short term coming back. And we're efforting there to find ways to increase participation in energy efficiency and demand response programs.
Very good.
I'll just add, I think it's a tremendous opportunity. I really do, because you're right. It's the fastest opportunity to get megawatts, moving in the system, and it can leverage technology that's readily available today. So smart thermostats in conjunction with smart meters and the communications that can be enabled between them would really enable the development of programs that would allow broader participation of residential consumers to complement what we're already seeing with large industrial consumers in demand response. There's talk about a pilot already in place that Commissioner Jackson has been working on it, as well as the new director that Chair Gleason mentioned. A pilot to begin how to roll this out in a broader scale across both the non-opt-in as well as the retail competitive market. And I think there's a huge opportunity to make progress on that in 2024.
I appreciate that, because my constituents have, they're struggling with the rising cost of everything, right?
Yeah.
And so the concerns are, they obviously they have to have electricity, and if rates go up, it is a consideration now that, or one of my understandings is that in consideration of the gas prices now, some of the higher rates are due to uncertainty under the PUC rulemaking. So when the PUC wraps up your work with the DRS and the PCM, do you think rates will come down? I mean, because that's a concern that we have.
My hope would be that in the future, of course, they'll come down or stabilize. We have seen, a very quick increase in rates. I tell the story often. I was on a 3-year plan in my competitive area where I signed up in October of 2020 at 7.9 cents for 3 years, and the last rate that I had to sign up for was almost 13 cents. And so, yeah, we've seen on the residential side a large increase in prices. And so, my hope is that as we're, starting to focus more on affordability, not just reliability at any cost, my hope is we'll see a stabilization of those prices and hopefully then them coming down. And Senator, if I may add one thing on the demand response energy efficiency side, as we're talking about additional participation from residential customers, I think it's important to remember, there are some capital costs on the residential side, have to get a smart thermostat and the like. So it's important to have that discussion, I think, also with an eye towards low-income customers and kind of the vertical equity issues around those types of programs to make sure that when they are set up, they're accessible to all residential customers, and we do what we can to remove any kind of barrier or impediment from any, a low-income customer or anyone else from being able to actively participate in those programs.
So I'm glad you brought that up. The smart thermostats and the smart readers actually are a benefit also to the generator and the retail provider because they allow them some direct control. They know when there's outages. They know exactly what's happening. So also if they sign an agreement, some of the electric providers, one in particular that I know of, if you sign an agreement that allows them to tick up your thermostat a few degrees up or down depending on what they need, they'll provide those installed for free. And so these are things that others can use and do around the state. And you don't even have to be a low income. You just have to sign an agreement. And these are things that I think are ways that are innovative that allow both the provider of the energy provider and the consumer some comfort in knowing that they're both getting something positive out of the deal. And that's, at the end of the day, that's what we need to do. So real quick on implemented, if implemented, estimated cost of the PCM mechanism, who's going to be responsible for any costs if implemented?
So ultimately, customers pay those costs.
Okay, so if customers are paying the cost, because everything gets, what's the word I'm looking for? Socialized, all the new costs. The question is, under the credits under the PCM are going to be awarded to dispatchable generation sources that are available at times of the greatest system stress. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So then how do you define system stress at times when there's the lowest generation available to service the load?
So that's one of the parameters that we're looking at, how to exactly define the hours where you would earn performance credits, and we're taking comments on that as we speak.
Okay. Has the E3 performed a backcast of when these times occurred in 2022 and 23, and were these results made available to stakeholders?
That I am not aware of. I don't know if Pablo knows.
I'm not sure. However, E3 I think will be testifying later and could probably provide that answer.
Okay. So last couple of questions here. If you can share with me some evaluation criteria for the awardees of the Texas Energy Fund.
So where we stand with the Texas Energy Fund and the criteria is staff is looking at the applications. They're talking to the individual commissioner offices about what attributes are important to them, and ultimately that'll come up with the framework by which those projects will be judged against. And so for me, one of the things I talk about, and I've talked about from the dais in our open meetings, is geographic diversity, needing, a lot of these plants around different areas of the state. And the reason for that is I think it's important to have geographic diversity on its own, but also as we talk about costs and we talk about transmission, one of the ways to limit how much transmission you need to build is to be able to put those generating facilities near load pockets. And so I know one of the things that Pablo and his team talk about are kind of generation hubs. And so as we're having those discussions, I think something like geographic diversity could help on both. It will also provide, it will give us the generation we need, but putting it in the right places will hopefully also mitigate the amount of transmission we ultimately have to build.
So it's a fact that in this nation, we lose about 40% of generation on over transmission, right? There's a loss of about 40% of generation, of electric generation is lost.
There is line loss. I'm not sure to what degree.
So the closer you put the generation to the need, the less risk of that. I hope you look that to figure out what that is. The other thing too is if you put it closer, then at that point, I think if you want the instant on and how long it's going to be, then I think batteries become more competitive in that environment as well. I think you're right to look at putting generation closer to the need. I think we have to, because transmission and congestion are two very real issues. Last thing is, I understand that some clarification was needed regarding who could apply for the Texas Energy Fund, which entities are applied. Are municipally owned utilities allowed to apply?
Yes.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Nichols.
Thank you, Chairman. I promise it's my last query for the panel. But been waiting several months for this, so and let me premise what I'm about to ask with this. I'm not in any way suggesting that what I'm about to say is a good idea or a bad idea. I'm just trying to make sure I understand your regulatory authority with ERCOT and PUC. So I've always thought that the best metaphor for our grid is our highway system. And so we've got this highway system that's built with socialized costs through the taxpayers. We regulate that a lot. We allow, there's some places we don't allow certain types of vehicles onto certain types of roads because they're too heavy or too big. There's other times that we allow them on there, but because of the extra stress they put on the road system, we make them pay a special fee for that, a special tariff for that. There's times we don't let certain traffic or any traffic onto certain roadways. You know, we even have barriers that come down at entry ramps saying you can't come on until traffic lightens up. Mm-hmm. We have speed limits, we have stop signs, we have all kinds of regulatory things. We have penalties if you violate those laws. So we regulate it a whole lot. We regulate who gets on it, how fast they can go, and the size of load they're carrying. So what I'm about to ask is with regard to, it's two separate parts, one with regard to generation type and the other is regard to load type. So do you have the regulatory authority, if prudence dictated the need to act in this way, do you have the authority to regulate, to say we're not going to allow certain type of generation into certain parts of the grid at this time because of the adverse impact it will have on reliability, resiliency? In other words, do you have the ability to say, we're not going to allow this wind farm or this, whatever it would be, in this region at this time because of the adverse impact it might have in the short run? Or because of transmission, well, let me ask that on the load side. So do you have the authority to dictate, to say, look, we're just not going to allow this type of generation at this time?
My understanding is the only control we have along the lines of what you're describing is if there's a generator that would violate a NERC operational requirement, that we could take them offline. So that would be an existing resource that is exhibiting behaviors that compromises the reliability of the grid. We would have the authority under NERC authority to take that resource offline. Outside of that, I don't believe we do have any ability to limit access to the grid to any other generator.
I agree with that. I don't believe that we have the authority to do that. I think, as an economic regulator, what we try to do within the confines of the law, the statute we operate under, is create incentives to produce the outcomes that we want. We don't have the ability to just prohibit a certain type of resource.
So you couldn't say we're not going to allow you to interconnect right now or for a certain period of time because of the fuel mix we've got, or is it going to add some kind of absence of reliability or anything like that? Don't have that authority now.
Well, with one exception, if it would create a transmission instability at the point of interconnection, we could, although ERCOT has a very open connection protocol in its design. And what other markets do is if you're going to, let's say, build a solar facility or a wind facility, and you can't get the full resource out onto the transmission system because of congestion constraints, other grids prevent the connection of that resource until the transmission upgrades are made, which is why you are hearing outside of Texas queues of 5, 6, 7 years in some cases to build new generation resources, in particular renewables. ERCOT does it differently. We have a process that's called connect and manage. We allow that resource to come onto the ERCOT grid, even if we know it doesn't have the capacity on the transmission system to fully deliver all of its power under all circumstances. And what we do is we curtail it when it reaches those limits. So it allows a resource to get built much more quickly, come onto the grid and start to sell electrons. But then if there's a transmission congestion issue or risk, then ERCOT can curtail them, and that's an understood protocol that we have in ERCOT.
Okay, so now on the load side, and I'll use the Permian as an example. So we're going to have to build, it looks like, a lot of transmission out to the Permian. And if another industry was going to come out and take advantage of that, but that they were an industry that there was concern could move in short order, do you have the authority to, if that is going to require additional transmission to be built, do you have the authority to require some type of bonding or some type of security to make sure that type of industry is going to be in that region for a long period of time, long enough to justify having built that transmission out there? And that gets into your cloud-based stuff. So I know we're going to talk about all that later, but y'all are the regulators, so I kind of wanted
So
to.
from an operational point of view, we can only limit the access of a load, and I'll kick this to my colleague who's going to be on a later panel also to correct me if I'm wrong here, but we can only limit access to a load if it creates a stability risk on the grid. If it doesn't, then we really can't limit access to connect into the grid, and we don't have any tools to do what you described, like put a bond or to require investment to ensure that they'll be here for 10 years or 20 years, paying for the freight of the transmission system that they're going to be leveraging. We don't have those tools today.
Because that's obviously part of the concern we're going to discuss is if you've got to build all this new transmission, and if it's an industry of any type that can pick up and move very quickly, then all of a sudden the ratepayers are left holding that when that transmission wasn't really necessary. And so you don't have any authority today to do any kind of security or bonding or requirement or to regulate who's going to interconnect from a load side?
No.
Okay. Thank you, Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, can I follow up on that?
Yes, and Senator
Very quickly, just to follow up to the theory. The theory on the transmission of the highways. So if taking the Permian and if Bitcoin miners want to go out there to take advantage of the new transmission and all of a sudden take up all the generation, using the highway analogy, what if we ask them to build their own damn toll road? If they would say, you guys want to use it, you want this new transmission, now you're going to pay for the new transmission, because why should my constituents pay for just the Bitcoin miners to do what they want to do? That's an idea, thought. Think about it. Let's generate, because I'm concerned that we don't want to send the signal on the generation side that only certain new generations welcome, because then we really put a damper on competition. I think but on the demand side, I think there is if you're going to be a special huge demand that destabilizes because your demand is so great, that why should that impact people on a fixed income who have done nothing wrong and aren't going to profit from that electricity? And so maybe we treat that for-profit generation a little differently. Just a thought.
Senator Nichols.
Thank you. I was just trying to go back through clarification. Before a generator can hook up anywhere, they can't just randomly go hook up anywhere. You guys go through a pretty elaborate evaluation of the transmission capabilities and all that, because I'm going through
Yeah.
several in my district.
Yep.
Walk them through the steps so everybody will understand. You can't just go put a generator up wherever you want to, plug it into the line, because the transmission may not work. So it's pretty elaborate, although it's much shorter than some of the other systems in the nation.
Yeah, effectively, there's a combination of studies that are done by the transmission operator in the area. So the transmission operator will run studies to make sure
Like
that
an Encore in my area.
Encore, AEP, CenterPoint, TNMP, those are the companies. They would run stability studies for the load that's coming or for the generation that's going to be coming. And then ERCOT will also run studies as well. So we'll take their studies, we'll run our studies on a broader system level. So there's some extensive modeling and stability studies that are run whenever generators are connected in and/or load is connected in to ensure that they are not going to create an instability on the ERCOT grid. That's correct.
All right, thank you. I don't know that I like the comparison to the highways and the toll roads for obvious reasons. However, you got to compare it to something. But, yeah, I think that was important because I got the impression from listening that people think willy-nilly you can just hook up generators wherever you want to. And it's a pretty elaborate system, but it's not as bad. I'm going to go back to this PCM thing before we get too far away from it. There's a difference to me between an incentive and a subsidy. And the PCM to me is more of a subsidy. In other words, we're going to put more money into the system. I understand that, and that you want to do that with incentives. So a low interest loan is an incentive, but not a subsidy, in my opinion. And I think a lot of us, you just listen to this panel and tell there's a lot of concern about that. And I know y'all said you're going to evaluate it, you're going to stay within the parameters of the statutes and all those kind of things. But I've seen agencies, everybody's interpretation of what that statute is when you put it in rural can be a little bit different. Very concerning to me. I really caution y'all when you get into that, be very careful because there's a lot of us that don't want to start going into a regulated market with subsidies and stuff and prefer to stay on the incentives to encourage people to do certain types of things like that. And the comparisons earlier on the efficiency, I know I'm kind of jumping around, but I was keeping several notes. Our price that we're paying in the state for electricity is less than the bottom half of the nation. So some other areas of the nation are more expensive than ours. But also, that's not truly a full measure of efficiency, how efficient we are, because in our backyard, we're the producers of some of the most efficient, low-cost gases, natural gas and oil. Not that we're using oil so much, but the natural gas that other parts of the nation don't have. You know, you would kind of think that if we're looking at the price of natural gas, it's that price all over the nation, and it's not. It's very expensive in other parts of the nation because they are not connected to our pipelines and stuff like that, which have been brought to my attention. So just looking at price is not a full measure of efficiency, and somehow or another we need other methods to compare our efficiency on how well all these things are coming together. Anyway, I think that's the things I want to point out.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to ask Pablo, for AI, how many megawatts or gigawatts does one AI data center use? And I'm not sure that, to me, it's like an enigma with their quaternary computers or whatever they do. I can't really define what kind of box it's in. But how many gigawatts or megawatts do they use? And are you able to say this was what one AI data center would do, or do you have to combine all of them? And do we know how many are here or want to come? And what's the load?
It's a really good question, and it's I can tell you it's one of the fastest growing components of the data center industry that's coming. So right now, I'd say maybe the best way to describe how big of a difference AI is from traditional data centers is there's a couple of statistics that I've heard from professionals in the industry that describe, like if you do a Google search and a traditional Google search and just look up, what is ERCOT, If you did that with a regular Google system versus an AI Google search, an artificial intelligence search, the amount of energy that it takes to run the AI search is between 10 and 30 times the power requirement to do a traditional Google search. So if you think about it, that's just a simple search. And AI is being used to teach large language models, the concept of generative AI, where you can ask it to write a story about your life and give it a few prompts and it will create. Those types of things use much more energy. So we're talking a magnitude of 10 to 30 times of energy use for an AI data center versus a traditional one. So the impact is really significant. And how many are coming? That's still TBD, but we know that they are explosively growing, because another stat that I heard recently was one company that is building the core processing unit, NVIDIA, if you've heard of that company, they are fueling the AI basically processors. In one quarter, they shipped 500,000 GPUs, which are the tools that run AI. Each GPU uses as much power as a household in the United States does in a year. Each one. That's the equivalent in one quarter, one company creating 500,000 new homes instantly in the United States. And every other manufacturing company, from Samsung to Intel to Taiwan Semiconductor, all of them are developing these AI GPUs and are ramping up their capabilities exponentially to meet the demand. So the electric demand that's going to hit the United States and the globe is tremendous.
So we missed Senator Whitmire, trying to put a face on that, a measurement on it, a number of gigawatts. What would it be? But we do have a new dean. Just thought I'd get that in there. Sorry, that was a tangent.
So, yeah, I mean, what we see today in terms of data centers, we're probably looking at in that new 40 gigawatts of growth. It's less than 20 of it right now, but that's just with a current view based on a snapshot right here in 2024, and I expect that will grow.
I know I just interrupted you. So are you saying that, for instance, the 24 gigawatts you predicted from the Permian Basin, I mean, that's more than just the...
About half of that was oil and gas, about the electrification, and then the other half was a combination of crypto, data centers.
The 24.
Yeah, the 24 was split about half towards oil and gas, and the other half towards everything else, which includes some AI as well.
So one last time, just to finish that, the AI centers you will use, I mean, this phenomenal amount, but did you give me a number and I missed it?
No, I don't know how much they're going to use, because I don't know how much is going to come to Texas.
How are we going to... Okay, thank you, and I do like the bring your own power idea, and
Bring your own power idea.
yes, and Senator Nichols,
thank-
the part.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
We have another at the end. Commissioner Cobos and Mr. Rickerson from ERCOT. They're going to talk a lot about load and planning interconnection. So we have a larger discussion here coming up with them as well. Just one question: that hydrogen facility that you talked about yesterday to me, what was the load on that? 1 point something gigs?
For a hydrogen facility?
Yeah, was it you that mentioned it?
I don't think so. I don't think we talked about hydrogen
so much
yesterday.
data floating at me yesterday.
Sorry.
It was the largest load in the state, I think. Anyway, let the chair recognize Senator Creighton's here. But they use a lot of electricity too, I understand.
They really do.
Maybe Chairman Gleason mentioned it to me. Were you?
It wasn't in our discussion either.
It wasn't our discussion. Well, I don't know who I was talking to then. Members, any other questions of Chairman or CEO? We appreciate all your work. Again, the message to y'all is very clear from this panel. Is be very careful regarding a reliability program. Follow the specifics and again, the broader concept and do we need it? Yeah. I kind of get the idea where I am on that right now. I don't think we do. And I would caution very greatly proceeding with mixing too much more versus incentivization and augmenting through ancillaries some sort of new revenue stream that is very novel and yet to be really truly devised. It's all, quote, in the planning, it seems like, all the time. Every question that's asked about it, it's to be decided. We don't need that uncertainty introduced yet on top of all the other changes in the market, in my opinion. Thank you both.
Understood.
Thank you.
Thank you, members.
Chair calls panel 2. Members, Courtney, Yeltman, Chief Executive, Public Counsel, OPIC, and then Jeff McDonald, the IMM Independent Market Monitor, and then Zachary Ming, Senior Director at E3. Please. Welcome, Mr. Ming and panel. See, I'm going to let you go first. You've been hearing our discussion about E3 and some of the concerns raised regarding the activities of your organization, questions and concerns. Can you give us your 5-minute presentation, and I'm sure the panel has plenty of questions to ask.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Senators, for the opportunity to be here. My name is Zach Ming. I'm a Senior Director with E3. We are the consultants that have been engaged by ERCOT to help develop the Performance Credit Mechanism, or PCM. So I'm very happy to be here today and hopefully can answer all of your questions. I just want to give a little bit of background about E3 and our role in this process. So E3 is an energy consulting firm. We specialize in producing technical economic analysis for pretty much the entire sector, electricity sector, from utilities to government agencies, independent system operators like ERCOT, generating companies. So anyone involved in electricity, you name it, we work for them. We have offices across the country. And I would like to give a little bit of background about our role in this process. So in 2022, we were engaged by the Texas Public Utility Commission to evaluate 6 potential reforms to the ERCOT market. We didn't develop any of those reforms. We performed technical economic analysis to look at, for each of those reforms, what would the impact on reliability be, what would the cost be, and what would we expect for resources to enter or exit the market based on those reforms. And so, using the information that was provided in that report, the Public Utility Commission selected the Performance Credit Mechanism as the chosen reform, which is a first-of-its-kind reliability product for the ERCOT market. So at its core, what the Performance Credit Mechanism, or PCM, does is it ensures that dispatchable resources on an electricity system that's meeting a reliability standard will have the opportunity to recover their costs. And why is that necessary? The reason that is necessary is because under today's market design, without PCM, the way that resources recover their costs is by allowing the system to be pushed to the brink, which creates price spikes and allows resources to recover their costs. Definitionally, a system that is reliable doesn't push itself to the brink very often, and so that reduces the opportunity for resources to recover their costs. And so that is the objective of PCM, is to create a reliable system that doesn't get pushed to the brink, but yet still allows those resources that are necessary, those dispatchable resources that are necessary for reliability, to recover their costs. I do want to emphasize that within this framework, nothing is changing about the energy market itself. So moving away from the energy-only market, nothing is changing about the design of the energy-only market. The only thing that's changing, as Pablo mentioned, is the introduction or augmentation through adding PCM to the market. And PCM, we can talk about this, but is designed to work in conjunction with all of the other products in the market, with the energy market, with all the ancillary services. So to the extent of, is it needed or is it not needed, it really depends on what revenues those other products are delivering into the market. And if they're delivering sufficient resources, the PCM by design would ramp down. And that's a built-in feature, at least in the default design. So coming out of that Public Utility Commission process, the commission adopted PCM, but it was acknowledged in that process that there was still a lot of decisions to be made. And so that is where our role with ERCOT comes into play. So the commission directed ERCOT to develop those detailed rules. So ERCOT engaged us to do three things. One, to outline all the decisions that need to be made for PCM. Two, look at all of the options for each of those decisions and allow stakeholders to comment on those. And three, outline the criteria by which the ERCOT, under the direction of the commission and the legislature, will select which of those options for each of the decisions. So that's what we're doing now. To date, we have done that initial work. We've outlined all the decisions and options, presented those in a public workshop, and our step right now is we're waiting on public feedback, and then once we receive that, we will be performing analysis.
Thank you, Mr. Ming. Not for sure exactly where to begin, other than it seems like there's so many variables, things like retirements, the input of new generation through the Texas Energy Fund, the cost of new entry cone, that this division of, or the devising of a new subsidization or price augmentation through the PCM is just so complicated that you can't get it right. And so we worry, I worry that the price overruns are going to be so great that Texans will bear that cost, and that it is not advisable to move forward. Am I off base?
I think that the way in which PCM can be designed can prevent that exact scenario that you're describing. And in fact, the default way that it has been presented so far, subject to input from all stakeholders, is that if there is sufficient revenues in the market from the products, energy, dispatchable reliability reserve service, ECRS, all of the different products that are out there, the PCM by design would back off. So there's not really, it's not even possible to inject.
It can be engineered then, is what you're saying.
That's just the design of it.
I'm sorry. The analogy I use, I'm an orthopedic surgeon, and I treat people and open people up, and different size people, different difficulties of opening people up. But then there are tools to extract things and put things in. And sometimes you get new equipment that supposedly is new and improved by the manufacturers, new designs by new engineers. And you look at it and go, how is that supposed to fit? It's completely off base. It might work whenever that piece that you're working on is outside the body, but when you're in the body, when you're in the market, it doesn't work at all. And it just causes more problems when you try to utilize that tool. That's what I thought about whenever you said being engineered, because there's something called over-engineering, and that's the term we use as practicing orthopedic surgeons. Over-engineering, kind of killing it by complexity. Yeah, I got away with toll roads. We went to my realm of the body. So, I'm very clear about where I think this dais has made perfectly clear their concerns about PCM multiple times, including as a group with authored a letter back in 2022 after the initial discussion of when the PCM was first introduced to us. And although we have guardrails, although we have a price limit, although we have risk benefit or cost analysis, cost benefit analysis, I just not for sure we need to be driving down this path right now, back to a toll road analogy. Members' questions? Mr. Ming? Donna? Senator Campbell?
Well, your analogy using the bones, the tools with ortho made a lot of sense to me. So, of course, I'm a doc too. So, well, Zach, I remember talking with you last session, I believe, and so last session your study had artificially retired 5,000 to 6,000 megawatts, but to this day, that many has not been retired. As far as I can tell, you can show me the study or show me where it has been retired. And that created a scarcity scare, is what I'm calling that, with the PCM to come as a fix. And it seems like that what doesn't fit the model gets kind of redesigned or chipped away until that square peg fits in that round hole. And the study you present this session seems to follow the same approach. So let me explain what I meant. And you heard some of that as I was talking to Pablo. But you've artificially retired 14,000 megawatts. Yet you haven't, so that hasn't retired yet, but you're counting it. But you're not counting the interconnect that is in ERCOT right now of the 15,938. That while the final contract hasn't been signed, it's all in queue. So if I've got that right. And so that is not counted. You haven't given any credit to that. And the Texas Energy Fund, where we've got companies out there that have announced they're going to build generation. And that's going to, at the least, on the low side, be 7,000 to 8,000 megawatts. The Texas Energy Fund is doing exactly what it was designed to do, which is incentivize new build for gas generation, dispatchable energy. So where in this study, I mean, I didn't find the interconnect. Tell me if I'm right or wrong about that. I didn't find credit for the interconnect, bringing on megawatts. And so if you don't count at least that amount, say 15,000, and you take away 14,000, you've roughly, the delta of that is almost 30,000 megawatts that are out of the study, are taken out as a measured amount, creating a scarcity which can skew the results to make it look like we're short energy. I mean, we've got a lot of load out there, but why is that?
So the first thing I would say is, looking at the market today is important, but really in thinking how to design the market, what's really important is looking what is the market going to look like in 5, 10, 20 years, which is the length of these investments that generators are making. And what our study is looking at is actually not today, it's looking forward to 2026. And it's using a methodology that was not devised or created by E3. It's an established ERCOT methodology, as you mentioned earlier, the equilibrium approach, which is fundamentally just saying, based on the market design, the energy-only market design, how much generation would we expect that market design to be able to support? What is the economic signals that are being sent to the market, and how would generators would we expect them to respond to those economic signals? And so what's important in that is to look at the queue of all the resources that are being added, everything that you just mentioned, as well as what are the signals that are being sent to retain existing generation. All of that has to be looked at together. And what we're simply looking at in what you're referring to is looking at based on the current design, the energy-only market design that excludes PCM, what is the total quantity of generation that we expect the market to be able to support? And that's based on projections of all of the resources that are coming online. So,
Does that include DRS?
yes.
That is in your...
Sorry, it does not include DRS. It includes ECRS. The reason we have not included DRS is because that product has not yet been defined, and so
The unknown.
we could include it, but it would just
You'd have to
involve
be assuming
assumptions
things.
about how it acts or interacts with everything else.
And the ECRS assumptions, are they based upon the enhanced revenue and utilization ECRS over the last
Yes, exactly.
12 billion
Yes.
above anticipated?
Yes.
Okay.
It just doesn't seem like it's inaccurate. It's like you're taking away, you're taking away by retiring production, and you're not including what's coming online. I mean, you're looking out in the future, and that's what the Texas Energy Fund, those builds will be, and what we have in queue already, the interconnects that ERCOT has. But that's not considered in there. So I don't understand, if the model that's used, the equilibrium, if that being used should measure both what's going to come offline and what's going online, it looks like you're only focusing on one aspect of it, and that's going to skew the results. So that's not good science. That's opinion disguised as fact. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Menendez.
Thank you, Mr. Ming. I'm not sure if you heard the questions asked earlier of the earlier panel having to do with the PCM, where you guys defined the times of greatest system stress, and the question was, how do you define system stress? Then there was a question of, did E3 perform a backcast of when those times occurred in 2022 and 23, and were those results made available? Because the uncertainty of not knowing when, the seasons, or how this would occur so that people can plan for the future. I mean, I think, if you could identify the hours that could be predicted a month or a year in advance so that people could, run some forecasts to see if, it would make sense. I mean, people are not opposed to investing in Texas, but people are only going to invest if they know that they can get a return on their investment. And we're here to make sure that they get a fair return, not one that exceeds our constituents' abilities to pay a fair rate for electricity. We have low rates of electricity for a reason, and we want to keep it that way. So if you could help me with those questions, please.
Thank you. And that's a great question. I will say that we have released analysis on when we expect the performance credit hours to occur on a forward-looking basis. So particularly in the year 2026, we haven't done a backcast. We could do that, but we actually think that a forecast is more helpful to the market in terms of thinking about potential investments. And, depending on, there are, again, different designs that are out there for PCM. So depending on the final design, the hours could manifest in different ways, but we have produced under multiple different options forecasts of when those hours would occur.
Mr. Ming, I think the reason for the request for the backcast is to get a little bit of understanding of how you came up with the forecast. And so if they could understand, you're saying we're going to get here, but it'd be good to know where we started to see if we can trust you're telling us where the destination is going to be, but we have to trust, I guess, the methodology. And
yes.
So the backcast would be helpful, I think, in knowing whether they can trust the predictions.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Senator. Other questions? Mr. Ming? Thank you. Ms. Yaltman, welcome. OPIC.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members. Courtney Yaltman, Chief Executive and Public Counsel at the Office of Public Utility Counsel. I want to thank you for allowing us to be here today and recognizing the very important component that should be in all of these discussions, and that is cost. And that is ultimately who pays those costs, and that's the consumer. I provided you a slide deck today. The first few slides are really going to talk about OPUC in general, and we won't cover them, but slides 5 and slide 6 I'll have you look at to start. It's 2 charts that we've made. Slide 5 is the annual energy-only cost over a 5-year period of 2019 to 2023. Slide 6 is showing the annual ancillary service cost. Again, that's over the same 5-year period, 2019 to 2023. And there will be a dotted line on each chart, and that is going to represent the projected growth that we are expecting based on previous data and the past few years. So in general, we see that the energy-only cost is growing at a rate of about $5.3 billion each year, and the ancillary service cost in general is growing at a rate of about $300 million per year. There have been a few market changes that are really driving this. We think that PUC made a change to the operating reserve demand curve, the ORDC, in January of 2022. That change alone more than doubled the effect of the ORDC. Now, that was meant to incentivize. It was a directive to incentivize, and that's what you're seeing there. It's doubling. In 2023, it actually went down and decreased. However, a change was made in November of 2023 that we're not seeing yet in the market, and that's the bridge solution that was implemented. And that, again, is creating a stair step of more price floors in the ORDC. So at the end of this year, we'll probably have more data to be able to tell you what is that bridge solution doing in the market. But in general, overall, I can tell you the annual energy-only market, it is growing, it is going up. Electric bills are going to be increasing for consumers from that perspective. If you'll look at slide 6, again, that's the ancillary service. The increase in ancillary services are going to be driven by the increase in intermittent resources, an increase in overall demand, and after 2001, a demand to have a reliable grid. So ERCOT is reacting to those requirements. They are taking a more conservative posture after Winter Storm Uri in 2021, and you're seeing that growth from 2019 to 2022, removing 2021 obviously for reasons, but you see that growth with that conservative posture. In 2023, we saw more growth, an increase of about 32.4%, and that's despite the decrease in the energy only, or the energy and gas prices. And most likely, we will say that that increase is going to be from the new ancillary service, ECRS. Now, again, as a consumer advocate, we're looking at costs, but we also want to always see what benefit are we getting from those costs. And consumers are getting a benefit. They're getting the essential support for reliable, efficient, and resilient grid. And they're also getting what is helpful in the integration of renewable resources. Those renewable resources are actually the cheaper resources that are coming online. And those are the first to dispatch, hopefully, when RTC comes forth. And that will mean that eventually the consumer will get lower costs. Finally, I'll have you look at slide 7. This chart represents the average monthly bill the consumers have been seeing over, again, that same 5-year period, 2019 to 2023. There's the black dotted line again, and that's showing you the expected growth that we'll be seeing. And in general, I can't tell you one factor over any that's causing this, but there are increases to the consumer in their average bill. There's a few projects outstanding that I think will be beneficial and very helpful to the consumer, those being the review of ancillary services that PUC will undertake. There will be the reliability standard being defined, and of course, finally, the implementation of RTC by ERCOT will make a huge difference for the consumers and the costs they're seeing. With that, I'll have questions.
Concise. Thank you very much. Senators? Dean Zaffirini.
On page, not numbered, there's a page, I think it's 8 of your handout, titled Looking Toward the Future.
Yes, ma'am?
You talk about the RTC, and you talk about how it will ultimately reduce cost to consumers. Could you please expand on that particular part of your written testimony?
Of course. So RTC is going to allow for ERCOT to have a better visual of the different types of generation resources that are online, and based off the lowest cost, will dispatch the lowest cost first before they dispatch the higher cost resources. So that will in turn drive cheaper resources to be used, and that should show and benefit the consumer to the greatest extent.
Thank you. On page 4, you specifically talk about how the Public Utility Council saved consumers $251 for every dollar appropriated to the agency in 2023. Could you please expand on how you did that and whether you have the resources to do even better?
Of course. So the Office of Public Utility Council obviously acts as the advocate, and we intervene in different cases that are brought forth to the PUC. So those can be from different utilities, different generation sources asking for increases in the funding they're allowed to charge the consumer. So we will intervene in those cases and really ask them to show and be more transparent about why are they increasing these prices, what is that funding used for, and really bring that volume and amount they're asking for down to a lower level. So in general, we add up those costs of what they started with and subtract what we end with, and that's where we get the amount saved from our office. One item that we have continually noted in these cases is that of the expenses that are going out and being billed back to the consumer in regards to consultant or attorney fees. So it's something that we're seeing kind of grow exponentially, and something that we've brought up a number of times of that is a cost that's being billed back directly to the consumer, and one that maybe they shouldn't be the only ones bearing the cost of. Sometimes that could be an investor cost too.
Thank you. How do you evaluate or assess your collaboration with the utility agencies?
I think that we have definitely established very good working relationships. It has been a goal from the start to have open communications, discuss all items, and it's been very beneficial in the sense that they come to OPUC asking our thoughts first. They're not trying to not ask us about how can they help the consumer, and in fact, I think they rely on OPUC's water knowledge a good bit and some of the rulemaking they've implemented lately, so it's been very beneficial.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Dean. Other questions? Senator?
Sure like being called Dean.
You only waited a little bit for that, didn't you? You deserve it. Thank you so much for this great report. The one that caught my attention was the congestion. And, and what I appreciate so much about what you're talking about so much is how to keep costs down for our residential consumers. So this congestion map on slide 10, it would be cool. It'd be good to see how that converts to an increased cost. Mm-hmm. If you could help us with that, because it really talks about the location of the generation resources in terms of the load and the demand, how helpful, and how if we improve the transmission. Now, you mentioned something that caught my attention. You said something about the consultants being a sharp increase in cost to the consumer. So these consultants give me an example of a consultant and who's using them and how are they being billed back?
So in the cases that we intervene in, obviously there will be attorney fees, and they'll have consultants or experts that are testifying in cases, and they charge a certain amount per hour. We have the same issue. We go out and we also use consultants because we cannot keep on staff the expertise we need. It would not be beneficial to the state to pay for those. It's better to go out and use them per hour. Mm-hmm. But we have a limit we're willing to pay. Right. Those are not necessarily something the private sector is obviously having to contend with. They are going to maybe be charging upwards of $700 an hour, which again, some people they're very much worthy of that. However, our question is, should the consumers be who are having to pay for that whole $700? So what you're saying, currently the consumers are paying for that? Yes. So if you could help us, or maybe someone could help us in this room to come up with a way that we could have the cost be split between the consumer and the person hiring. Maybe they'd be a little more conscientious. Maybe we could negotiate a little harder, and that way the consumer wouldn't pay the full load. Correct. Thank you. Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Members, any other questions for Courtney? All right. Jeff McDonald, Dr. Jeff McDonald with Potomac Economics. Welcome.
Hey, good morning. Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chair, Mr. Chairman, committee members. Appreciate the opportunity to talk with you today. So my name is Jeff McDonald. I'm Director of Market Monitoring for the ERCOT market space. As you noted, I work for Potomac Economics. I'm a Vice President there as well. I've been in ERCOT. I've been working with the ERCOT market for 3 months now. Prior to that, among other engagements, I've worked in 2 other centralized markets in market monitoring for a total of over 20 years. So I'm happy to be here working in ERCOT, and again, appreciate the time to speak with you today. So at the, rather than repeat some of the discussions that have happened previously, and especially with some of the prior panel members, I'll just go ahead and note, rather than walk through some of the arguments. In the 3 months I've been here in Texas working with ERCOT, it's been extremely obvious that the focus here is on reliability and resiliency. And there is, to some extent, some friction between advances in reliability and resiliency as the ERCOT market is designed and consumer interests and or economic efficiency and or understanding of valuation. And so I guess what I wanted to sort of impart to the committee, from my perspective, it appears that my group and myself, based on projects that we're currently working on that you're aware of, as well as other discussions, part of our big lift over the next year or two is going to be providing analysis and input into how we view appropriately valuing advances in reliability services. There are a number of different efforts. The big challenge is what's the target for reliability resiliency and how do we achieve that target? In the how do we achieve space, I believe one of the big challenges is keeping in mind and having some reasonable analysis around what is the marginal benefit of some of these increments in reliability, and how do we value that, and how do we understand that value relative to how Texans value additional reliability for themselves, for their individual households, for their businesses, and so forth. So we put forward some analysis that included that type of comparison for the ECRS matter for 2023. We're working on doing something similar in the AS study that was required through legislation, and also you'll see that from us, I think, in our comments on PCM and as well as the reliability standard coming up. So again, if I were to focus, I would say our focus is going to be on establishing a reasonable way of relating the value of incremental reliability in the ERCOT system to how Texans as a whole would value that, and make sure that we're considering both of those aspects as we move forward.
Thank you, and welcome, by the way.
Yeah, thank you.
We spoke on the phone yesterday, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Members' questions?
Just a couple.
Senator Johnson.
Thank you very much for being here and leading us on the efficiency. Just first to establish the balance we have with our various apparatuses. It's you as the IMM are not charged with grid reliability or grid security, but rather grid efficiency. Is that correct?
Yeah, I would say market efficiency, but yes, sir.
And you're not personally opposed to a resilient, reliable market. It's just not what your analysis is aimed at.
Our analysis is to help find the right balance in that space. So it is in no way opposed to a reliable and resilient grid. Yeah.
When you were looking at the, there's an analysis in your report of the consequences of an aggressive deployment of ECRS raising prices. When you're making that evaluation, are you comparing what was done to the complete absence of an ECRS program? When you say it caused such and such increases to estimated double average energy prices?
No, it was not. So the comparison did not use complete absence of ECRS as the benchmark. It actually used different levels of deploying reserved ECRS into the market where it would be available to be used as energy and no longer in reserve. So we looked at different levels of that. The numbers that you're seeing in the report reflect I believe they reflect a 75% deployment, where 75% of the ECRS in reserve would be made available to be used as energy.
I see. So less would be set aside.
Less would be set aside, that's correct.
Okay. There's an analysis of, you said despite the hot weather, these aren't your words, but that we saw fewer true shortages and shortage pricing in 2022, and the report appears to conclude that is due to the influx of new wind and solar resources, as well as energy storage, as well as 1 gigawatt of new natural gas. So 7.5 of wind, almost 2 of batteries, and 1 of natural resources. Do you conclude, therefore, that the recent influx of what we have to recognize, with the exception of batteries, as intermittent renewable generation, actually reduced prices and reduced pricing pressures?
And I'm sorry, Senator, were you referring to 2022 or 2023?
2023 is the year I'm referring to in comparison to 2022, that we saw fewer
pricing shortages as a result of the influx of essentially renewables?
Yeah, so I would, you asked me if I would conclude that that new capacity of all four flavors, I think, reduced the frequency of shortage events, and I think that they did help. I don't know that they are solely responsible for it, but that additional capacity did help.
And then lastly, on this 13%, 62% thing, that we saw a 62% reduction in natural gas prices and a 13% reduction overall in average real-time prices. The real-time energy prices are not one-to-one linked with real-time gas prices, right?
No, they're not.
Right, and generators don't purchase 100% of their gas supply. Gas generators don't purchase 100% of their natural gas on the spot market, right?
No, they don't.
So that correlation should be expected to be pretty loose.
I would not agree that I would expect it to be
Did I go too
pretty
far?
loose. Maybe, but they're not perfectly correlated, and I agree with that. And there are a few factors there. One of them I think is the contracting of natural gas versus spot purchase. So you
Right.
will see some of that.
What percentage
Another-
of do they typically contract for as opposed to purchasing on a stock market?
It would
I'm sorry, spot market.
it would depend company by company, but I would imagine it's in the 70% or higher range.
Okay.
But one of the other factors, if I could continue,
Please.
one of the other factors is the extent to which you see some of these renewable resources setting price as opposed to natural gas units setting price. So during certain parts of the day, you will see solar or wind setting the price. There you'll see a natural deviation from natural gas-fired units, from a correlation with a natural gas
Right.
price, right? So
The correlation is only as strong as the percentage of the fleet that is actually generating on natural gas.
or the frequency with which that fleet is setting the price.
Setting the price.
Yeah. So when there's no price for sun or wind.
Okay, so not a lot we can conclude from that stat.
Well, if you look at other years, so I completely agree with your point that they're not perfectly correlated, but I think if you look at other years and if you look in periods where you'll see more natural gas setting the price or, well, let's just limit it to other periods. I think you'll see more of a correlation. So that large of a difference between seeing a 60-something% reduction in the natural gas price and only a 13% reduction in the
Average real-time energy price.
real-time energy price. That is a large enough deviation not to be explained. That can't be explained by some of the
So
factors.
what should we learn from that?
Well, in the report, I think we did mention that we attributed a significant amount of that deviation to the increased pricing that ECRS introduced into the market.
You think, so that those two things are correlated, ECRS and the deviation. I got it.
Yeah.
Okay. So we should be considering how closely, if we're seeing too big of a deviation, you think something else may be going wrong in the market.
Something else besides natural gas contracting and the extent to which renewables are price setting, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senators? Dean? And then
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator King.
Dr. McDonald, thank you for your testimony and thank you for meeting with me yesterday. A very interesting discussion. On page 8 of the IMM report, the report states that ECRS cost the ERCOT market more than $12 billion. There's a difference between that estimate and ERCOT's of $750 million. Could you explain the difference?
I cannot.
You cannot?
No, I cannot. I'm not familiar with the ERCOT estimate.
Okay. Could you explain why you think it cost that much, $12 billion?
Yes. So in order to get an estimate of the excess costs that we attribute to the ECRS deployment or implementation last year, we went through and we reran the real-time market.
Can you talk close to the microphone?
Yes, sir. Yes. We reran the real-time market for each 5-minute interval during the period where ECRS was in effect or in production. And to keep it simple, we removed 75% of the ECRS out of reserve and made it available into the real-time market and reran the real-time market. And so in doing so, we were able to capture the effect that withholding that ECRS capacity from the market had on both what would be the naturally occurring energy price in the real time through the 5-minute market, as well as the impact that ORDC, the shortage pricing mechanism, would have on the energy price as well. So in doing so, and in comparing the two different total costs, we came up with $12.5 billion. So we used what actually occurred as the baseline, and then altered how ECRS would be deployed, reran the market, and used the difference between those two to determine what we felt the excess cost was resulting from the ECRS implementation.
Thank you. And going forward, could you look at the difference, please, and get back to us with that?
Yes,
Thank you. Did you have time to look at the charge for this committee?
I did.
Do you have any recommendations for the committee relative to the charge?
So, to my way of thinking, it seems to me that the charge, the aspects of the charge that are relevant to the market monitoring space are still ongoing. So we're working with ERCOT and the PUC in the space of looking, evaluating ancillary services and reserve adequacy to determine whether or not ERCOT is well positioned in that space, and we have some other efforts going on as well. I don't have any specific recommendations at this time, but I know over the next 6 to 9 months, we will be having recommendations on different aspects.
Good. We look forward to hearing those. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chairman, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Senator King.
Dean covered it.
Okay, great. Any other questions for the panel? Senator Nichols.
Thank you. Before you send the whole panel away, I want to kind of go back to Zachary, Mr. Ming. I think some of the opening comments you heard on the PCM was we did not want to get away from an energy-only market. But in your report of April 17, 2024, and I think somebody asked you this before, you actually pulled out of one of the comments and expanded it at the top that the concept here is to move away from an energy-only market design. Do you just wish you hadn't put that up there, or why would you make a statement like that in the first place?
I think it's just, there are different ways to describe the changes that are happening to the market. So I guess I just want to be crystal clear on exactly what is and is not happening. So what we're looking at is introducing the performance credit mechanism into the market. And so that changes the market. That adds a new stream of revenue for generators beyond just selling energy into the market. But at the same time, we're not proposing any changes to the design of the energy market. So the energy market would still operate under the exact same rules as it does today.
Then why would you emphasize at the top of the page, pulled out, that the concept is to move away from an energy-only market? I mean, why would you do you think that was an incorrect statement that you drew out and expanded? Or do you just wish you hadn't said that?
I think it was intended, as Pablo said, to emphasize the augmentation to the market that this design would be introducing.
Okay, I know I made a comment earlier, I think with the original first panel, that there's a difference between an incentive to get a result and an ongoing subsidy. Isn't the PCM more of an ongoing subsidy? You got to put it in there every year, And I know we've got a parameter of a bar that you can't pass $1 billion. But I also have seen over the years, and I think a lot of us have, once you put a market into place and then you start bumping the top of that amount, everybody say, well, gee, if it was just 40 or 50% larger, we could do so much more. Once you get it ingrained into the system, it's hard to get back out.
Right. So I would say the default design that we're evaluating right now is designed to be very complementary to the energy market And so if there are sufficient revenues from the energy market, as well as all the other ancillary services, ECRS, DRRS, then the PCM would back down. And really the only time in which it would create positive pricing or revenues for generators is if what we need for a reliable system, the revenues are not sufficient in all of those other products. So to the extent that those other products are tweaked, then PCM just very naturally complements those.
Yeah, I know you're in an awkward position that's what you're being hired to do, is to study it. IMM study shows that there is adequate money to create incentives to invest, and with the $5 billion and things like that, obviously there's more people wanting to participate in that, and so that just kind of keeps pushing away from the need to do that. It's kind of the way I read that.
Right, and I think one of the really important things, as I said earlier, about designing the market is getting something that's very sustainable in the long run, not just looking at how much money is in the market this year, how much money was in the market last year, but making sure that there's a robust, sustainable stream of revenues that generators can plan around that will ultimately incentivize their investment in the market. And so to the extent that going forward, those other revenue streams are sufficient, then PCM would back down, and it would only ramp up if those other revenues are not sufficient.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
One question along those lines, Mr. Ming. I've been told that people are calling the DRRS, ECRS, the Texas Energy Fund, a bridge to a PCM. Would you agree with that statement?
I guess it's hard to know exactly what they mean by bridge, but I would view, in particular, DRRS and ECRS as long-run sustainable elements of the market. Mm-hmm. The Texas Energy Fund,
the one-time incentive,
that would be up to the legislature as to how long-term that would be.
Right. And going back to Senator Nichols' question, are performance credits a subsidy?
I do not view any of these as, from the market products, so DRS, ECRS, PCM, and energy. I do not view any of those as a subsidy. I view all of those as competitive products that are procured. They're all, they're complementary to each other, but market designs need to be put into place. They're all competitive market products, very consistent with the desire to have a competitive electricity market in Texas.
With the advent of a DRS and ECRS, which incent to a great extent what we need, do we need another incentive based on your evaluation of the market at this time?
So the answer to that specific question is something that we'll be studying, to what extent is
based on the assumptions that
PCM
you put in your model.
And we're going to be looking at a lot of, not just one set of assumptions. We want to make sure that our cost-benefit analysis is robust to many different ways in which the market could unfold. We don't know what technologies are going to become available, what those costs are going to be, what load growth is going to be. We want to make sure that our analysis is robust to many ways in which the market could unfold over the coming decades. But again, I do just want to emphasize that in thinking about, is the PCM necessary? As currently constructed, if in fact, a scenario in which the PCM is not necessary is if the revenues of all the other products are sufficient to incentivize investment in the market. And if that's the case, the PCM by design will ramp down potentially to zero if those other revenues are sufficient. So it's almost like the PCM could be implemented, and if it's needed, it's there, and if it's not needed, it automatically ramps down. So it's not something that would have to be tweaked with. That's just a feature of the design.
Again, based on the assumptions and the engineering of a novel program. Thank y'all.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, Zach, you're being very cautious with your words, but it's clear to me you still have a bias toward a capacity market or a hybrid thereof. I almost expect, well, I would say I expect to see that bias show up in the final results of your analysis. Because you cannot clearly say, no, you do not want to move away from an energy-only market. And that's just what it looks like. So you need to have more clarification in your explanation if you are looking toward supporting an energy-only market versus a capacity market. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Senator, any other questions? Senator Johnson.
Yeah, so this moving away from an energy-only market, if we rewind to Uri, pretty much everybody said we need to move away from a cheap market to a reliable market. And I think that's what drove this kind of rhetoric. And then we have the unfortunate phrase, move away from an energy-only market. Did you really mean and move away from an energy-only market? If you could add another only, would that help clarify?
I want to actually, on that one, did you write that? Is that you? Did you author this?
Yes.
You wrote, and you moved that bullet point to the very top. Yeah. The concept is to move away from an energy-only market design. Did you write that?
I authored the entire deck, so yes.
Back to Senator Johnson's question.
Yeah, so and you've testified already, you're not trying to restructure the market. You're adding an element. It just says DRRS is an ancillary service, right? Ancillary services are essentially one-day capacity markets, are they not?
That's correct.
Right, and I'm not testifying in favor of a PCM. I just think we all ought to be talking very, very clearly about what we're talking about. You're not restructuring the market. You're saying that PCM may be necessary, that as structured, if it's structured properly, and we can all doubt or not doubt whether it's structured properly, is self-governing. It's there if we need it by the mechanism, and if everything else produces adequate power, the value drops to zero and it doesn't cost us anything.
That is correct.
And again, I'm not advocating for it. I just want us to be clear what we're talking about. And it ain't happening next year. And you've heard there's some pretty serious concern up here that the next round of reporting that you do take every different scenario into account and that we really, really know what we're getting into. And that is critically important. But I don't want anybody to think that any of us advocate for abandoning the energy-only market. And I don't think that's what you're saying.
That is correct.
Despite, I mean, maybe we all need better English classes, but I think what you're trying to do is clear, aside from any bullet point in a report. And it's certainly clear up here that no one up here wants to move away from an energy-only market, including me, for the record.
Thank you, Senators. Any other questions? We appreciate this panel. Thank y'all very much. Chair calls the next panel. Brent Bennett. Mr. Professor Medlock, who was supposed to be with us from Rice University, is having some difficulty getting here, so he's not here at the current time. I'm not sure he's coming. But Mr. Bennett, come on up here and give us 5 minutes of your wisdom. Please state your name and begin.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Shortner, members. Brent Bennett with the Texas Public Policy Foundation. Thank you again for inviting me to testify. It's been almost more than a year now since we've been together, and I appreciate the opportunity to come back. I also appreciate the fact that this committee is still very focused on the market design questions, even as we work through a lot of the operational changes and reforms following Uri. There's still a lot to be decided, to be asked and to be decided with regard to market design, and so we appreciate the impetus this committee is putting on that. The concern that we have that's is going forward, and it's been reflected in some of the statements made already, is that yes, that not just the issue of reliability, but also the balance of that with cost. We are definitely concerned about, from our perspective, about load growth and also if the EPA gets half of what they want in terms of the regulations that have been recently passed, it's going to limit our ability to build new generation and will cause some generation to retire. So that's certainly a concern, but the more immediate concern that we have is how much are we paying to keep the lights on? What's the cost of that? Because if you look at California, their rates have gone up 50% in the last 5 years. Our residential rates have gone up 20-ish% in the last few years, and there's nothing we see that is in the near term that's mitigating that. It's not just basic inflation. There's basic inflation as a part of that, but what we see also is that we're moving from a system where we have a lot of baseload generation to a system where we have solar, wind, batteries, and gas that's balancing that, right? And it's kind of like the analogy I've been using is if you move away from a system that has if you have a car, for example, right? That car, you have a car that runs 100% of the time, right? That's typically what we expect out of our cars, right? Well, we're kind of moving towards a system where, okay, you have a car that runs 50% of the time, that's your wind and solar, and it has free fuel, which is great. But that's balanced by the fact that you have to have a backup option, right? You either need a taxi or you need a second car to be there when that 50% car doesn't work, right? It's not turning on. And so at what point is that system more expensive, cheaper, more expensive than the system that has, than your 100% car? Even if your 100% car costs a lot more than your 50% car, right? And our concern, going back to modeling that I did, 4 or 5 years ago, is that we may already be passing that point. That what we did, and this is reflected on page, page 4 of my testimony, but that 50% renewable grid is fundamentally more expensive to operate than the grid that than the current grid we had about 4 or 5 years ago, which was about 25%. Just looking at it from a basic cost perspective. And so now there's a lot of factors that go into that, right? But I think that's still kind of proving true. We've seen, wholesale prices going up a lot recently. And some of that is, of course, due to the way the grid's being operated and a lot of the changes that have been made. But I think, again, there's this fundamental question of, what's the right balance here? And we just want to impress upon the committee that, some of the studies that were implemented by HB 1500, the cost allocation study that's due in 2.5 years, the study that's supposed to be done every year but wasn't done previously, which is again looking at the cost of backup power. Right, we hope that's going to get done this year because it's due December of every year. That's an important question to ask: is how much are we paying to back up the system? Right, not just how much are we saving in fuel costs, but how much is we paying to keep the system up. And then also, of course, looking at the pricing, the study that's supposed to be looking at the pricing structure that's due next year. These are all critical questions, and I'm going to go back to, what Governor Abbott wrote in his letter in 2021, 3 years ago, that, we should look at, directed the PUC to consider allocating the cost of ancillary and reliability services to wind and solar and resources that can't guarantee their availability. Well, it's been 3 years and we haven't even begun a study on that, or at least not that I'm aware of. ERCOT is looking at the cost of ancillary services right now, and very appropriately so, looking at how do we do that optimally. But again, cost allocation is not a part of that. So we just want to make sure that element is not forgotten in this discussion moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bennett. Appreciate your input. Members' questions, Senator?
Mr. Chairman, thank you, Dr. Bennett. The slide figure 2, where you have the capacity of the different generation and then the annual costs in billions. On the annual costs, is that the cost that where did the figures come from? Because is this what ERCOT's costs are? Is that where because I'm wondering, in the current policies, do you account for the increase in the demand reserve that we increased, the operating demand reserve that we used to not have in 2018 is great of one? I mean, are all the costs in there? Because some of these costs aren't related to just the renewables. They're because we wanted a more reliable grid. So I'm just wondering.
No, that's correct. Yeah, and this model was done. It's a fairly simple model. We're definitely working on adding complexity what's being done, and I hope to have more results before next session. But this is just basically looking at the cost of, just from a fundamental level up, the cost of operating, not including all the different ancillary services and market mechanisms that are in place. But the annual cost there is a wholesale market cost, and then you divide that by the the amount of megawatts, and that's how you get the annual cost in dollars per megawatt hour, right? And so that's and I think it is, again, going back to my original point, it is incumbent upon us to look very carefully at 2018, 2019 we had dollars per, the cost per megawatt hour was 36.47. That's in figure 3 over there, and now we're at we're 50% higher than that now, and it's something that we have to, in terms of our resource mix, right? How much is our resource mix contributing to that, and how does our market find that right balance? That's why we've talked about a firming requirement before, because we just see that as being one way to do that. It may not be the only way, but there has to be something that is helping us find the right resource mix. I don't want us to get in the situation of just having to keep subsidizing, to keep the backup power there. You know what I mean?
Well, look, I think if anybody's been harping on reducing costs, especially because I know they get socialized to the consumer, it's been me. I'm concerned, but I just want to make sure that we're operating using all the facts, because rucking has been a major driver of costs. Operating demand reserve has been so we've had a lot of costs that have been more intended to making sure the reliability than they have been just to the source of the generation. Thank you, Doctor. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Dean?
Thank you. Sir, on page 2 of your written testimony, you say that PUC and ERCOT are not even currently studying whether any of these costs should be allocated to generators and how that might be done, specifically referencing ancillary costs. How would that be done?
When you run a model, particularly for ancillary services, you can just consider those costs as being put as a pass-through cost to consumers, or you can consider, okay, what if this cost was allocated to generators and went into their cost structure, right? So those are the 2 different ways you do it. So one way is you're just the ratepayers pay for it, and that's it. The other way is you embed that in the cost structure of the generator, right? And then eventually those costs do flow to ratepayers, right? They have to charge more for electricity, but the idea again is to provide figuring out the right balance in the market, and also trying to reduce volatility. That's the hope, because what the issue, the question we have is, and the concern we have is that as volatility rises, we have a more volatile system, that there's more revenue needed to ensure generation gets built in a more volatile environment.
Thank you. Also on page 2, you write that the reliability requirement should be designed in such a way that it could be applied to all generators. If that were the case, what would be the impact on reliability and pricing?
Yeah, just our main concern with the existing requirement in HB 1500 is that it only applies to new generation. So that's not addressing the imbalances that exist in the rest of the market. And and the concern would be, if we go too far with that, does it create a 2-tiered system? We would prefer to see a requirement that can be applied across the entire market, so that again we're providing the right balance. We don't just want to provide the right balance of reliability and firming in new generation. We should find a way to do it for everyone, ideally. If that's not possible, okay, but the ideal would be to do it across the whole fleet.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. The firming was only the new generation. That was obviously a point of discussion last session, but we did get that in there.
Right. And it's good that it is in there.
Your cost allocation study of December of 26 is ongoing. I mean, we took dramatic steps last session, but it is still work in progress that we continue to focus on, amongst other things, transmission, and demand response, and energy efficiency, and a whole bunch of other things. Any other questions? Thank you very much, Mr. Bennett.
Thank you.
Chair calls, we have one extra chair here in front for all 5. Walt Baum, Powering Texas, Katie Coleman, TIEC, Julia Harvey, TEC, Mark Stover, Texas Solar Power Association, Kathy Webking, Texas Energy Association for Marketers. Maybe y'all can spread it out a little bit. Y'all are expert testifiers. Mr. Baum, welcome in your new role.
Thank you.
Please state your name again.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members. My name is Walt Baum, and I represent Powering Texans. We're a new association made up of 4 members with a long history of helping to power growth in this state: Calpine, Constellation, NRG, and Vistra. One of the primary focuses of Powering Texans is preserving, protecting, and defending customer choice and the competitive wholesale market in Texas. We believe robust competition best serves consumers, and we're here to preserve its benefits and ensure affordable and reliable power for Texas families and businesses. There's a lot of news in the wholesale market we've been talking about. Also want to just touch on, a few of the things coming up with the hot summer. It has already been hot, but the fleet is in good shape heading into the heat of the summer. We will likely have some tight times this summer, but as it's been talked about, those are more likely to be in the 8 p.m. area as solar is ramping down and we need dispatchable generation to ramp up as we're still cooling our houses from the day. ERCOT, this is the time of year where you may hear conservation notices on days when supplies are tight, is when wholesale prices can go high as demand rises, but that's the way this market is designed to work. But just remember, when you see those high peak prices, they are short in duration, and they don't always have a direct impact on customer prices in the retail market who are on term products. So there are challenges, but this committee and the legislature has provided a lot of solutions to those challenges. We think the market reforms passed by this committee to send investment signals for dispatchable generation are starting to yield results, and my members are leading the way. In May, my members filed notices with the PUC indicating their intent to bring nearly 5,000 megawatts of additional dispatchable gas generation online. You wanted steel in the ground, and my members are providing it. But the Energy Fund, as we've talked about, is one of the essential market reforms the legislature passed. PUC is working on the rulemakings that we've talked through today, to set the reliability standard, and then the tools needed to meet that standard. And we think that is critical. And then, how you meet those tools using, the products that have been provided, including DRRS and the PCM. We think all these reforms and the rules to support them create market certainty. And when there's regulatory certainty, capital follows. Our history tells us that the Texas economic miracle has been fueled by affordable and reliable electricity in a competitive marketplace. The old monopoly, one-size-fits-all system of building generation is too cumbersome to meet the growth we've got coming. The amazing growth that we've seen just recently in solar and batteries to meet solar peak load shows how dynamic the ERCOT market is and how fast it can change. The future tells us that we're going to need more power and better load management to meet the growth that's coming. Our friends in the oil and gas industry need electrification. Data centers and large commercial growth is coming, and I believe Texas's market is well suited to meet that growth. And on the retail side, consumers need the tools retailers provide to manage their consumption better. A lot of the energy efficiency programs we've talked a lot about today, and these tools best come from a healthy, competitive environment that offers customer-centric solutions. And our experience tells us that a clear, competitive framework will deliver solutions to meet the supply and demand needs. That's what happened when the legislature passed wholesale competition in '95, retail competition in '99, and gave the PUC the tools to develop the rules, and it was a hard several years as they worked through those rules. But then, after the rules were in place, we saw an amazing amount of new construction and new retail products. And I believe Texas, because of the work y'all have done, is on the verge of another boom, and I thank the work this committee has done to set that up.
Thank you, Ms. Vaughn. Well, I'm going to let them all testify and then ask questions. Ms. Harvey?
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Vice Chair King, members of the committee. I'm Julia Harvey on behalf of Texas Electric Cooperatives. That's the statewide association representing the 76 co-ops that operate across rural Texas. As you may know, electric co-ops are not-for-profit, member-owned and governed electric utilities that are authorized by the legislature to provide all the functions of the electric system within a service area. So we're organized differently from our peers, but we're directly affected by the issues being discussed today. So thanks for considering our perspective. With some caveats, we support many of the recent and forthcoming market design changes because of the necessity to incent and retain more dispatchable generation to meet system demand in all hours, including during long-duration weather events. Now, as I said, we're member-owned. We don't have shareholders. For co-ops, all costs are ultimately borne by our end users, and we're quite sensitive to that, but we know reliability costs money. And so the challenges for us center on managing those costs, ensuring they're justified, and asking for transparency. So first, allow the PUC to define a reliability standard in a rulemaking. We're encouraged that will be complete this summer because the standard will inform any incremental changes that are needed to achieve our resource adequacy goals. And that standard should be incorporated into the study of the PCM. Second, conservative operations, which began back in July 2021. That's to us still an unresolved issue. That's that pendulum swing to reliability at any cost. It generally involves ERCOT holding more reserves in all hours and applying a high net load forecast. And it's driven cost increases for co-ops that can be difficult and expensive to hedge. It's also made it harder for our generators to take needed maintenance outages. And because you're holding the excess reserves, it creates wholesale prices that are disconnected from the reality, from the real reliability risk, and it undermines the ORDC, which is actually quite good at paying for reliability. So we're hoping that over time, as we implement the tools you've given us, we can reduce our reliance on conservative operations. And then finally, a related issue is the long-term load forecast that's been discussed, and that includes prospective load that is unconfirmed, and that's as a result of HB 5066. We know some of that load is coming. We know it's here. We know it needs service. But it's important to us that more scrutiny is placed on some of that speculative load, because even just releasing those large forecasts raised forward market prices substantially, and the potential infrastructure cost to serve that load is enormous. And so we're hopeful there'll be a rulemaking or more conversation on how to consider additional unconfirmed load in transmission planning, and even maybe looking at associated cost allocation for that transmission. Generally, we're looking towards future action at the PUC or ERCOT on some of these topics, including DRRS, the holistic ancillary service review, cost allocation of ancillary services, a firming requirement, all as created by HB 1500, and then importantly, real-time co-optimization. Overall, at a high level, we're seeking balance where load is paying fairly for reliability under clear rules, and generators that provide that reliability have a reasonable expectation of revenue consistency. So a balance that recognizes the need for dispatchable generation without undue burden to entities like co-ops. And I think the tools are there, and they've been supplemented by the TEF. So thank you, and happy to answer questions.
Thank you. Ms. Coleman?
Thank you, Chairman and members. Katie Coleman on behalf of the Texas Association of Manufacturers. I know I'm familiar to many of you, but we represent the largest energy users in the state in a broad variety of industrial businesses. We depend on affordable and reliable electricity to do business here in the state. I wanted to address some of the discussion earlier about the PCM. I gather that this committee is not a huge fan of the PCM. We share that concern, as you all know, but we do view it as a move away from the energy-only market. Every market in the country that has a capacity market also retained an energy market. There is no such thing as a capacity-only market. And so the idea that it's just a supplement to the energy market is not persuasive to us. What we've seen in other jurisdictions is that when you introduce this type of capacity construct, it tends to become the primary source of revenue for the generators, and ultimately money ends up being shifted out of the energy market, which really pays for real-time performance, and into this capacity construct. The other concern we have that I think many of you have touched on is the amount of money at stake in a capacity construct like this is extremely sensitive to administrative determinations. And there are many, many determinations that have to be made in designing these demand curves and all of the different features you've heard about, cost of new entry, what is the reliability standard. There's an immense amount of judgment involved in that. And so the statement that if there's sufficient revenue in the market, the PCM won't do anything, what you have to ask yourself is, what is sufficient revenue and who decides that? As an example of the potential impact of this, we've said multiple times that over the past few years, the market has met the cost of new entry in terms of profits provided to generators. Well, recently there was a recommendation from the Brattle Group that the cost of new entry might be increased from where it is today, which has been like $105,000 to $120,000 per megawatt per year, to close to $300,000. If that were implemented, it could potentially, as you can see, double or triple the revenues that would be needed to be deemed sufficient in the market. And a tool like the PCM would require customers to backfill the difference between what the energy market provided and what is deemed sufficient. So we view it as a very dangerous tool that can move a lot of money, tens of billions of dollars around, basically by administrative fiat. So we continue to have all the concerns that we had previously about the PCM. I did want to touch on a couple other things. I think you've heard a lot of potential alignment here on the panel so far about the need for market certainty. Our perspective as large customers is that there is a lot of money in the market. You've heard some of the analysis about the gas rate decline and the prices not matching that. Another important metric, I think, is called an implied heat rate analysis. That basically tells you if you put gas prices to the side, how do our prices look? And the implied heat rate for the market in 2023 was the highest that it's been in the past 3 years. It's way, way, way up. And that tells you that a lot of the pricing is because of administrative intervention, which may not be bad, but it is having a big impact. What we really want is certainty around what the world looks like. We want to know how much ECRS is going to be bought. How is it going to be deployed? We want to know, is the PCM going to be put to bed? Can we stop, spending a lot of time and energy designing this thing that may not be needed? We want to know what the reliability standard is. We want to know, what does conservative operations mean, and have some, well understood parameters around that so that people can respond to it, the market can rationalize it, generators can invest, and we can invest here with certainty about what our electricity costs are going to look like. So I hope that you'll ask some questions. There's a lot to cover today, but those are the prepared remarks I wanted to make. Thank you.
Mr. Stover.
Morning, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chair, committee members. My name is Mark Stover. I'm the Executive Director of the Texas Solar Power Association. Founded in 2014, TSPA represents the interests of the solar power industry in Texas, ranging from residential to commercial to utility scale assets, as well as technology, equipment, and service providers. I appreciate the opportunity to be here today. One of your interim charges refers to our industry's impact on reliability and affordability, and I will discuss that with you. Solar power is the fastest growing generation technology on the ERCOT grid. Presently, there are approximately 25,000 megawatts of installed utility scale capacity in Texas, which represents a roughly $28 billion investment in the state. Year to date, solar has provided approximately 9% of the state's power needs. Texas, as I'm sure you all know, is number one in installed utility scale capacity, and we are number 3 in installed rooftop or residential capacity, which also plays an important role in ensuring grid reliability and giving consumers more control of their power supply. Solar helps to meet peak demand, especially in the summer when our demand for power is strongest. Solar helps to lower wholesale power costs. We talked about this last session, but a quick reminder that recent market analysis showed that renewable energy has lowered wholesale power prices in Texas by roughly $30 billion since 2010. Solar is predictable, it is affordable, it can be quickly developed and constructed, and it delivers significant economic benefits such as new tax community in the communities where projects are developed, as well as multi-generational income for landowners who host solar projects. Looking at the ERCOT generation queue, as you heard earlier, solar ranks number 1 in terms of the megawatts under development. followed by energy storage, wind, and natural gas. However, I think given the abundance of activity that we've seen in the Texas Energy Fund, you are likely to see natural gas leapfrog wind in the queue. Importantly, and we talked about this also last session, we're seeing strong growth of energy storage assets co-located with solar. If you look at the ERCOT data, about a third of the queue right now, or over 31,000 megawatts under development in ERCOT, is storage co-located with solar. Current market mechanisms are enhancing the generation profile of solar, bringing a dispatchability and firming element to these assets, as well as increased reliability. By adding storage to solar, operators can better respond to demand as well as daily variations in the grid, whether it be from renewable energy output to thermal outages or missed load forecasts. With solar plus storage, you can turn a 12-hour product. Solar is basically an 8-to-8 asset. That will move a little bit depending on the season, but when you add batteries to solar, you can turn that into a 14-hour product, maybe a 16-hour product, depending on how you discharge the batteries. And with battery technology improvements, you will add additional duration to that. So we're seeing solar and storage grow in Texas because customers want it and the grid needs it. We believe it's a win for consumers, reliability, and economic development. As you well know, and we have heard today, the Commission is working with ERCOT and stakeholders to implement several market design reforms driven by the Texas legislature. And I think there's no doubt that some of these reforms, coupled with real-world market activities, are driving increased development and deployment of natural gas assets, which are highly compatible and complementary to solar and storage. And I think you see evidence of this in the IMM's report, which was discussed earlier today, but it showed that in 2023 compared to 2022, we had less tightness in the market, we had less scarcity hours, and the IMM states this is because of the growth of clean energy assets as well as natural gas assets. We continue to monitor these activities. We want to engage in the market design activities to ensure that these products are effective and that they're efficient, good for consumers, and don't unnecessarily harm existing clean energy assets or the assets under development in Texas right now. That's why one of the reasons it's one of the reasons we think the guardrails that the legislature wisely implemented are important and must be followed. Y'all know that every region of the country is experiencing changes in resource mixes, load growth, changes in load patterns, and challenges presented by Mother Nature. We believe ERCOT still has a world-class competitive market. Solar has a strong role to play, and we believe that we continue to move forward with enhancing reliability while keeping this market structure. Thank you.
Thank you. Perfect timing. Mr. Webb. That's impressive. We'll let Ms. Webb King and then, yes.
Oh, you want to go ahead and hear
You
them?
don't mind, have all five, and then
Okay.
ask questions of anybody.
That's fine.
Go ahead, Ms. Webb King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Catherine Webb King here on behalf of TEAM, which is an industry association of retail electric providers serving customers throughout the competitive retail electric market inside ERCOT. We very much appreciate the chance to be before this committee again and very impressed with your diligence and focus on understanding customer impacts regarding the wholesale market as well as the retail market, and appreciate your efforts in this regard throughout. We are here to say that we think that the efforts of last session have done a great job, and the Commission implementing those is moving forward. The competitive retail electric market is vibrant, and customers are receiving those benefits today, and they're poised to continue to receive those benefits with the regulatory certainty that that you are hearing as a sort of a mantra throughout the day. That will assist in the competitive retail market being able to continue to develop products and services and pricing in a way that best meets the customer's needs. And we appreciate those efforts very much. Since we were last together during session, the City of Lubbock, the residents and businesses in the City of Lubbock have moved into the ERCOT service area and have chosen retail electric competition. That has gone very smoothly, and we're very appreciative of the efforts of the Commission, ERCOT, everyone else to make that happen, and I think customers are enjoying those benefits today. That's an example of the things that we can do with the competitive retail electric market and give customers choice. That competition provides a downward pressure on prices as well as providing innovation, because Electricity is no longer a one-size-fits-all product, and competition allows that to happen. We can provide and do provide a whole variety of different products for different customers' needs based on individual rep services and focus. Demand response is another aspect of that we are very focused on implementing. Our members do that in a variety of different ways under current rules. They have a variety of different demand response programs, smart thermostat programs, that kind of thing, but those things can be enhanced. And with your leadership that you've already provided in legislation, we think there's an enhanced role for retail electric providers to move forward with those. We have some pilot projects on file at the Commission, and we're actively engaged with the Commission in those efforts and appreciate their dedication and focus to those issues and look forward to continued participation in that. We think you've got the legislative framework to support that at this point. With regard to reliability concerns, as you've heard throughout, there are a number of measures that have been taken in the name of reliability that are increasing costs in the market. We do need to be careful when we're thinking about residential and small commercial customer impacts that just an average wholesale cost impact is not a one-for-one correlation to what a residential customer impact might be. First of all, short-term scarcity pricing, residential customers are insulated from that. If they're on a term product and even on a variable product, the retail electric provider is hedging that power. They're not exposing that customer to real-time spikes in power prices at all. But that also means that average cost, when you hear discussions about average cost, that doesn't necessarily correlate to the exact cost to a residential customer. You put in guardrails that if there are further actions on the PCM, for example, or other reliability measures, that the cost impacts on a customer class basis need to be analyzed. We think that's an important aspect, and we need to make sure that the people performing that analysis understand the difference in Texas's competitive market by customer class versus other markets, and think that is an important guardrail to be preserved. And all of the guardrails are very supportive, I think, of making sure that customers receive a benefit associated with the reliability measure, and that's what we're looking for. The reliability standard analysis that's going on in the Commission, they're being very diligent in their review of these issues. We're participating and support those efforts. We are concerned about terminology that would call that a mandatory reliability standard. That can mean a lot of things to a lot of people, and historically that has meant procurement of capacity in some sort of a capacity design market, which we don't think is necessary nor conducive with the innovation and the retail electric competition that we have in the market today. And we do have concerns about that, but we are focused on working on those issues with the Commission and ERCOT and IMM and everybody else as this goes forward. And thank you very much for your focus.
Thank you, Ms. Webke. Senator Nichols.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to go back to Texas Solar Power Association. So that's Mr. Stover.
Yeah.
You heard us talk. I know you've been listening the whole time since we've been here. The difference between an incentive to get something going versus a subsidy to keep something going. You were talking about the more predictability solar has. I'm really actually tickled. You know, we had so much wind coming in. Having more solar starting to catch up does add a little better predictability. But in that predictability, the one thing we can predict is it's going to quit every night. We can predict that.
Correct. As I said, it is largely an 8 to 8 product.
The battery stretches it out. I like the battery. You can either discharge it in a quick amount if the price is high, or you can just, send it out over a longer period of time if the price is low, or you can just keep storing it in case the price goes back up. But that short period at night, which is half the day, we've got to have power somehow. So that's part of this whole problem. And so the subsidy, I think it's a matter of an open record how much the federal subsidy is per kilowatt hour. Is it or is it not?
Well, you have had the production tax credit at the federal level for wind power. I believe the PTC was first introduced in 1992, and it's come and gone over the years. The solar power industry has had the federal investment tax credit for its projects. I don't recall when the ITC was created for solar, but that is equal to 30% of the capital cost of the project. Now, changes in federal law over the past few years have also allowed solar providers to elect the PTC instead of the ITC. But I believe, and I'd be happy to follow up and get more detailed numbers, but I believe the vast majority of solar producers continue to elect the ITC rather than the PTC. So if you look at those two incentive subsidies, whatever you want to call them, you have the PTC for wind, you have the investment tax credit for solar.
And so about how much does that convert to dollars per kilowatt hour?
Well, the production tax credit has been changed numerous times over the years. And to be perfectly honest, I don't know where it stands at the moment. I want to say it's less than a penny a kilowatt hour right now, but we can get those numbers to you, or the Advanced Power Alliance could do that. The
I would like
ITC,
to
again,
see-
is 30% of your capital cost.
I would like to see a little follow-up on that.
Sure.
I know those numbers are out there, but we've got to make up that difference somehow. And one of the things I've been saying for years is that the value, all kilowatt hours are not the same. You have that which is dispatchable, which is a more valuable, in my opinion, electron than the one that comes and goes, like solar or wind, or the renewables. They're very valuable and they're clean, although we're not paying for it from the consumer price. You're paying for it in the back pocket with your taxes, federal taxes. So you're paying for it, just not showing up in most of the forms and records we see. But, Mr. Chairman, I know, we're talking about in the bidding in the market in ERCOT, the differences between bidding, everything being the same footing. And I've seen in these reports, why don't we discount the price of a solar or renewable and get it on a more comparable basis to what we're spending all this other stuff to come up with more dispatchable. That's a way to help balance it out and make apples to apples.
Yeah, you could pay differentially for electron, you're right.
Yeah. Anyway, that's all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator King.
Thank you, Chairman. Just a couple questions. One for Katie. I know we're going to be talking more about this later, but you're here right now. So we're hearing a lot about the cost of the build out to the Permian for transmission. And I keep thinking back to the CREZ, which was like 2005, sometime around then. And same kind of thing, legislature kind of approved the CREZ as a separate bill, and then PUC was supposed to go to design the competitive renewable energy zones and take bidding and all that. And I know that when we were going through legislation, we were talking about it being less than $2 billion, I think, if I remember right, for the whole build out. And it ended up being more like $10 billion. And we're still everybody still sees that in that charge line item on their consumer bill today. What kind of numbers are you hearing for the Permian build?
So I don't know that there are any public numbers yet. It's going to be a big build out. So we have heard speculation that it will be as much as CREZ or more.
And the CREZ was also just a West Texas loop, but that was for wind at the time.
And that's an important distinction. So remember, we do have some members of our group that have operations in the Permian. We have a lot of members who do not, who are in the Dallas area and Houston, who have nothing to do with the Permian. So we try to take a balanced approach on this. We want to get those transmission needs met for the Permian customers, but we want to do it at a reasonable cost with a reasonable plan. So we are very interested to see what those cost estimates look like and what the plan looks like. But a very important thing, and I was going to talk about this later, but a very important difference between this Permian build-out and CREZ is that the purpose of this is to serve load. And so when the transmission is built, you're going to have new load coming on, and oil and gas loads in particular, they're typically very high load factor. They run around the clock. And so they're going to be paying into the system. And so there will be additional load that's paying in the system to offset at least some of the additional costs. Whereas if you think about CREZ, that was just to allow renewable generation to get from West Texas to Central Texas, and there wasn't additional load associated with it. So we think that is a material difference that gives us less concern about the cost impact. And I will note also that, and again, we're getting into the later panel, but I think there's a bit of a misconception that this is like a special project for oil and gas. The reality is this is trying to put that oil and gas load on the same footing that residential and small commercial customers are on, because the utilities historically and today have had a lot of discretion to forecast residential and small commercial loads. But when it comes to large loads, they've been required to bring signed contracts for each individual load. And that has caused us to get further and further and further behind. So this plan is really meant to correct this kind of longstanding issue of differential treatment in the forecast. So I just point that out to say, yes, we are concerned about the cost. We want to see what the costs are, but it is a materially different animal than CREZ.
Yeah, I agree completely. But so let me take that one step further. Again, it's kind of jumping into another panel, but you're here. So the concern is that data centers, or particularly the data miners, will move out to West Texas, and they take up sometimes as much as 4,000 or 5,000 megawatts at a single center. And so if someone's building a giant compressor station or some kind of processing station out in West Texas to produce oil and gas, we know that if that's going to be there a long time. And so one of the concerns that's been discussed is if you have a giant warehouse built and it's filled with computers and it starts pulling down a lot of load, it could pick up and move at any time. And so the concern is, I guess, a couple-fold. One being, could you have all that transmission capacity gobbled up by miners or some other type of data center? And then if you say, well, we're not going to allow it to be gobbled up, so we'll plan and build for it, do you have a great risk that they just go out of business or pack up and move because it's really just moving computer stacks, and they can be moved in a week or two and completely lose that load? So do you end up either overbuilding or building just for the oil and gas and then seeing all that capacity, transmission capacity gobbled up by the data centers and miners? Talk about that a little bit, would you?
Yeah, it's a really tough issue, and at TAM and the other groups that I work with, we're trying to formulate a more cohesive position on this. But the general problem is that load has indicated that it's coming to the utilities, and we don't today have a system to reserve capacity. And so if you ignore that load and say, well, this plan wasn't for those guys, it wasn't for the data centers and the crypto miners, you can't stop them from showing up and interconnecting. And they typically move faster than any other type of load, including oil and gas. And so if you exclude those loads and just build for the oil and gas load, you risk defeating the whole purpose of 5066 because you're not going to have enough capacity. And so it is a problem that needs some further discussion. Right now, like I said, we don't have a way of reserving capacity. That's been viewed as inefficient because if you set capacity aside for one load and then maybe they don't show up or they show up at half and you're not allowing other loads that are wanting to interconnect to use it, then you have to build duplicative facilities to serve the loads that are actually showing up. One thing that has been discussed, and again, I'm not taking a position on this at the moment, but as large customers, when we go to the utility to hook up, we have this agreement with them. It's called different things, but often a facilities extension agreement. And it says, here's what we think are the direct costs that are just for you, and the customer has to pay those directly. And then here's what we are going to be spending to interconnect you that are really system costs, and the customer has to post security for those system costs. And if they don't show up or if they don't meet certain ramp requirements and things like that, that security can be drawn on. that is an existing feature of customer interconnection agreements that you could think about if you wanted to provide more security that a load is actually going to show up before
And
you're
remain.
and remain if you're
Remain
factoring
seems
it
to be
in.
the
Yes.
larger concern.
So that is a tool that is out there. Again, we do not have a position on that type of change right now, but it is a potential avenue that has been discussed.
And you theoretically could somehow securitize that or collateralize it going forward. So, okay, thank you. Mr. Stover, just a quick question for you. What's the current technology? How many acres is it taking now on average to produce in utility solar a megawatt of electricity?
It's roughly 6 acres per megawatt right now, and that number will come down over time as technology improves. One of the trends that we're seeing in the market right now is the deployment of bifacial solar panels. So those.
What is that?
A bifacial panel. So when you guys look at a solar farm, you see the panels facing the sun. That is obviously grabbing the direct energy. There's energy that can be grabbed from bouncing off the ground. The bifacial panel is on the back end, which also grabs potential power and converts that into electricity. 5 years ago, those were uneconomic, but now you're seeing the deployment of those in the market, and that can add 5, 10, maybe 15% of output to the project.
And the federal investment tax credit for solar, that's available for residential also, isn't it? Or is that only for utility?
I
know there's some kind of.
I will have to get back to you on that. I don't know the residential incentive landscape that well, to be perfectly honest with you, but we can get that information to you.
Yeah, well, I'm just curious. I know that we're actually installing residential at our house, or about to start installing. The numbers don't work real great. We'll have a battery stack too, and the numbers don't work perfect, but we're getting some kind of tax credit in that as well, and I didn't know if it was the same creditor.
Yeah, well, I do know this is going back a bit in my career, but often payments for those types of programs will be will flow through the local utility. They have money from their energy efficiency funds, for example, that will help to fund rooftop solar.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. On the back of Senator King's questions regarding how to handle fly-by-night load, I guess. You mentioned bonding. I know in residential there's impact fees. I mean, you can basically tax them up front in some respects to collect some revenue to incent them to stay around a while, I guess. Anyway, regarding the large load projections of 5066, up to 150 gigawatts of needed new or total load on a day. There's a lot of variability of that, but it seems like transmission needs to keep pace, but does it need to be remodeled significantly? I know we're about to have another panel, but there's discussions about going to 500 or 765 poles versus 345s. Do you have any quick comment on that before we, and I see Commissioner Cobos is here. Maybe we just wait till the next panel, but do you have a quick comment?
I do. Y'all may not need to call me back up after this line of questioning. Yes. So I think that there's going to be a study on introducing a higher voltage. There are some practical concerns with that our members feel we need to just talk about and work through. It takes more transformations up and down to a higher voltage. That's got a cost associated with it. It's got additional facilities associated with it. It can make a line less accessible in the intermediate portions of the line, so it's much harder to tap into a 765 kV, for example, than a 138 or 345. There are also, because our understanding is that 765, for example, has only been deployed in pretty narrow situations across the country so far. We have some concerns, we want to understand how much experience is there with this technology, what's the availability of the equipment, things like that. And then there are also some practical reliability consequences. A 765 kV line is a much larger contingency and a much larger risk than 345 kV lines, which are less likely to be out at the same time. But those things are not insurmountable. I think all that means is you have to be deliberate about how you're going to introduce that technology and where you're going to introduce it. And I think that's one of the things that this study might help illuminate. So we're very interested in that if it's an efficient solution. I do want to say our view right now is that the Permian project is not the appropriate place to have that discussion and introduce that higher voltage element, just because there are still a lot of issues that need to be worked out, and that plan needs to move. It's like that area is very underserved, and we are just concerned about introducing new big policy topics that might delay the project.
Good, we'll talk about it some more in the next panel. Other questions for
real,
this panel?
Real quick, just before, thank you, Mr. Chairman. For Ms. Harvey, you represent a lot of rural Texas, right? 76 co-ops. The members that are provided the energy pay for all the costs, correct?
Yes, Senator, that's correct.
Okay, so then these farmers and the people living in these communities who, as we all know, rural Texas is having a lot of challenges. They can least afford to be paying for unnecessary socialized costs that we put on the whole grid. Would that be an accurate statement?
Yes, we would certainly agree with that statement.
So if you could do me a favor, if you could reach out to your 76 members and see if they can reach out to their ratepayers and maybe do some sort of survey, because my concern is I was listening to Ms. Coleman, and I'm all for us reaching out and providing power for every part of Texas that needs it, especially if it's going to provide us more energy. But I want to make sure that we have the transparency required to ensure that it's not just a special project for one industry that's going to be paid for on the backs of the people who can least afford it. Because your members, you're struggling to make it, very similar problems in rural Texas as inner city Texas. And I want to make sure that we don't increase the cost of everybody who can least afford it for a specialized project that's for industries that are very profitable. And so I want to make sure that this is done in a way that we can all be proud of. And if you could help us with that.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator. Any other questions? Dean?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a question for Mr. Baum. You talked about sending investment signals to generators, and this is related, of course, to Senator Menendez's question. How can we do that and maintain our focus on affordability?
I think you are doing that right now, and I think what we've been talking about today, the tools that you passed last session that are currently being implemented, and PUC and ERCOT and OPUC participating in the implementation of all these tools and keeping an eye on the costs of these are all critically important, and also, as everybody on this panel has discussed, once we get the rules set, as we are doing now, investment will follow, and when we have certainty, capital will follow. And so I think what y'all passed last session is doing a good job in moving Texas down that path.
Thank you. Question for Ms. Coleman, and that is, how can ERCOT and PUC balance the difference in price tolerance among consumers, the industry, and consumer classes?
So I think there are differences in the way that the wholesale costs affect the customer classes, but they all ultimately are affected. My clients tend to be most directly exposed to the wholesale market prices. So when things change, we feel it first. We typically don't have fixed price products available. And so when there are more ancillary service costs, that gets passed through directly to us. When there are higher energy costs, some portion of that usually hits us directly. For smaller customers, that's an important role of the retail provider to try to make sense of those costs and hedge them for those customers. So at the end of the day, I'm not sure that in the long run there's a differential impact of the ERCOT changes on the different customer classes. I think a lot of it ends up being a timing impact. But I appreciate your question, I think, is, how do we balance the need for reliability and those cost impacts for consumers? And that is a very important discussion.
Thank you very much. I have a question for Mr. Stover.
Yes.
And that is that ERCOT recently submitted NPRR 1235, which would limit participation in DRSS2 gas generators. How would that impact solar?
Well, the DRS is designed and the legislature did not have a role for renewable energy assets. You heard the discussion earlier on batteries, and we certainly would support, while I understand the kind of technology reasons that Mr. Vegas laid out, I think our industry will want to continue to have a conversation with ERCOT about ensuring a role for batteries in the DRRS. It's a product that our industry supported going into session, working with many of the people sitting with me right now. I think that it could serve to act as an incentive for longer duration storage, which is something I think that will benefit consumers and the grid. Technology costs on longer duration batteries are, a bit higher right now, probably not quite ready for the market. So if we can find a role to play in the DRRS for batteries, I think that will benefit the grid, the consumer. We'll continue those conversations with ERCOT.
Okay, thank you all. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Members, any other questions? Thank you, panel. Appreciate it very much. There will be no further questions. This concludes invited testimony on this charge. Public testimony for all charges will be heard after we hear from all invited witnesses. We'll now move to our second interim charge on transmitting Texas Power. Members, before the invited witnesses are called to the table, I want to point out that the transmission distribution system resiliency plans prescribed by House Bill 2555 are currently proceeding before the State Office of Administrative Hearings, which means the PUC commissioners here today cannot comment on that topic. You may need to leave the room altogether if necessary at their discretion. Also, many other invited witnesses are interveners, are interested parties in the resiliency plan proceedings. We want to take care not to perpetrate any bias through our questioning. PUC staff are in the back of the room as a resource and they support this committee on any technical issues. Finally, Osmos Utility Services is here to discuss the standards for pole inspections, restoration, and replacement, and we value their participation in today's hearing and recognize they might have some inability to fully comment. The chair calls Commissioner Lori Kobos of the Public Utility Commission of Texas, Courtney Galtman with OPIC again, welcome, and then Woody Rickerson, Senior Vice President, Chief Operating Officer, ERCOT. Commissioner, welcome. Thank you so much for being here. I know you've been all over the state doing work for the Public Utility Commission and been kind of in charge of transmission, I understand. So thank you for coming and giving your testimony.
All right. Thank you, Chairman Shortner and members of the committee. It's a pleasure to be here with you today to discuss transmission. And thank you for your leadership and hard work this past legislative session to provide the Commission with additional tools to accelerate transmission development for reliability and resiliency across the state. Texas is experiencing exponential economic and population growth. We're the fastest growing economy in the United States and the 8th largest economy in the world. Over the course of the last couple of years, our state's population has increased to over 30 million, and it's expected to be over 50 million by 2050. Our state's electricity needs are increasing. Within the last year, ERCOT has hit new all-time winter and summer peak demand records. Based on recent load data by ERCOT, ERCOT expects over 150 gigawatts, that's 150,000 megawatts, of total load on the system by 2030. That includes over 40,000 megawatts of new load. This unprecedented load growth is being driven by the expansion and electrification of our industrial, manufacturing, oil and gas, and high-tech industries, traditional and AI-operated data centers, Bitcoin mining, and hydrogen facilities. Based on ERCOT's data, over 60% of this new load growth is comprised of data centers and Bitcoin mining, with data centers, both traditional and AI-operated data centers, consisting of most of that growth. Bottom line is we're going to need more transmission infrastructure to move power around the state. This infrastructure includes transmission to unlock existing constrained resources and to accommodate new generation resources. The good news is we can build transmission in Texas faster than any other state or market in the country. In ERCOT, it takes about 3 to 6 years to build transmission. In other states and markets, it takes 7 to 13 years to build transmission. Case in point, we can connect generation resources faster in Texas, in ERCOT, than any other place in the country, and that makes our state attractive for generation development. Over the course of the last few years, the Commission has taken decisive action to order transmission for reliability based on its existing statutory authority. In the fall of 2021, the Commission ordered a new circuit on an existing 345 kV transmission line that runs from the San Antonio area into the lower Rio Grande Valley. Built by STEC, ETT, and Sherryland, this approximately 400-mile new circuit was energized on May 14th, 2024, and will provide approximately 800 megawatts of import capability into the lower Rio Grande Valley this summer and for the years to come. In addition, in order to expedite construction, the Commission directed ERCOT to deem critical for reliability a large-scale 345 kV transmission project that will cut down the middle and across the Rio Grande Valley. This project will be built primarily by AEP Texas and will be put in service by 2027. Combined together, the new circuit and the new large-scale transmission project represent over $1 billion of transmission investment that will provide additional reliability and resiliency benefits for the Rio Grande Valley by allowing more power to be exported and imported into the valley. This past legislative session, the legislature provided the Commission with more tools to accelerate transmission development for reliability and resiliency. House Bill 5066 reduced the timelines that the Commission takes for processing CCN applications from 365 days to 180 days to expedite transmission construction. This legislation allows ERCOT, in collaboration with the electric utilities, to submit reliability plans for the Commission's review and approval to address load growth that is based on reasonably forecasted load data that's submitted by the transmission service providers to ERCOT. Now, as you heard earlier today, prior to this legislation, a transmission service provider had to provide a signed customer agreement to ERCOT to justify a transmission project. With this legislation, transmission service providers can now provide reasonable load forecast data to ERCOT to justify transmission projects. We have opened up a project to implement this legislation and expect to have a rule adopted by the end of the year. In this project, it'll be critically important that we evaluate what policy criteria we can use to evaluate the reasonableness of the load forecast data that is being provided by the transmission companies to ERCOT to justify transmission. Specifically in this legislation, there are also some statutory provisions related to the Permian Basin region. And I know y'all have talked about it extensively today, but essentially, the Commission was required to direct ERCOT by January 30th, 2024 to develop a reliability plan for the Permian Basin. We directed ERCOT in December 23 to develop that plan and included a timeline for the development of the plan that includes deadlines on key deliverables. ERCOT will be filing that final reliability plan at the Commission in July next month. We'll take stakeholder feedback and approve a plan in September. Based on the load forecast data that the TSPs, the transmission service providers, have provided ERCOT, this plan will include transmission facilities to serve up to 26 gigs, 26,000 megawatts of load in the Permian Basin region. As you've asked Senator King, there is no estimated cost figure at this time. ERCOT has been surveying the transmission service providers to develop an estimated cost figure, and there will be an estimated cost figure included in the final reliability plan that's filed at the Commission. I can touch on the House Bill 2555 resiliency plans if y'all would like to do that or reserve that for question.
Go ahead and say just a few words, and we'll go on to the other witnesses and then come back for the whole panel. That's all right, members.
Okay, well, that was also another key piece of legislation was passed, and thank you, Chairman Schwartner, for your leadership on House Bill 2555. That allows electric utilities, both inside and outside of ERCOT, to file resiliency plans for the Commission's review and approval. Ultimately, this will allow the utilities to recover resiliency-related investments that include hardening of electric transmission distribution facilities, wildfire mitigation and response, undergrounding of distribution facilities. It's also another very important piece of legislation. We've implemented it. We've adopted a rule January 24. With all this being said, at this time, we believe the legislature has given us the tools to accelerate transmission infrastructure development across the state. We will continue to work with ERCOT to ensure that the necessary transmission is built, but we will place the heightened focus on ensuring that we balance reliability, resiliency, and especially affordability for our state's consumers. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Appreciate it. Go ahead, please. Courtney.
Courtney Altman of the Office of Public Utility Counsel. Just to hit on a few things. So, Senator, you were kind of looking at the graphs earlier. So, in general, about 30 to 40% of a customer's bill each month is going to be made up of transmission costs. That'll vary a little bit depending on provider, but that's our estimate when we're looking at things. Transmission costs can include anything with infrastructure to move the energy. So that can be the pole and wires. That cost will also include riders that transmission and distribution providers can apply for, and they'll come to the PUC and put forth, and OPUC obviously will become involved in those cases. There's specific costs that a provider can recover sooner, and they'll come in a little earlier for their base rate, so they're coming in a little more frequently. We're seeing that. At OPUC, we will intervene to make sure that what is being requested by these providers is going to be reasonable, and they'll have to account for what they're spending and really ask for that transparency. So we will definitely dig in depth into those cases. There's been a lot of discussion today about the growth that we've seen, and we definitely know there's growth. There's an increase in population 100%, but when we look at the growth that's coming, it's coming from these businesses, and the way that we bill for transmission, it is on the back of the consumer. And so that is something we need to keep in mind. When we are building out, we need to remember who is going to be paying these costs. And so that's kind of the main thing I would leave you with today is, yes, the economy is growing and it's wonderful. We want that to keep happening. Yes, the population is also increasing. In the end, that is going to be on the consumer that pays for it.
Thank you, Ms. Shulman. Please, go ahead. Mr. Cornell. Mr. Rickerson.
Woody Rickerson. I currently serve as Senior Vice President and Chief Operating Officer at ERCOT. Thank you for having me today. I've gave you guys a handout, and I'll just kind of walk through that handout. On page 2 of that handout is a chart that shows the history of load growth in Texas along with the resources that serve that load. And then on the right hand of that chart, you'll see future load growth and what kind of generation and transmission will have to be built in order to serve that load. In the last 2 years, ERCOT has endorsed over $2 billion in transmission projects. There's currently over $14 billion that are either in engineering, licensing, or construction in the ERCOT grid right now, $14 billion. I think the future years indicate that we're going to have even more rapid load growth, and supporting this load growth will require a large amount of new generation and also an expansion of the transmission system. So investment in the grid is going to have to exceed what we've seen in recent years in order to meet that load growth. Moving on to page 3. This is kind of an interesting shift that we see. Traditionally, load, generation, and transmission all were built at about the same rate. It took 4 or 5 years to build a plant, 4, 5, 6 years to build transmission. And load could also be predicted pretty incrementally over 4 or 5, 6 years. But that paradigm is changing now, and we're seeing large amounts of load show up in a very short amount of time. So in 6 to 12 months, sometimes you'll see large amounts of load, city-sized loads, show up in less than a year. Generation, especially inverter-based generation, wind and solar and batteries, can be built much more quickly than thermal generation. So instead of 4 or 5 years, you can have generation show up in 1 or 2 years. But transmission, buying right away, planning, constructing, that's still a 3 to 6 year process. And so we have to adapt how we plan the system and how we update the grid in order to keep up with these changes. Page 4 looks at just kind of a quick comparison of the ERCOT transmission planning process, which admittedly is the long pole right now at ERCOT, but it compares it to other FERC regions. And so we're kind of the envy of the rest of the country when it comes to building infrastructure. We still do it faster, more quickly than other places. But it's still the slowest part of the grid planning process as well. So that illustrates some of the differences between ERCOT and other FERC jurisdictions. Page 5 just talks about some of the changes that we're going to be making to adapt to this new era of system planning. Some of these items were included and a result of legislation from the last session, the Permian study, a resiliency report, the new economic test. Those were all came out of that session. But some of the other things are new ideas that take advantage of increased computing power, new methods of analysis. Also want to highlight that this year we'll produce this extra high voltage study where we look at the impact and the benefit and the cost of going from the current high voltage, which is 345 kV, up to the next step, whichever that may be, 500 kV or 765. So that study will come out at the end of the year as well. And that's something new that we haven't looked at before. The last slide just is a kind of a summary. We're changing the way we plan the system at ERCOT. Rapid load growth, changing of the types of resources we're looking at, the new kinds of loads that are showing up all force us to move and make these changes. And so we are actively making these changes. I think the second point I'd like to make is meeting the large load growth demand will require additional grid investments. The rate of grid investment that we've made in the past, we can't keep making. It'll have to go up in order to support that load growth. The array of changes that we're talking about making, it's a lot of new tools, a lot of new processes, a lot of new procedures. And so these things won't show up overnight. They'll take time to integrate and to implement. So those are the 3 points I wanted to make sure kind of highlight on this as well. And that's the end of my testimony.
Thank you. Commissioner, this 150 gigawatts of projected load by 2030, I believe. Is it 2030?
Correct, yes.
That's as a reporter, that'd be my headline, really. If we're going from 85 to 150 over, where is this electricity and how are we going to transmit it kind of question. So, do you believe that number based on, I think, the reasonableness of TSPs and their forecasted load growth, not signed contract load growth? Where are you, just your gut feeling regarding, is it 150 or is it, I think it's less, but I don't know what it is. I mean, you have a better insight to it than, so tell us what your gut tells you.
Well, I think we need to further examine that load growth with respect to, for instance, hydrogen production facilities, right? That whole interest is being fueled by federal Inflation Reduction Act funding.
You told me about the load growth of the hydrogen facilities, didn't you?
I did.
Yeah, what was the gigawatts on it?
Guilty as charged,
What was
yeah.
it? How many gigawatts
based on data I received from ERCOT, there's supposedly a hydrogen production facility in the Permian that could be about 2,600 megawatts.
2,600, 2.6 gigawatts.
Yes, that's correct.
One facility.
Correct, and I got this data from ERCOT. So, I mean, these could be very large facilities. They're heavy electricity use facilities, but that's one area, right? So you have federal funding that's fueling this interest in hydrogen production facilities, and there's been a variety of changes to how you can qualify for these hydrogen production facilities, and so there's some level of potential uncertainty there. Of course, you've heard about Bitcoin mining and their nimble operations and their ability to move around quickly. That's feedback I've received from stakeholders in Texas, outside of Texas, nationally, is, they can pick up and move overnight. Now, I'd reserve additional feedback from the crypto panel on their exact operations. But, I think that you need to further examine this load growth, and that's what I was referring to when we implement the legislation by way of rulemaking at the commission. We need to examine what policy criteria and parameters we can put in place to kind of take a deeper, closer look at this reasonable load forecast data that's being turned in by the transmission companies to ERCOT. We know our state's growing. We know there's tremendous growth. We know we need more transmission, but at the end of the day, we want to make sure that we're building infrastructure to serve customers that are really going to be there at the end of the day, because as Courtney said, these costs are being paid by the consumer. And so we want to be diligent and thoughtful about how we're looking at this transmission build-out.
You have all the statutory authority to act one way or the other when it comes to this projected load growth. You do not have to automatically approve based on 2555 or any other bill, that load growth projection, right?
Right, and that's what we'll be examining,
Must be
setting up.
reasonable, and that's still in rule making.
Yes.
You have every thought that you have every statutory authority, commission authority to act in the most appropriate way for Texas, right?
Yes.
Okay. Other questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I had you on the top of my brain here, the gentleman from ERCOT. You had mentioned that you have $14 billion in transmission projects under planning, correct? Is that correct?
Yeah, the 14 billion that are either right-of-ways being bought for them, they're under construction, or they're in engineering.
Engineering.
So it's in process of being built.
So these are 14 billion, Mr. Rickerson, apologize for that. So these projects, these will be projects that are going to be paid for by all of the ratepayers in ERCOT, correct?
That's correct.
Can you provide for us a list of the top users of electricity broken out by industry? You know, whether it's at some point, not today, but you can send it to our offices, whether it's a hydrogen facility or if it's a Bitcoin miner, if it's an AI data center, whatever, come down the list that we currently have and then are projected to come online. Because my concern is that as we were worried a second ago about the CREZ line, that it was supposed to cost $2 billion, but it ended up costing $10 billion now. If we've got $14 billion and now we've got this Permian line that's supposed to go out, I'd like to see who's benefiting from these transmission lines, because a lot of these businesses, whether they're Bitcoin miners or whatever, they're making a decision with their shareholders to make an investment to create a profit. And at the end of the day, just like Mr. Altman said, we have consumers, many of whom are on fixed income, who can't get away from whatever increase in cost due to these new transmission lines. I see something inherently unjust in the fact that we're asking everyday Texans who are making tough decisions for costs, grocery store and stuff, to be paying for the ability for other people to make an even greater profit, especially if they're moving from place to place to place and taking advantage of the low cost of Texas energy. I have some concerns about it. So if you could help us with that data, that would be helpful.
We can supply that.
And the other question is, as we build out transmission, has anyone done a study on the reduction in congestion in terms of how much more energy that's already being generated and put on the system could actually be used? How much are we starting to use? Are we making the system the most efficient that we can make the system? Because at the end of the day, the more efficiency we can draw out of the system using AI or whatever it is, the higher capacity lines, if that increases efficiency, then we're doing an overall reduction to the cost to everybody on the system. So has anybody?
Yes, that's part of our continuing process. Is when we look at additions to the transmission line system, we're looking at what effect they have on congestion, and so that's an ongoing process. And in fact, there is a benefit to consumers for reducing congestion. Yeah. Now, if the benefit is $1 and the price is 10, then you may not want to build that line.
Right.
If the benefit is 10 and the price is $1, then, and that's part of what the more recent congestion economics criteria that was passed in the last session, we're using that now to help with that evaluation.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And then for the PUC, as you guys evaluate these folks that are coming to for these loans to generate new power, I would think it would make a lot of sense in your criteria to see how close to the demand can they locate so that they reduce the need for new transmission. So if it's cheaper to the system because they're going to be closer to the demand, that's an overall win for Texas. And so that's one of the criteria I hope y'all use. I'm not sure if that's going to go into that.
Yeah, certainly, Senator Menendez, and we'll continue to work with ERCOT on their generation hub concept. I think that building transmission closer to load can certainly save some money. I think looking at new grid enhancing technologies like dynamic line rating, where you can better understand how much line capacity exists on an existing transmission system, will also help so that we can maximize the use of our existing transmission system.
Ms. Jaltman, you mentioned that, if I wanted to make sure I get this right, 30 to 40% of the customer's bill is transmission cost?
Correct.
And so is that transmission cost for all, how far back are we paying, or is that transmission cost moving forward? How can you generate what that, how can I say we're going to reduce that 30 to 40%? Can we reduce it if we reduce your transmission costs?
That would, I definitely would have to ask the transmission company. I'm going off a typical bill that someone has presented, and when we look at it, it has a transmission cost on each bill, right? So we're just pulling from that bill what that would be calculated at.
Is that cost the same for residential and industrial users?
I don't have ability to see what the industrial are paying.
I see. So we don't know if the costs are shared equally or if they're disproportionate.
Right, and I mean, I know that we use 4CP, right, when we're looking at transmission costs. So they are going off the 4 months of a year that they have their cost implemented. But I don't have their bills. I'm looking up PUC for the information we're pulling.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Ziem. Senator Nichols and Dean Zeffironi.
I get the Dean first.
Please.
Thank you, Senator Nichols. So polite. I appreciate it, 007. Commissioner Govos, I'm going to combine 3 questions into one because of your expertise on the subject. I think that would be easier for you. Regarding the PUC's status in terms of building new higher capacity transmission projects, what is the status? Where are these projects most needed? What are their benefits and disadvantages? And should the state do anything to incentivize them?
Yes, Senator Zeffironi. So currently, we're looking at a variety of different ways for these high voltage transmission lines. So when we're talking about 500 and 700 kV, ERCOT's conducting their study. They'll have it done by the end of the year. My understanding is they're going to file at the commission. We'll have a broader policy discussion on whether that's the right way to go for the state, looking at both costs and benefits of higher voltage transmission lines. With respect to the current transmission planning for 345 kV transmission, we are looking at a variety of ways to accelerate transmission. That's through reliability, the normal reliability criteria that ERCOT uses for justifying transmission projects for reliability purposes, but also through the new House Bill 5066 that allows ERCOT to submit reliability plans. We look at transmission for economic purposes, as Woody just referred to, and that is economic transmission projects are intended to move low-cost generation to high load growth areas of the state. And as he was mentioning last 2 sessions ago in 2021, Senate Bill 1281 was passed that required us to implement a congestion cost savings test, and we've adopted rules for that legislation, and ERCOT's in the process of enshrining those processes in their market rules. We started looking at resiliency, obviously through the House Bill 2555, but ERCOT had already started looking at resiliency through their planning processes. As we know, we've continued to experience more pervasive extreme weather conditions across the state in a variety of flavors, from cold weather to hurricanes, tropical storms. So we're looking at transmission through a variety of lenses and trying to be proactive in ensuring that we have enough of that infrastructure to move power around, but also keeping cognizant of the consumer costs at the back end that are real, and we must be good stewards of that ratepayer money.
And what should the state do to incentivize them, or should the state do anything to incentivize transmission projects?
I think at this point, we have all the tools we need in our toolbox, so we'll continue to work with ERCOT to be proactive and diligent in ensuring that we have that infrastructure to accommodate the new load growth and to also unlock some generation that may be constrained. And so I think we have the tools in the toolbox to continue down the path of making sure we have enough transmission infrastructure to serve our growing state's needs.
Thank you. And I have a question for Ms. Holtman. You expressed some concern about the cost of resiliency. Do you have any recommendations regarding how the impact on consumers could be minimized?
I think, and I know these are contested cases, so stop me if I get out of line on what I say. We definitely just have question about not only what they're asking to be refunded for. So we were expecting cybersecurity, one-time cost, that sort of thing. There are things that are coming in these plans that, that are further, tree trimming, that's already in there, but it might be different types. So we have questions about that, and it's going to be hard to hold them accountable, but that's just something that we need to address in general, because anytime they're coming forward to get the money beforehand, there's no way for us to come back and say, did that resiliency actually pay off? So that's what we're working through when we're looking at the plans in general.
Thank you. Mr. Rickerson, do you have anything to add about that subject? The
From a
cost of
transmission-
resiliency and the impact on consumers.
Yeah, so from a transmission perspective, I think there are some areas where we are currently looking at transmission projects. A real easy example would be if you had a choice of two lines to be built, one's nearer the coast and one's further from the coast. And they deliver essentially the same thing. From a resiliency standpoint, it might make sense to push to build a line that's further from the coast, that's less likely to be damaged by hurricanes. So things like that are some of the considerations we're using for resiliency.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Senator Nichols.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mine falls into two categories. One has to do with the transmission cost. I know y'all keep talking about how much it costs, and all the cost of that additional transmission goes on the back of the consumer, which is also industrial. But I know I kind of broke that down in my district at one time. Encore serves that area. The distribution costs, I try to keep it real simple here, is like 3 cents per kilowatt hour. Our power bills could be anywhere from 4 cents to a nickel. Down here in Austin Energy is closer to 13 cents, something like that. But the transmission that's broke out separate is like 3 cents in my area in Encore. But that's more than just the cost of building a new transmission line. That's the everyday cost of reading the meters, of crews being out there trimming limbs off of lines, all that maintenance that goes on every day, just like highways and keeping human bodies in good shape and things like that. There's an ongoing cost. Without building a new system, without adding any new capacity, there's an ongoing cost. And so I think if you want to get into this, how much is this extra transmission cost going to really cost the consumer, you need to break that out separately. I don't know if it's 30% of the 3 cents or 10% or what, but I think it needs to be looked at as broken apart. Because if you don't build any new lines, you're still going to have that transmission cost that's going to be going. That's the first category. Second category is, Commissioner, what you were talking about, and also what y'all were talking about on the growth. Mr. Chairman, I'm very concerned with some of these new numbers we're hearing on what the demand's going to be in 6 years. To me, that's the most alarming thing I've heard this week. It is because you go back to the things we've studied 2, 3, 4, 5 years ago, 10 years ago. That demand curve is growing. As Texas grows and our population grows and industry, those lines go up. But all of a sudden, you've got a parabolic, hyper growth. That chart's shooting up differently. Commissioner, you broke that growth into, and I wrote it down. I may have written it down wrong. 60% of that new growth was data centers, crypto mines. Then you got into the hydrogen production and all that, which Texas kind of makes sense to me because of the petrochemical industry. But so let me just talk about the 60% on the data centers and stuff that might not be applicable. The hydrogen might not be applicable to a lot of other states, like Chicago or something.
Sure.
But why are we as a state getting a disproportionate amount of that electrical demand growth from around the country, or is the entire country? I've been saying the demand is going to be up for the whole country. Are we getting a disproportional amount of that?
No, not necessarily. The entire country is experiencing rapid increases in load growth in various flavors. So while some parts of the country may be experiencing unprecedented load growth from data centers, AI-operated data centers, our mix is a little bit different because, as you just noted, we have the system for hydrogen production facilities. I mean, we're a very attractive market for hydrogen in Texas. And Bitcoin mining has been prolific in Texas. We some Bitcoin mining.
That's two different categories now.
Right.
You got 60% data, crypto, and then hydrogen is over here.
Yeah, so to your point, I think everywhere in the country, states, markets are experiencing this unprecedented load growth that's being driven by these larger, blocky loads that can come onto the system faster than most other loads. And so everybody, the market, the states are kind of scrambling around trying to figure out how do we meet this load growth, because not only are you going to need transmission, you're going to need generation resources on the wholesale supply side, figuring out what to do with demand response. So we're not alone. We just, our mix might be a little bit different in terms of the large loads than other parts of the country.
Okay, everything that we've been working on the last 2 years has to do with getting additional money into the system to get reliable new capacity, something we can predict. And that it converts into investment by industry, the new power plants and stuff like that. And if we think we may be getting close to having the right mix, but all of a sudden that curve shoots up like that,
Yeah, right. No,
that means we are not in the right place
I'm not
to
for sure.
accelerate the curve.
I'm not sure why this load growth is kind of
Yes,
new. Why are we? I thought load growth was about 20% higher than population inflation or population growth in Texas, but this 150 is far greater than 20% of the population growth projected over the next 6 years. So
That's where that's the point of the whole second part of my conversation.
sorry.
No, it is. I'm glad you're right on it because
why did it take a bill to get this
it is
information?
so important that this be. We need to have certainty here ourselves. Is this real?
It's real, yeah. Exactly.
Otherwise, you're building a system that won't fit, and so you almost need to have an interim charge. I know that usually comes from the lieutenant governor, but the chairman of a committee can add more studies on the committee. I think we almost need something to just really drill into that because that's so far different from anything we've ever seen.
Why didn't we have this information before?
Wasn't here 3 years ago.
Mr. Chairman, I think I can add a little bit of clarity to this issue.
Chairman,
So Chairman Nichols, thank you very much, Chairman. This may come as a surprise because it surprised me. In San Antonio, we're ranked 11th in the nation for data centers. We currently have 35 data centers operated by 11 providers, the largest being Microsoft, and there are 7 data centers currently under construction. Now, if you ask yourself, why would a large consumer of electricity locate somewhere? I think the answer, if you want to get to the simplest business terms, is where they go where the power is cheap. Cheap and reliable. And so to date, San Antonio has had one of the lowest costs of electricity, the largest municipally owned utility, reliably sourced, and from a very diverse portfolio of energy sources. Because some of them actually pay extra for, renewable energy, and that's the choice that they make. My question now, Mr. Chairman, to the gentleman from ERCOT is every one of these data centers has backup power. Every one of them have on-site backup power because they can't stop the power if their data center has to continue. And the ones I've toured have these huge generators inside. The question is, are they allowed, or have we decided to allow their ability to put power back onto the grid if we need the power, if the state needs the power? And wouldn't this be a way to say to data centers, Texas is open for business, we understand you're going to take a large load, but you're also willing to help us in times of need? Question.
Yeah, so there's no prohibition for a data center using their backup generation as a commercial resource on the grid. There's nothing to keep them from doing that, but I don't think it's in the business plans of most of those units to do that.
Mm-hmm. Well, maybe as they look to as they come before the state and they look to connect, maybe we can ask about that. Because now with these AI data centers, they're going to do 10 times or 30 times the amount of demand on power. We need to change how we talk to them. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Senator. I'll just remind the committee, one of our 11 charges was managing, and we haven't discussed it yet, managing Texas-sized growth. So we'll be addressing this topic further. But going back to my original question, you look at your graph on page 2, and it does take off in a parabolic manner regarding load growth. And that's because of the methodology to forecast load from a contracted to a projected methodology, basically, right? So, which is the better way of doing it?
I think that rapid increase in load that you're seeing, I think there's several things that are attributed to that. One is the data centers. I mean, 5 years ago, we didn't see AI-type data centers coming on the grid. No one was talking about that. So those are extremely large. Just for comparison's sake, the city of Lubbock is about 700 megawatts. Some of these AI data centers are over 2,000 megawatts. So we're talking about putting 3 Lubbocks in 24 months at a side. So that's the scale of what we're talking about with that. So that's a big part of that. Another part is the electrification of existing load. So technology changes have made the electrification of existing load, especially oil and gas, more.
Again, why didn't we know this?
Because it wasn't contracted.
Wasn't contracted.
Right. So the TSPs didn't have a contract in hand.
You raise your hand and say, well, we have these contracts, but we also think this is going to happen too.
Right. But
I'm faulting our methodology, to me, y'all are responsible for projecting load to some extent, are you not, for the future?
we are responsible for
And I would
projecting
have-
load. I mean, it was a very
I'm not really-
conservative way of projecting
projecting
what the
load.
load was.
I mean, how many of y'all were aware of this parabolic kind of?
I was.
Well, I mean, I knew it was growing, but again, my assumption was it was 20% above population growth, which if you take 85,000 megawatts as of now and add whatever population, 20, it's not going to be 150 gigs, that's for sure. So if that is right, it has huge policy implications for the people here and our colleagues about what to do about it.
And
We need to know that information.
I think there's a third factor too, and that's the hydrogen economy. That was not something.
I
that was
get
there.
I get there are different and new technologies and new things, but there's some forecasting that we ask ERCOT and others to do, and
I never did finish
forecasting is not just were y'all handcuffed regarding that you had to use contracted and you could not talk about anything else?
Yes.
Like you couldn't talk about anything else?
We could not include transmission plans for anything other than contracted load.
Even in the back hallway, you couldn't tell me?
In the back hallway, yes, we could tell you, but we can't do a study.
What I'm getting at is that the information has not been relayed as vigorously as maybe I think it should have been. Senator?
And I did Senate Bill 5066 kind of initiate a change that made it more likely that we'll have a more accurate projection of growth, for one thing. So we did some good work. But in the meantime, I think that the entire economy has been caught flat-footed on this explosive growth with the advent of hydrogen, the electrification of the oil and gas industry, and particularly the AI data centers. We heard Pablo Vegas testify that it could consume 30 times the power. Do a little Google search for where a restaurant is. Well, never mind what you're searching, but I don't know that this was projectable. But Mr. Chairman, you underscore the important point. It's huge policy implications, and every assumption that we've made over the past 4 years is now called into question once again. All of them. And how Senator King's been looking at, how should we look at, and Senator Menendez, how should we look at the costs of additional transmission in light of a completely new economy, really, in Texas? Certainly a new grid. We're looking at going from, 80 gigs to 140?
Over 150.
150?
85 gigs.
Yeah, I think our job just
short
got
me that
harder.
5 gigs.
Sorry. But we're a dynamic economy in Texas, and
Yeah.
this is the problem of being so darn good. But I think it has changed all of our jobs here on this dais and in the room.
Other questions or comments for the panel? Senator Campbell,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator
I
Creighton
think
after that.
that, technology just, as it emerges, we don't know as it's emerging how much power it's going to take. And AI's just come on the scene. But who knows what's next, even after that will consume even more. Can we just say no? You can't come? This Enigma, whatever, that may have just 100 computers, but 2 people, or ran remotely. Can we just say no if they have a certain, too many pigs at the table who just run out of food? If they don't come with their own trough or full of food, can we just say no? That you cannot hook up because you take too much. You're too big. No. Just something then for us to think about as we have to look at policies outside of specifically how we're going to get more energy. Do we just let anybody come in and they're going to energy that's just going to demand so much energy? I think it's something we need to look at as alternatives. When is what they take in too much? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, I think we got to focus on obviously Texans and homes and individuals and core functions of the state. There's prioritization is what you're talking about, and there is potentially a discussion there that needs to be had regarding various fees, impact fees, bonding, and other things that could be done to look at load and have a adder, a disproportionate amount picked up by an entity that is maybe not as highly potentially valued from a policymaker standpoint as a group. There's certainly a rule.
Just as fast as they can consume more electricity, like 30 times all of a sudden, they can also become more energy efficient. You look at the old computers, the old Burroughs when I went to college. It's a big room full of vacuum tubes. Took air conditioners.
Right.
Because and these little things generate a whole lot more power and computing data
than that room full of computers.
Full of stuff.
Right.
And just as quickly, I would predict that the AI people over the next 5 to 10 years are going to become much more energy efficient.
Might not be a one chip, or
Yeah.
thousands of chips. It might be one chip.
That's kind of been the history.
Running on a microwave.
And Mr. Chairman, we're looking at this explosive load growth in terms of cost or needs for transmission, but we need to look at it in terms of stability as well. If we have an adequate amount of electricity for a certain amount of load, and we add, say, some intermittent power, we haven't gotten any less reliable. But if we add more load, and now we're more dependent on the intermittent energy, then we do have a reliability concern. And so it's not really demonizing a generation source, it's examining that the load growth mixed with that generation resource can create the problems we're
The
trying to solve.
variability.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, last point for PUC and ERCOT. If possible, I think what I've heard from the dais, from all of my colleagues, is that, especially I heard the chairman say, we need to prioritize people's homes, where they live, where they have nowhere else to go. In particular, a lot of people we saw during Winter Storm Uri, homebound, they have to have power, especially in our summers and winters. And we, especially over, what gets to a lot of us is these people with these Bitcoin miners that can swoop in and swoop out and, maybe have 2 or 3 people in the place, doing their data mining or their Bitcoin mining. And they're going to put our grid at risk because of the power they're drawing when we're having everyday Texans, sitting here saying, what did we do wrong? They did nothing wrong. So if as y'all look at new generation, if you look at everything you do, if you prioritize the lives of everyday Texans, that you would be following what I think a lot of us up here believe is important. Thank you.
Other questions of the panel? Thank y'all all. Appreciate it. Chair calls panel 2, Ellen Buck, Vice President of Encore, Katie Coleman, TIEC, TANM, and then Todd Staples, Texoga. Hello, Ms. Buck. Welcome. Thank you. You've heard some of the discussion. Please give us your testimony, and we'll go down the panel and then ask questions.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm Ellen Buck. I'm here on behalf of Encore, where I'm responsible for helping to ensure that Encore is planning our transmission and distribution systems to meet the growth of Texas today and into the future. You've heard from multiple panels, including extensive conversation with the last panel, that the energy demand on the ERCOT grid continues to grow at a record pace. At Encore, the requests that we've received for customer requests to our system continue to come in the door at unprecedented levels. As of the end of the first quarter of 2024, just on the Encore system alone, we have nearly 300 requests for load interconnection to the transmission system. Those are large commercial and industrial customers, representing nearly 47 gigawatts of new prospective demand across the entire footprint in all industry sectors. And a relatively new trend that we've also talked about today is the magnitude of these requests for service. 25% of the requests in Encore's queue are large load requests, more than 100 megawatts up to gigawatts in size. In addition, they're geographically concentrated in a small area. The rapid growth increasingly is taxing our transmission system, and many areas lack adequate capacity to serve even small incremental system additions. These requests often require significant upgrades to existing transmission infrastructure and new facilities, poles and wire to reliably interconnect customers. And as we've talked about today, it takes time to plan and develop the transmission infrastructure that's necessary to meet the state's growth needs. I'm sure you'll hear from my fellow panelists about the challenges that we have specifically in the Permian, but across the state, where customer demand continues to outpace transmission development. In the Permian more generally, there are areas of the Midland and Delaware Basin where current load growth is significantly outpacing historical trends in ERCOT's internally developed load forecast. For example, Encore has seen 27% growth in peak demand over the past year on the portion of our transmission system that serves the Delaware Basin. And customers are often ready to receive service in less than 1 year from requesting service from Encore. Transmission projects are not short lead time projects, and as Woody discussed, the lead time for developing projects can be 4 or more years. And just to put this in perspective, this is impacting customers. Today, there are over 100 requests for service on the Encore distribution system in the Permian Basin, where customers are ready to add facilities to the grid, but are unable to do so until transmission upgrades are complete. So what can be done to better align transmission development and customer needs? This legislator has provided a valuable tool in House Bill 5066, which was designed to spur action, set in motion a plan to strategically address the needs of the Permian Basin, create a roadmap for planning for the transmission needs of other high-growth areas across the state. House Bill 5066, if properly utilized, can help ensure that transmission facilities are in place in time to support growth needs. And notably, I said if, because it's too early to know what HB 5066 will accomplish. ERCOT studies are underway to develop the Permian Basin Reliability Plan. However, it's too soon to know what this plan will accomplish. Some remaining questions to provide more clarity include, how will the PUC implement the ERCOT plan? Will projects be released contingent upon reaching certain system or area load levels, or with flexibility based on customer needs? Will ERCOT require a restudy of each project approved in the plan before it can be built? In Encore's opinion, the plan that is approved by the PUC should be one and done. Once approved by the PUC, transmission service providers need to be able to get to work filing CCNs and taking concrete steps to build the needed infrastructure. Turning to the utilization of House Bill 5066 for high load growth areas outside the Permian Basin, there are opportunities to further integrate the guidance that the legislator provided last session into transmission planning and development processes. As you've heard, the character of load is changing in ERCOT, with larger loads in highly concentrated areas. HB 5066 contains language to help the state accommodate these changes, but it has yet to be implemented at ERCOT or the PUC. Something we've talked about today is the inclusion of loads seeking interconnection. We're looking forward to ERCOT protocols revisions and the PUC rules that Commissioner Kobos described earlier being amended and integrating this guidance into codified in rules and protocols. Notably, as we've talked about today, ERCOT's first attempt at this has been by allowing officer letters to be provided by each load-serving utility attesting to the load-seeking interconnection on their individual systems. Oncor views this as a quality first step that ERCOT is implementing. You have before you my attestation that I provided to ERCOT of the loads that Oncor believes will interconnect to the system. And the question that I've heard today is, how did Oncor determine, or how did TSPs determine, which loads are real or concrete or credible enough to include in that attestation? And so there are some details in that letter about that process. But for us, really what we're looking at is, what's the customer's evidence of skin in the game? Do they have a contract in place with a financial commitment or security posted for those facilities? Is there evidence in customer maturity and development in terms of securing property or performing advanced procurement and engineering? And because of that, as I mentioned earlier, while we have about 47 gigawatts of load-seeking interconnection, we've only included 25 gigawatts in our attestation of load that we believe will move forward. So in closing, the electric needs of Texas residents and our economy continue to grow at a record pace and in ways that outstrip the capacity of our legacy transmission planning processes. The ability to forecast transmission system needs and ensure facilities are in place in advance of customer needs is critical to the continued growth of the state. HB 5066 needs to be integrated into ERCOT planning processes, providing actionable plans to transmission service providers so that we can ensure that transmission steels on the ground and wires in the air to remain on pace with the growth of load. I look forward to your questions.
Stables?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Senators, Dean. It's good to be with you today. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'm Todd Staples, President of the Texas Oil and Gas Association. On behalf of our members that produce over 90% of our state's crude oil and natural gas, that are responsible for the operation of a vast majority of our state's pipelines, refineries that represent our LNG facilities, and our service companies, we want to thank you for your attention to these details today. I can tell you the business community that I represent is encouraged by the conversation that they've heard here today. They know you're focused on the state's future. You passing House Bill 5066 is an important part of that, because you empowered our service providers to be a bigger part of that forecasting model to identify these needs and to build the infrastructure that's needed. You focused on infrastructure last session significantly with the energy fund, broadband, water, and infrastructure is just key to growth, and we thank you for that. We are very pleased, I will tell you, with the leadership of Commissioner Kobos and the PUC, ERCOT, our transmission service providers, and all of our stakeholders have really worked together in a partnership, the kind that I think this legislature expects stakeholders to come together, and I think it's at a very good point at this particular time. I do want to emphasize that oil and natural gas is not asking for any preferential treatment. We're trying to catch up with the rapid growth that we've experienced that has produced phenomenal results for the state of Texas. And so just to highlight a couple of those real quickly, Texas and the Permian Basin accounts for 2/3 of the total U.S. oil and natural gas production growth so far in Q2 of 2024. Critically needed natural gas production continues to grow predominantly. It's from all parts of Texas, but it's particularly associated with oil production in the Permian Basin. In April of 2024, the Texas part of the Permian Basin produced 4.3 million barrels per day of crude oil and 17.8 billion cubic feet per day of natural gas. And so in order to continue this growth, the S&P growth model that was developed and provided to the service providers that ERCOT is looking at is very important to get implemented. And there's basically three things that can limit the growth of the basin that we look at here today. One is infrastructure limitations, power limitations, and then obviously demand for oil domestically and globally. But limiting the basin's growth means that we're limiting Texas growth. You are aware that last year this industry paid $26.3 billion in state and local taxes and state royalties. That exceeds the state revenue of 36 other states. And it helps fund the programs that Texans rely upon. An issue that you focused on today that we share concerns about are the non-oil and gas loads that are being forecasted in, and how do you really measure those. All forecasts warrant scrutiny. We want to join with you and the TSPs to scrutinize that data and ERCOT. But at the end of the day, the Permian Region Plan calls for providing for the growth of all needs. And if all needs are not met, then that means that oil and gas companies are not going to have what they need to continue doing the things, funding the highway fund, the rainy day fund, the permanent school fund, the permanent university fund, and all the other things that they provide. So we're very much looking forward to this. ERCOT has worked very diligently on the Permian Basin Reliability Plan. We applaud their efforts. I will say that we feel it is so important, the legislative intent is met, that full plan without bifurcation in any way that would slow down its adoption be advanced to the PUC in a manner and in a mechanism that would not require additional reviews, additional studies, because this is the whole purpose of this. We're in a new day in the economy of the world, and Texas can continue to lead if we modernize our processes. And you're really ahead of the curve in the adoption of 5066 and doing that, and so we applaud you. Lastly, in addition to transmission infrastructure, obviously generation is important to us. We were big advocates of the Texas Energy Fund that you all passed, and we're glad to see that having such a level of success at this point, position that we find ourselves in today. Geographic diversity is important for that, and attracting new market participants to Texas to add to our generation capacity is also important to that. We're here to be stakeholders with you to help find solutions, and look forward to answering any questions at the appropriate time.
Thank you. Ms. Coleman?
Thank you. Good afternoon again, Chairman and members. Katie Coleman for the Texas Association of Manufacturers. You may wonder why Todd and I are both sitting up here. We have a lot of overlap in our membership, but it's not complete overlap. I represent a lot of companies that don't have any relationship to the oil and gas industry. And so we will be impacted by these costs, and we're not necessarily directly benefiting from the Permian build-out. So we bring a little different perspective, a little broader perspective. And I would say that we believe that ERCOT and the commission and the utilities have the tools that they need in statute to meet the transmission needs of the state. I do agree with Ms. Buck that there is some additional implementation work that needs to be done at mostly at ERCOT, but perhaps at the commission as well. House Bill 5066 was really, really, really important. It basically put the TDSPs, the utilities, back in the driver's seat of telling us what load growth we can expect. There were changes made to the ERCOT protocol several years ago that really put ERCOT's forecast as the forecast for transmission planning for the state. And ERCOT uses econometric forecasts and things like that. They are not as close to the customer requests and the customer needs, that those go directly to the utilities. So there were some changes made, not just for industrials, but also for residential and small commercial, that limited the amount of growth that could be included if there was a mismatch with ERCOT's forecast. 5066 reintroduces the utility forecasts and says we're going to give these more weight. But that has not been completely integrated into ERCOT's planning process yet. So there's still some work that needs to be done. Right now we still kind of have the ERCOT forecast, the TDU forecast, but they're not really being synced up right now. So that's an important piece of work that we'd like to see. I also wanted to mention there's been talk about congestion costs today. 2 sessions ago, Senate Bill 1281 was passed to reinstate the consumer impact test, which measures, is there a line that would save customers more in congestion cost than the cost of the line? That was a really important piece of legislation that we strongly supported that will alleviate consumer-facing congestion. It's been partially implemented, but there are still some congestion costs that consumers face that are not being considered in that test. For example, in the Permian, if there's congestion, consumers may be paying a high LMP out there, but there's no generators that are getting paid that, and that's not getting captured today. So there's some additional types of congestion that we could capture. So that's another area where ongoing implementation of those 2 pieces of legislation could benefit consumers. But we do believe that with those 2 bills, we generally have the tools that we need in statute to serve customers. I touched on a couple topics earlier in response to questioning from Vice Chairman King, the high electric voltage, the higher voltage projects. As I mentioned, I think there is a role for those projects. We're looking forward to seeing the study on it because they need to be implemented in a deliberate way that makes sense, that doesn't introduce any additional practical or reliability problems. And we do, of course, want to look at the cost. But we are moving in a direction where there's likely a role for a higher voltage project. And then one other thing I wanted to touch on is the discussion about the portion of bills that transmission costs are for customers. So one thing that's important to keep in mind, and Senator Nichols touched on this, different customer classes have different elements of their bills. The higher voltage you are, the less of the system you use. High voltage customers that interconnect at transmission voltage, they don't use the distribution system. So the lower voltage you are always going to have a higher percentage of your bill be wires cost because you're using a larger portion of the system. But that being said, our distribution level customers who are businesses, they are similarly paying about 30% of their bill in transmission costs. So I think you're seeing a pretty predictable distribution of that across the customer classes, but I did want to point out the different use of the system. And with that, I'll close and take any questions.
Yeah, I'll start. This load growth is not just transmission load, it's generation growth too, as pointed out in that page too. Should we believe that and somehow incent, build, generate that amount of new generation as well as transmission? I mean, what the customers, as y'all have historically been very concerned about, rightly so, as we are as well. But of course, we don't want Texas to stop moving electrons around. So where are y'all on this? Believe the data or not, and how to handle it? Both of y'all.
Do you want to start or me?
You can.
So I think there is some more drill down on the data. There are some questions out there that I think haven't been answered. For example, I think Ms. Buck told you about their process for trying to vet, are these loads real or not? We have seen in the past some instances where loads are looking at multiple sites. And so there's not a lot of coordination between the utilities to see. There's no good way to do it right now to see, is one load looking at the same project in Encore service area and in the AEP service area, and to match that up. So that's one area where potentially there might be some extra load that's in there. The other thing that's important to consider is the study that we're looking at for the Permian goes out to 2038. So we're not talking about in the next 3 to 5 years. We're talking about, very far into the future. And we don't know, some of that may change over time. We also don't know what generation will show up naturally between now and then, because it is quite a long time period, it's 14 years from now. So those are two areas. And then the third is, some of these loads may not be what we consider firm loads. They may not be taking at the times when it would cause the need for additional transmission investment. Crypto facilities are a poster child for this. They typically turn off during peak periods. And all of those loads right now have to be treated in the model as if they're firm load because we just don't know any better. But that's an area where, as we get more familiarity with these operations of the loads and we get a better feel for what the different types of businesses are, it may be that we can expect some of those loads to not be on, and that might reduce the costs as well.
You said 2038, but this graph goes to 2030 and it's over 150.
Sure, some of the forecasts are for nearer term, but the big one is through 2038 for the Permian, yes. But some of in the next 5 years, yes,
Overall,
it's a big number.
Texas grid.
Yeah.
Mr. Staples, you have any comment about how to address generation issues as well as transmission issues in 6 years? Did we believe this?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. So on transmission needs, we also know that there's a checks and balances in the process of each TSP has to apply for a CCN from the PUC, and so there's additional scrutiny prior to those projects being finally authorized. So I think that process is going to serve us well. When it comes to generation, I think there's several things to think about. One, you've had a big discussion today about making certain that they're maintaining an energy-only market and keeping it market-based. No one is a better determinant of investing their dollars in new generation than someone that's on the hook to make money off of that. We know that in our system today that there is ample revenue to attract the type of investment. You've seen that through the Texas Energy Fund applications to the notice of intent, and now as the applications are being done. And so being very wary of introducing tools that create uncertainty and that add cost to consumers, I think is one way to manage that growth, because people, if it's market-based, you'll see generators show up. I think also keeping in mind the innovation that's out there. I mean, it is amazing as AI is being looked at, and at CERAWeek this year in Houston, a speaker said one AI data center is being built every 3 days in the world. It's just an amazing. So this is going to help manage systems better. There's technology now about managing the flow of electrons on the lines that helps us better utilize our transmission system. I think that's important. And then just incentivizing the type of power that we need, I think, is what's going to be important. You've done that through the TEF. You're doing it through the DRRS. And so those are the types of things we need to think about when we look at these growth forecasts. But the thing about it is we want Texas to be able to continue to lead in every aspect. And so you're doing the right thing and asking the right questions. And I think those are principles that can guide that to make certain that it's balanced out as we move forward.
Ms. Buck, do you have anything to add before I open it up to my fellow senators?
No, I don't.
So, Dean?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For President Staples, I have several questions. Number one, has the growth of crypto mining in the Permian Basin caused any concerns in the oil and gas industry?
It's caused concerns in terms of the access to transmission and generation for the Permian. So yes, to say that, it is a big topic of discussion.
What are some of those concerns?
Crypto miners, we don't know the duration that they will be there. We don't know the level of jobs that they bring with the level of investment. Those types of things are conversations that are being had today. We also want to make certain that the type of load growth that we're talking about here today is not one that can manipulate the system in terms of ramping up demand and being able to pull back. And I mean, we think that demand response is some of the lowest cost power you can get, right? Because if you can conserve power and lower the cost during peak loads, that's a good thing. But you don't want a system that encourages certain types of businesses to allow them to game the system. That would be disadvantaging all consumers, so that's a concern.
Thank you very much. The Permian Basin Reliability Plan report, I believe, is due in July.
Yes.
But are you aware of any lessons learned to date that could be applied to future transmission projects across the state?
I do, and I think this can be a model for other areas of Texas. I truly believe that. Other transmission service providers that are not directly involved in the Permian Basin area are watching this very closely because they know that the needs are going to be growing rapidly, and I believe this model can be used. And I've just, again, want to brag on all the stakeholders and providers and our regulatory agencies for working through this in a real Texas fashion.
Thank you. Are any grid constraints impacting some areas of the oil and gas industry more than others? And if so, what can we do to relieve that pressure?
It's most pronounced in the Permian Basin for sure, but that's where 70+% of our state's capacity comes from. I think in the Eagle Ford area, and you look at the LNG facilities that are building along our Gulf Coast, these are areas that operators are paying close attention to, and they're hoping that the expediting of the process from 5066 can be put in place in those other areas as well.
Thank you. The other question I have for you is based on questions I hear from my constituents, and that is, with the price of natural gas so low, why isn't the price of electricity lower?
We have that same question, Dean.
How do you answer?
I think we have grown significantly, and I think our regulators are developing new products to put revenues in the system. And I think that as that market design continues to mature, you should see, as natural gas prices decline, not a one-for-one, but some more of a corresponding decline. And I think we have a lot of revenue in the system, and I believe that the changes and the new services that are being provided are focused on reliability. And now I think we have to really focus on affordability again to make certain that those two are balanced.
Good, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Turn it on. Senators, anybody else? Senator Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Buck, do you have an opinion as to whether or not our transmission distribution system is going to be able to meet these massive power needs we have coming without moving to a high voltage lines, 765 lines at some level?
So we believe that it's likely that we're going to have to move to a higher voltage in ERCOT to be able to support all the additional load that's projected to come onto the system. But we also agree with Katie that this needs to be studied for the entire ERCOT region so that we can come up with a comprehensive plan. Piecemealing a solution will not be the best technical solution and will not be most cost effective for our consumers.
So as far as policymakers are concerned, we would be rash to move in that direction next session. You think we need to wait for more evaluation by the industry, or is that something that we're going to be hearing from you about before January?
We believe that the steps that ERCOT's taking currently to study this as a part of the regional transmission plan and more holistically are sufficient right now to determine what the needs are.
Okay, thank you. And as far as the explosive load growth, did Oncor meet with surprise these massive requests, or did you all see this coming 5 years ago?
Yes and no. So certainly in areas like the Permian, we've had challenges keeping up with the growth that we've seen as there's been more electrification there. But I think in some other aspects too, for example, some of the data center growth that we talked about today, we didn't see that 5 years ago. I mean, you heard earlier today, and just another data point to give you, 150,000 square foot data center in 2016 was 9 megawatts of load. In 2022 was 30 megawatts of load, and in 2023 is 60 megawatts of load.
So safe to say you didn't even see this coming 2 years ago.
And we didn't have that insight
Right.
18 months ago.
18 months ago. Good, thank you very much. Mr. Staples, the electrification that's going on in the Permian is composed of different elements. I think, it's confirmed for me, that part of this is new development, and part of this is the retrofitting of old diesel operations to electrical operations. Is that right?
That's correct. There's a combination of gas processors that are coming online, very heavily dependent, but the electrification of the upstream sector is even more pronounced today.
And I think, was it 24 gigs that we hear in projected load growth? in that
That's
region?
for oil and gas and non-oil and gas. About, for the ERCOT portion, I want to say it's 11 plus gigs is what we're looking at.
Any guess at to what proportion of that is retrofitting existing diesel operations to electrical operations?
I haven't seen the S&P study address that, but it might. We'll look and see and get that for you if there's a breakdown on that.
The reason I asked the question, and this may sound funny coming from me, but when we look at the costs of electrifying oil and gas operations, we talk about, should those costs be socialized? And one thing I think that should be acknowledged, if I'm going to be honest, is that there is a social benefit to electrifying diesel operations, because the power that you're going to be drawing in large proportion is going to be renewable energy, right? To power these operations.
To a growing extent, and many companies have invested in wind farms and solar farms as well.
Right, and so what we have actually is kind of a symbiotic relationship between renewable energy and traditional thermal production of oil and gas, whether it's for energy or other purposes, right?
I think that's a fair statement.
I just think it's something we all ought to consider when we're looking at costs of electrifying the Permian.
Yeah, and not only are we electrifying current operations, but it's future operations as well. The Permian Basin is the most prolific basin in America and is the most important in the world right now in terms of meeting supply of our allies across the globe. So There are a lot of benefits to it. Emissions have declined significantly in the past few years, and they can continue to do so more.
And the new growth will be electrified instead of old diesel. And I too share my colleagues' concerns with costs and it being imposed on residential and small business consumers, but we should recognize that there are some social benefits to it as well. Are you looking for any legislative action in the context of what we're discussing here today, or you think that we've done what we need to do for now?
I think the vast amount of significant legislation that this body has passed the last two sessions has created the framework for growth. I think it is important for all stakeholders to have a level of certainty for the regulators to fully implement what you've done so that the rules are not changing and that you can have the confidence to invest under this system. I think the concerns that we heard about the PCM today are very spot on, and we share those with you as well as an unnecessary component because of the revenue streams that exist. So I think it would serve your purposes well to allow this to play out, assuming nothing's identified unusually here. But I think the tools are here to be put to work to get Texas moving.
Thank you. And last question, this is from Ms. Coleman. We were previously in a situation where in projecting load growth for purposes of transmission planning, we could only look at signed contracts on these large loads. We're now able to look at non-signed contracts, at reasonable projections. But according to what I heard you just say, we're predicting all of this stuff is 100% firm. Is there a regulatory hitch or a statutory reason, or are we just not? Why aren't we trying to gauge what proportion of this is going to be firm load?
There's a couple reasons. Part of it is because a lot of these are newer technologies, and we just don't have experience forecasting the load for those technologies. So that's part of it. The other part is, this is one of Woody's favorite topics, there historically has not been great visibility around what types of businesses are interconnecting to the grid. That's not information that the TDSPs historically collected or gave to ERCOT. We're working right now on a process to allow them to collect that information and give it to ERCOT so that they can look at where these loads are interconnecting and what type of behavior you're seeing from those businesses. And so as we get more experience, it may be that you can trust, okay, here's a forecast for this type of load, and we don't need to assume it's going to be 100%. But we just don't know right now. And as the utility, they have to plan to serve the load they expect to be there, and right now they're treating it as firm.
And last session we had Senate Bill 1929, which addressed that issue with respect to cryptocurrency mining. Do we need to expand that so that ERCOT has a better view of what's coming online?
I don't think there's a legislative need. This is my opinion is I think we can do it. It's just a matter of the utilities haven't been doing it because it wasn't as big a factor as it's becoming. And so I think if we can get the utilities to communicate with their customers and get information about what type of business it is, they give it to ERCOT. It's just not something that we had been doing previously, but I don't view there being any impediment to it legally.
And Ms. Buck, you agree?
I do, and I think we are supportive of providing information to ERCOT. The other thing I would note is that once the ERCOT planning process is complete, there's still a process through the commission to certificate new construction where the commission also has an opportunity to review the need for those facilities.
That's actually a really important point because
I didn't understand it. So.
Yeah, so
sorry.
Over the years, there were tests put in the commission's rules that allow ERCOT to study projects through their regional planning group review. And if ERCOT endorses a project in that process, it gets great weight in the need determination at the commission. So the utilities want that. They want ERCOT to give it the stamp of approval. But that wasn't always the way things were done, and it's not the way things are done in some other jurisdictions. An alternative model is that the utilities present their forecast, they present what they believe is needed, and then they have to come to the commission and prove up that case. And if they don't, the commission can say, we're not issuing a CCN for that line. And if they do get a CCN and it turns out that, they've made some imprudent decisions or spent way more on it than they should have, they can answer for that in their rate case as well. So there is a back-end process. We have not leaned on that process as heavily since ERCOT started playing this sort of central planning role, but it's still out there, and I think that that may become a bigger part of the look going forward.
Thank you.
Senator Mendez.
Real quick question. Mr. Staples, you alluded to the fact that using a very proper and beneficial program such as demand response could be gamed. It could be gamed if you know that you're not going to use it already during peak hours, but you could say, hey, and then you're going to turn it off to make some money. The question has to do with, is it possible to, and maybe Ms. Coleman, you've alluded to this too, to get contracts with people who are these Bitcoin miners or others that say that maybe you don't get to participate in demand response during peak hours. Let's say we know that they can operate 24 and they can turn it on and off, that during those most expensive hours they're not allowed to participate in the demand response in order, or if you can think of other ways to reduce the way that people can game the system, I'd be interested in that, because it's offensive to me that people who are going to be using as much power as they are, they're creating a lot of the problem that we're having consternation over, can profit off this power that they saved us when they really didn't need to, run it at that time. That they, quote, saved us because they just didn't need to run it. So I want you to think about it, because I don't want to adversely impact industrial users who would be churning, let's say, building automobile vehicles in Arlington or San Antonio, and they run in 24/7, but they would stop the line at a great expense to help the grid. They shouldn't be treated the same as someone who is winking and nodding. Yeah, we won't run our Bitcoin operation at your highest peaks, when they typically don't have to run it. They can choose to run it whenever. So I'm not sure if you have any thoughts on that now. If not, if you want to think about it.
I don't have an answer for it. I will say that I know many people have observed that these newer business models are doing things that are perhaps good market design, but they're doing it to an extreme position, and so it's kind of creating new policy questions around it. To me, the question really is, if you can predict what that behavior is going to be, maybe we can account for it, in planning and things like that, and not assume that we need to serve that. But it is a thorny issue. It's a big issue that's under a lot of discussion at ERCOT right now.
Well, if we can predict that they stand to profit to game the system, and we've seen evidence of that when we need it the most, maybe we can restrict their ability to profit from that. Maybe we restrict the ability to participate in the demand response programs when we have knowledge that they don't have to run 24/7, something to that effect. I'm not ready with the answer as well, but I'm thinking about it.
There are programs that prohibit participation in demand response if you're like critical infrastructure.
Right.
I think it overlooks an opportunity if you're in a true critical peak load period and you need available capacity on the system. Are you using more power than whatever you're producing? And does it make sense for the system if you're to be able to participate? So there's some good conversation to be had in that space, I think.
One other thing, this may not really be what you're thinking, but a big discussion at ERCOT right now is whether these loads that are really flexible and price responsive, whether you could put those into the market engine. Basically, there's some sort of structural reasons why that's not happening seamlessly right now. But I think there's a lot of attention on trying to address that, so that basically these facilities could bid in, and ERCOT would have the ability to dispatch them, and that would go a long way toward addressing some of these issues. And that's something that's been, people have been working on that for a while now, and some progress is being made. But trying to get an incentive for those businesses to get in that bucket and register as controllable loads.
Well, as you've heard from the dais, there's a great deal of consternation about this huge load demand that we're facing, this forecast. And I've always found that it's in business's best interest, if they can figure out for themselves how to correct the situation or be good partners, then having us as legislators legislate the solution for them. Sometimes they don't like the the solution when it comes from our side. So it's better if members out there, people out there that are going to be part of the problem can come up with a solution and let us edit their work and see if we agree. Thank you.
To your point, Senator Colkhorst texted, and Senate Bill 1751 would have limited cryptocurrency mining from participation, demand, response, would have required them to register, and then also, I think, done away with some of the tax incentives for them. Senator Johnson's bill did pass regarding registration, but 1751 passed out of the Senate 31-0, then it died in the House. So, anyway. Senator?
Related to Senator Menendez, what you were talking about, it's not just ERCOT. A lot of these data miners contract with retail providers, so ERCOT really doesn't, they're not dealing with ERCOT. They're dealing with retailers. I've seen some of that in my district. So it would need to be all inclusive to make sure that, but I absolutely convinced they're gaming the system, and anything we can do to fix it. But it's going to be more than just an ERCOT solution. It's going to be ERCOT and a retail, both. Also, I know I had one in my district, and they were upset they weren't getting hooked up fast enough. And then I was trying to explain to the person they were leasing all this from, kind of what I thought was going on. Then all of a sudden, he's not a crypto miner, he's a data center. And so as we try to create incentives for data centers, because we like data centers, there's a lot of economic things that go around that. Some of the data center legislation went down because they couldn't separate internally what was crypto mining in their data center and what was not. And so that all ties in. Okay, so that was one point I want to make. Second point I want to make, I think it's always good to give credit where credit's due. Encore takes care of a big chunk of my district, which used to be Senator Staples, Commissioner Staples, whatever district as well. But y'all do a really good job. And so shout out to your people back home. We've had terrible tornadoes in my district, wind shears, all that kind of stuff going on the last 2 or 3 weeks, as well as flooding. And to try to coordinate all that effort, because it goes all the way up to the Metroplex, what y'all deal with. Bringing in people from all over different states to try to get people their power back. Anyway, I just want to make sure I give credit where credit's due. Y'all do a great job. The people y'all have in the field do a great job. And there's one guy particularly in my area, it kind of works from there all the way up to Dallas, named Tom Trimble. I don't know if you know Tom or not, but make sure his bosses know that he does a real good job. Anyway.
Yes, he does. Lyman has been doing across Texas, has been doing a heroic job in the last number of months, for sure. Not just with Encore, but with all the other poles and wires companies. Other questions for this panel? Senator.
It's I guess for Katie. So, we build transmission to get it to distribution so it can get to customers. We also build transmission to get to power, to get to generators. Do we need to have, we've been talking about prioritizing things, do we need to also prioritize the type of generation that we want coming onto the grid in the short time, or in times when we're facing a lot of intense pressure and demand like it looks like we're in now? Because I'm really kind of taken back by this 150 gigawatts. That's I feel like I did after Uri, kind of like, why didn't we know this? Feeling that same way today. And so is there a need to prioritize the type of generation that we want to allow to interconnect based on dispatchability versus not being dispatchable?
So the Commission and ERCOT have already tried to do that. There are kind of like defined interconnection timelines for generation that are in the protocols, and so, but within those timeframes, they are right now prioritizing interconnection of dispatchable generation. That's something that the Commission did, I think, between the 21 and 23 sessions. So I think that's been done at some level. You may be saying like delaying interconnections altogether. And
yeah, I really am. Just like we've talked about, do we want crypto miners on? Do we need a few-year break in that even? to allow us to catch up. I mean, if we're facing going to 150 in 6 years, that's going to be very, and it's a good problem. It's great in the sense that Texas is growing and business is vibrant and it's wonderful. We don't want just the opposite problem, like, from the 80s and things like that. But at the same time, are we at a point that we need to think about prioritizing interconnection of dispatchable generation versus renewable generation, intermittent generation? Because that really is, I mean, if you look at what's in the queue, despite what I know we've got because of the fund, which is really exciting, but it's still not there yet. And so much of the problem we face today is because we've had renewable, which is wonderful, but we've had it grow at a much, much faster pace than dispatchable, and it's got us in a bad situation because of that. At least I think it is. And so do we need to prioritize till we catch that up and get dispatchable caught up? Because we have to build transmission out to that, and then there's all the other costs and time that go into that as well. And it's kind of like you create a fire. We create a problem when you have too much renewable. It's like too much of anything. You get too much rain, it's a problem, but you got to have rain. Renewable's a great thing, and you want it. But my opinion is it's come way too fast. It would not have come this fast if only the market had been driving it. But because of the subsidies that have been driving it for a couple of decades, it's way outpaced, and now we've just got too much of it. And do we need to prioritize and give ourselves time to catch up, particularly in light of this 150 gigawatt information that we've received?
Well, I know you had a bill on that last session.
We did.
You did have a bill on that.
And it was very simple. It just said that 50% of all new generation connected had to be natural gas fired.
And if I remember, this body passed that bill.
Didn't get anywhere in the House.
And so I would expect that might be the outcome again.
But I mean,
with
is
that
it even
idea.
practical or pragmatic, or do we need to do that? It just seems like we just need to be planning this out a little bit better. Because if it was a free market, I would be saying no, but we don't have a free market in electricity because we have the high federal subsidies. And so we've always talked about how do you level the playing field so that incentivizes dispatchable generation. And there's some technology like battery and things like that that are exciting and coming on and helping with that. But in light of 150 gigawatt possibility, do we need to go ahead and step back and say, okay, look, we're gonna prioritize. We're just gonna require a certain amount of new generation to come on, and for it to be dispatchable. And you know what'll happen when we do that is you'll have renewable and gas fired getting together and working deals and coming up with ways to make sure they meet that objective.
I think there's two elements to the question. One is the kind of wholesale market design issue. And so certainly you could say we want to halt renewable interconnections until there's a certain amount of new dispatchable interconnections. That would be similar to the bill from last session. I think the other question is on the transmission system, how resource intensive is it really to interconnect all of these generators? I don't know the answer to that. My sense is that it's not as resource intensive as trying to serve the load. And so if that's the case from the transmission planning standpoint, there's probably no harm in interconnecting anything that wants to interconnect from a generation standpoint, but that doesn't answer your wholesale market issue. But from a transmission standpoint, I'm not sure that is really that really interacts with the large load issue that much. Maybe Ellen has thoughts on that.
Yeah, I agree, Katie. So it is not necessarily resource intensive to interconnect because as a part of that interconnection process, we're not necessarily ensuring deliverability of those megawatts. And so that's the larger transmission plan that we're talking about. And then as a part of the energy fund, we will prioritize dispatchable generation interconnections.
That's in the bill.
Thank you. And just let me say one more thing before I get off that. If we had if the market that was designed in 1999 was before we had renewables, and it was certainly before we had crypto mining or AI or any of those things, we really weren't even a digital economy at all at that time. We all still had analog mobile phones. And in a true free market, energy-only market, we would never have these discussions. I think there's plenty of financial incentive, but I just keep coming back to wondering, with all the federal subsidies and all the other advantages there are to doing wind and solar and whatever else comes along, I just keep wondering if we don't need something stronger than what we have to prioritize getting dispatchable generation out there. Because it looks to me like even with the fund, I mean, you've still got, after that fund's gone in a couple of years, you've still got decades coming, I guess, of renewable energy subsidies from the federal government. That's not going to stop even when we've spent our $5 or $10 billion. And so kind of looking past this really nice boost that we're going to get out of that energy fund, but that energy fund's going to end in a couple of years, and then we're still going to have, just like for the last 20 years, we're going to have 20 or 30 more years of federal money coming in that really makes it an incredibly big advantage if you want to put in wind or solar. And not that those are bad, but that's, once this is over, that's where all the money's going to go again. And not too many years down the line, we're going to be back in the same problem if we ever get out of it completely at all. So thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. I just wanted to, for Chairman King, I just went on ERCOT's mobile app. As of right now, 75% of our power is being produced by nuclear, coal, and natural gas. So we're still got 3/4 of our power is coming from thermal sources as of today, right this minute, this second. So I think it sounds like sometimes when I hear these things that we're so over dependent on renewable, but I mean 3/4 of our power is coming from thermal today, right this minute.
But I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, go ahead.
But and I agree. But then there's days it's just the opposite. And you know, it's kind of like I asked somebody, would you build your house and connect it to only wind and solar? And of course you would say, no, I'd never do that because the wind doesn't always blow and the sun doesn't always shine.
Right.
But the grid, unless there's something really catastrophic, always produces some electricity, if at least off dispatchable. And so if you just look at what's happened over the last 20 years, and it got us, I think, in a real jam, and we're doing some wonderful things now to do some immediate correction of that, but that money will be gone before too long, and I just know that those federal subsidies are going to continue to come. And it just seems like, I mean, for years I've just said, what's the right amount? What's the reliability standard in the sense that what's the right amount of renewable versus dispatchable? Is it, I don't know, is it 30% renewable and 70% dispatchable? Is it 90-10? I don't know. But nobody can ever tell you that. All they can tell you is, though, that all the money is really going toward renewables. And that's where the markets are incentivized to go to, because if you're a business person, you're going, well, I'll get a $26 or $27 megawatt an hour subsidy if I do this, and I don't get that if I build gas plants. And so obviously you're going to look at that first. And I think everything we're doing great. And the Energy Fund, I think, is going to have looks like going to have a wonderful impact, but it'll be gone in a couple of years. We've got to be right back where we are, trying to get to 150 gigawatts in 6 years. And anyway.
Well, the thing is,
I'm sorry, I'm venting.
Mr. Chairman, I think the thing is that we didn't know none of these technologies, the AI and all of these things that put us in this pickle were here 18 months ago, as was testified by the lady from Encore. So we also don't know what AI is going to do and help us reduce the congestion in the transmission. We know 40% of our generation is being lost today. So as we move forward, hopefully we can get more out of the power we're generating today. So thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sorry for the interruption.
Thank y'all. Other questions for this panel? Thank y'all very much. Thank you. Chair calls Mike Adams and Mark Bell. Mike Adams for the Osmos, CEO of Osmos, and then Mark Bell, President and CEO, AECT. This is the last panel for this charge. Pretty vigorous discussion today. I like it. Mr. Adams, welcome, sir. Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Please state your name and begin your testimony. Pull pull that microphone closer to you and it'll
How do I
slide
see-
up.
oh, it's on.
It's on.
Okay.
It's on. Yeah. It's always on.
Mr. Chairman, committee members, I thank you for the invite. I appreciate the opportunity to come and share some best practices. I do feel the topic's going to be a little dry after all the talk about data centers and load growth, but I'll share with you, what we do in Osmos, and hopefully you see I'm here to help with our expertise. Osmos is my name is Mike Adams, by the way. I'm the CEO of Osmos Utility Services. Osmos is a company of about 5,000 people. We work in every state in the United States with the exception of Alaska. We've been in this business for 90 years. We work with our electric utility partners on the structural integrity of the grid, meaning we work on the structural assets that holds the grid in the air, mostly wood poles, but also the steel transmission towers. Usually we're creating asset health programs in partnership with our customers, or grid resiliency, grid hardening programs in partnership with our customers. Most of what we do is wood pole inspections. There are 160 million wood poles in the United States. We estimate there's 12 to 14 million in Texas. So there's a lot, and probably after hearing me talk, you'll never look at wood poles like the same again. As you drive down a street, as you look up, there's a lot up there actually, and there's quite a bit of engineering needed. The big issue with wood pole structural integrity is wood decay. If I just take you through the life of a wood pole, it starts out as a tree. When you cut a tree down, it's no longer living. If you were to lay a tree in your yard, it would start to decay. So, what wood pole manufacturers do is they dry the pole out and they put preservative on it that usually creates the ability for the pole to last 8 to 12 years, depending on the decay zone and the decay conditions that it's in. What we do as a service company is we come behind that, usually on that 8 to 12 year mark, and we work with our customer partners on having a good asset health program. And what that usually means is to just, if you maintain the pole correctly, we believe we can make a wood pole last 75 to 100 years. If you don't, it probably reaches end of life in 35 to 40 years. So that's sort of our value proposition to our customers. A proper maintenance program is usually digging around the base of the pole on an inspection, because the conditions for decay exist at the ground line and 18 inches into the ground. That's where you have moisture and oxygen that will promote decay. A wood pole typically goes 6 to 8 feet into the ground. So below the 18-inch level, actually the wood pole is usually healthy. It's that area just at the ground line that needs the attention. So we have crews that are out there, 500 of them every day, inspecting these wood poles. So we dig the earth, we chip off the decayed wood, we reapply the preservative. So in effect, we put life back on the pole. We would like to do that with our customers every 8 to 10 years. So if you keep doing that in an 8 to 10 year cycle, probably you reach a 40 to 50 year life, and then you need to reinforce the pole with a metal truss. We call that restoring a pole. If you do that, then we believe that your wood pole plant is maintained at optimal health. We would call that an optimized program. The other thing we do is we do grid resiliency work, where we use the fact that we visit 9 million poles a year and we have a lot of data, and we're able to model what would happen in a severe weather event, a hurricane, a severe ice storm, and we're able to put a pole-by-pole prescription on what can be done to keep the grid resilient so it can withstand a severe weather event. We have case studies actually in the reference material that show some examples of that. So that's sort of the wood pole landscape. We also have a steel transmission landscape, which is very similar. Steel doesn't last forever. It lasts longer than wood, but it has kind of the same problems. Where you have wood decay for wood, you have corrosion for steel. So we have all the same problems for steel transmission towers, and we work with our customers creating asset health programs and grid resiliency programs, grid hardening programs in the steel transmission network also. Last service we offer is wildfire mitigation. We have material that can go on a pole to prevent it from burning in the event of a wildfire. We also have a spray that we can put on a pole in the event of a wildfire. So everything to do with wood poles and steel towers, we believe we would humbly submit industry leaders, and hopefully we can help you in whatever plans you plan to address here for grid resiliency in Texas.
There are no state regulations regarding poles, right? This kind of goes back to the issue.
There are a handful.
There are a handful.
There are a handful.
There's some Department of Agriculture kind of best practices, right?
There are FERC requirements. Florida probably has the most advanced state regulations, and there are 4 or 5 other states that have some form of regulation.
Right. And y'all were assisting in the wildfire that happened in the Panhandle. Y'all were part of the assistance of the poles and wires company up there regarding inspections and maintenance of those. Do you have any input as to what we should be doing in Texas to kind of address that issue, of anything from a legislative standpoint? Can you speak to that or not?
We work with our customers, and we I think I've outlined what I believe a best-in-class program is, but I got to put myself in the shoes of our customers who are trying to balance that with many other risks. And I think, we would say having an effective program is what we would always advocate, a program that's preserving the life of the pole and trying to make the pole last 75 to 100 years versus the 35 to 40 year end of life if you do nothing. So we're always trying to move customers up that asset health flight path of a better program. There's a cost with that, of course, which they're trying to balance with all the other things that they're trying to manage. So, we would advocate for the best-in-class program, but I don't sit as a utility executive and have to balance that with all the other risks that they have on their risk Pareto.
Members, any questions of this witness? Okay. Thank you very much. I thought we should hear from a company that the wildfire and how to. If there's any regulatory, statutory changes that need to be done here in Texas relative to other states. Just thought I'd bring them to interview. I appreciate you coming in your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Bell?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Mark Bell on behalf of ACT, the Association of Electric Companies of Texas. ACT is a trade association of electric companies representing all segments of the electric industry, both in and outside of ERCOT. To recap today's discussion, I think we can just say Texas is growing. Demand for electricity in Texas has risen by 25% over the last decade, compared to 5% for the nation as a whole, with estimates that it could rise another 51% in the coming decade. Peak demand, the time we consume the most electricity, has grown 18% in the last 5 years. And estimates suggest that it could increase by 77% in the next 10 years. And over the last 2 summers, Texas has set 21 all-time peak demand records. As we've heard earlier, data centers in the DFW area, semiconductors in Central Texas, industrial electrification in Houston, Beaumont, and the Port Arthur areas, oil and gas electrification in the Permian, and population and commercial growth throughout our state present significant challenges for generation, transmission, and distribution. And the electric system is the backbone of that growth. Strategic investment in electric infrastructure is essential to our economic future and to maintaining reliability and affordability. And planning is a key component of that strategic investment. Last session, the legislature passed House Bill 5066, which required the development of the regional transmission plan starting with the Permian Basin. And as we have heard earlier, it also allowed ERCOT to revise its load forecasts to include prospective load as identified by the transmission companies. This, in part, led to the extraordinary update from ERCOT showing the 40 gigawatts of increased load by 2030. In addition to extraordinary growth, we have seen tremendous storm activity this spring, causing outages in every corner of the state, both in and outside of ERCOT. Last session, the legislature passed House Bill 2555, the Texas Resiliency Act, to allow utilities a mechanism to better plan for and invest in resiliency projects. Projects that will help utilities better withstand extreme weather events and restore power more quickly to the customers and the communities they serve. It is also a smart investment in infrastructure for the future, helping to reduce cost, which benefits the consumer and saves money in the long term. Investing in mitigation measures and strategies to reduce risk remains a top priority, and a key provision of the Resiliency Act includes wildfire mitigation. Wildfire mitigation continues to evolve, and much like hurricanes, tornadoes, and other severe weather events, no two incidents are the same. In April, we provided several recommendations to the House Committee on Wildfires to improve resiliency and response, and some of these recommendations include standardizing the filing requirements in our emergency operations plans, reviewing criteria currently used for public safety power shutoffs, and addressing rules to allow ground-level vegetation management. Investment in infrastructure isn't just in our transmission and distribution system, but it also extends to investment in generation, as we've previously discussed. And as mentioned earlier, the initial phase of the Energy Fund appears to be an overwhelming success and a testament to the value of the wholesale competitive market in Texas. All of our member companies continue to invest in the grid to meet these tremendous demand and growth, and they are intently focused on providing a safe, reliable, and affordable supply of electricity to the customers they serve. And when it comes to affordability, electricity prices in Texas are below the national average at 9 cents per megawatt hour. Texans have the 12th best electric rates in the nation. And depending on the customer class, those electric rates range between 10% and 21% lower than the national average. Providing a reliable and affordable supply of electricity is fundamental to our core principles and essential to Texas's economic success. In a recent poll, when asked about their highest priority and given the choice between reliability and affordability, Texans, by 65%, chose reliability. Mr. Chairman, thanks to the work of the legislature and to the work of this committee, we have been given the tools to make these investments in reliability and resiliency, and we look forward to continuing our work with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bell. Members' questions of Mr. Bell? Thank y'all both. Appreciate your time. Members, we're going to go to the last panel, which only has last charge, which only has one panel. This is the impact of Bitcoin mining on the Texas electric grid. The charge is to study the impact of energy-intensive cryptocurrency mining facilities on the Texas electric grid. Report on whether any changes should be made to ERCOT demand response programs and large flexible load registration requirements to limit the impact of these facilities on system reliability and customer costs. The panel is Mr. Ball, Senior Vice President for Energy Delivery, AEP, Brian Morgenstern, Head of Public Policy, Riot Platforms Incorporated, and Woody Rickerson, Senior Vice President and Chief Operating Officer, ERCOT. Welcome, Mr. Ball. I'll let you go first.
So, members of the committee, thank you for the invitation to testify at today's hearing. My name is David Ball, Senior Vice President of Energy Delivery at AEP. I'm here today representing AEP Texas. American Electric Power Company owns and operates four regional transmission organizations: ERCOT, PJM, SPP, and myself, and under 3 regional entities: Texas RE, or Texas Reliability Entity, Reliability First, and Midwest Reliability Organization. Sorry. I appreciate the committee's attention to the challenge. Yeah, give me 1 second, sorry.
Do you want some water? It's right there in front of you.
No, I'm fine. I appreciate the committee's attention to the challenges and opportunities presented by the crypto mining industry, and for inviting me to be part of the panel. The timing of the issue coincides with wider changes occurring in the industry. Demand for electricity was almost flat for 2 decades, and we are now beginning to see the trend reverse, driven by large customers such as crypto mining, data centers, and AI facilities. Yeah.
Are you okay?
No, I don't know what's going on. Sorry.
No, it's okay. Take
Yeah,
a
give me
sip
a
of
sec.
water there, please. Yeah, you want to come?
Yeah, give me a second.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Mr. Morgenstern, you can proceed, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and Senators. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today and to, I think, dispel some misconceptions that I've heard in the room. So I'll veer off of my prepared remarks and just get into some of the really important issues many of you have raised. First of all, I am Brian Morgenstern. I'm from Riot Platforms. We are an American publicly traded company with Bitcoin mining operations here in Texas. We have invested about $1 billion in Milam County, where the old Alcoa plant was, and we employ about 225 people in full-time jobs there. We are expanding into Corsicana. We are investing hundreds of millions of dollars there. We already employ over 100 people, and we want to employ many, many more. Some of the career tracks that we have include software developers, electrical and mechanical engineers, HVAC technicians, construction crews, security personnel, administrative staff. So we have large workforces, and we are not, I think the term fly-by-night was used, so I'll just use that as an example. We are not fly-by-night. We are in the Bitcoin market. It is one of the largest commodities markets in the world now. It's larger than silver. And these sites, it's stiff competition for these sites where we can have the kind of power that we need to power our businesses. I heard the term or a reference to, data centers are good, but maybe Bitcoin mines aren't so good. I would say that we are the lowest risk price signal for bringing new generation on, because if you think about the year as it is now in Texas, way over 90%, maybe 99% of the time, we actually have adequate supply. But it's that peak demand time where there's some stress. And we are one of the only businesses, we're the most flexible, we're the cheapest in terms of marginal costs to give that power back when it's needed, or more accurately, to give ERCOT control of our load. And so we have, I believe it's half our load, and we want to grow that, are registered in CLR. And so when they use us, they can use us like a dimmer switch. And so what I see, I'll get a price alert. It'll say, high price of power right now. And then after that, oftentimes it'll say building A, building F, or building G, whatever building that we're operating, it'll say is being forced to hash. Because a lot of times the prices will be high, more peaker plants or other generation is coming on, so they don't necessarily want us to shut off. If you just had all the Bitcoin miners shutting off, that could cause problems. So it's helpful for us to be controllable. And so if you're keeping us on at high prices, we incur costs because of that. Or if you're shutting us off, we're not mining Bitcoin, so we're not getting that revenue either. So the idea of bidding into these programs is that it's offsetting costs that we're incurring in exchange for providing the reliability service to the grid. So we're helping to incentivize more generation, but when it's needed most, or control of our load more accurately is needed most, we can provide that to ERCOT. So I wanted to make that point. In terms of what our businesses look like, and our ability to leave quickly. As I said, we've invested close to $1 billion in Rockdale. We are investing hundreds of millions in Corsicana. This is not a business that's going to go away. Bitcoin is going to continue to be mined for over 100 years. Regardless of mining and creating new Bitcoin, there's transaction fees. So when people use the network to transact, there's a little bit of a fee. Imagine like when you use Venmo or something, or a credit card, they charge a little fraction. Bitcoin miners also get a little tiny fraction of transactions. So that revenue will continue. And I would also make the point that in the economy of the future, this sort of infrastructure where you are near a power source and you have imagine the long warehouse, like airplane hangar looking buildings with racks of computers or tanks of computers. That sort of infrastructure is going to be valuable for as long as I can see into the future. So we are absolutely not going someplace. We are involved in our communities. We hire the people from the local community. We are very active. We contribute to the local charities. We volunteer our time. We're very well integrated, and we have no intention of just picking up and leaving. I would say some other points. Transmission, of course, is critically important. Part of our business, we located near the site of the Alcoa plant in Rockdale, and we are located in Corsicana. right next to a large substation where there's already a gigawatt of capacity on those transmission lines. We generally don't want to go where we need new transmission. We want to repurpose existing infrastructure, and we want to have sort of the lowest cost setup of an operation that we can. So just by the nature of our business, we generally are not causing transmission costs because we'll go to the power. You don't really have to move it to us. That's part of how we generally try to find our sites. I just wanted to address those comments. I think you have my written testimony, but I'll be thrilled to answer further questions and tell you about how our business works. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here and have this really important conversation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Y'all consider yourself cryptocurrency mining company or a energy trading company?
We're a Bitcoin company. Now we have, for part of our load in Rockdale, we have a long-term, a 10-year PPA, power purchase agreement. So we can mine Bitcoin, or we can, in some instances, sell the power into the wholesale market and not mine Bitcoin. No, they're two different things. So there's part of our power purchase agreement allows us to sell some of our power into the wholesale market, and that's a private contract. Then the ancillary services, which is a much smaller percentage, is where we're bidding against other companies into the market for ERCOT to control our load. And so that's when we can get a fee, basically like an insurance premium, where they'll pay for the control over our load. And as I said, sometimes prices go up, more generations coming on, they want to keep us on. And sometimes it's 20% on, 40% on, 80% on, whatever it may be, but they can move us up and down. And that's the ancillary piece. But the other piece is just executing on a private agreement. And I would add from that, we have a fixed price under that portion, under which we're paying higher than the spot price for a vast majority of the time. When we're able to sell it, that's just decreasing the overall cost of power over the course of the year and making it so that we're paying a little bit less of a premium above the spot price. And then on the Corsicana site, I believe that's all spot price. So we're just buying it like anybody else would buy it. But under the PPA, it's, like I said, for that reliable power, we've prepaid, and it ends up being higher than the regular price for most of the time.
So y'all participate in the selling into the wholesale market and the ancillary service, DRS.
But not the same piece of the load at the same time.
Yeah, but y'all participate in both.
Because we have the PPA for a portion of the load, and then we can also participate in ancillaries for a portion of the load.
I'm looking at the revenue from 2020 to 2023, and there's power credits and total revenue and mining revenue, and it's not a, some of the years it's 58.6% of total revenue. It's a significant portion of the revenue. Is that not right?
I'm not sure exactly what you're referring to, but our 2023, we made, I think it was, so first of all, the power credits are not revenue, they're cost offsets, but our revenue we made about $280 million, $190 million was from Bitcoin mining, 60 some odd million was from our electrical switchgear fabrication company that services our data centers and other data centers. We had some hosting agreements where we would basically lease some space to other companies. That was, I think, in the $20 million range. And then the power credits, I think, was to offset some of our power bills, was a total of about $70 million, but about $50 million of that was under the private contracts, and about $20 million of that, I think, was the ancillaries where we're selling control of our load to ERCOT, I believe is the rough breakdown.
I'm looking at your 10Q, which is an official SEC filing, and there's, I'll just read what was highlighted. Our fixed price power purchase contracts enable us to strategically curtail our mining operations and participate in these programs, which significantly lowers our cost to mine Bitcoin. These credits are recognized in power curtailment credits and are condensed consolidated statements of operation. That's one portion. And then another one is power curtailment credits for the 3 months ended March 31st, 2024 and 2023, 5.1 million, 3.1 million. And participation in ancillary services under ERCOT demand response service programs. So they vary from period to period depending on various factors, et cetera. So, it just strikes me as I think Texas has set up a system in which allows crypto mining to be significantly advantaged by the way our energy market. It's obviously good for the company, but is it good for Texas? And so it's just it's an interesting interesting thought. You mentioned that you lower the power. Y'all are switching down your power use when high prices, but according to graphs I've seen, y'all would do that automatically anyways, based on super high prices not being correlating well with the price of Bitcoin mining. So you throttle down when the Bitcoin price is X relative to the price of electricity. So you would have done it naturally. Am I wrong about that?
I would disagree respectfully with the characterization and that we have any advantage over anybody else. So if you just consider the growth of data centers broadly in Texas, I'll take it this chunk first. If you just talk,
why did you say data centers?
Because
y'all aren't a data center.
Well, we are. I mean, it's a building full of computers. It looks a lot like a data center.
Crypto. You're not a data center using it as a storage and AI and back office or Microsoft and Azure and Google and all the other companies that use it 24/7.
Exactly, which is
y'all
why
turn off based on high prices. Do you not?
Well, but you don't want everybody turning off just at a certain break-even point, because then that could cause problems. You'd much rather have control of the load, and maybe you keep us on for a little bit longer when the price is high, or maybe you turn us off even faster before we hit our break-even point, so that you're ensuring a level frequency.
We don't have any control of the price is high to keep you on. You'd turn yourself off.
But that's
what I'm
on.
getting at.
So that's if it's just pure economic curtailment. But I'm saying that is not necessarily good for Texas. What's better for Texas?
But it's good for y'all to do that, is it not? Do you not curtail when prices are too high to mine Bitcoin?
So generally, yes, but not always. Sometimes.
You mine at a negative rate of return, is what you're telling me?
There are times when we will participate as a controllable load so that ERCOT can determine when to turn us off. And sometimes we're on well above that break-even price to make sure that things stay even.
So you stay on as a controllable load in the hopes that you're going to be curtailed by demand response.
No, I don't think I understand the question. Maybe I can take another crack at it. But so some of our load is in CLR. It's controllable by ERCOT. Sometimes they keep us on, sometimes they turn us off. Some of it we're participating in the wholesale market, in which case we will have to make a determination, usually ahead of time, as to whether we think our prices are going to be higher than mining or not, in which case we'll sell the power. So it's a variety of variables. It's not as cut and dry as the price goes up and Bitcoin miners turn off, is what I'm saying. It's if you can imagine a dimmer switch. And like I said, sometimes it says 80% on, 60% on, 40% on, 20%. It might go back up again. So it's maintaining that kind of frequency where the value is. And other data centers can't do that, as you rightly pointed out. But we do have that capability. So if you're trying to incentivize new generation, then you might want a business that will buy it when it is cheap and abundant all the time, and then have the capability of giving control of the load back to the grid. I'm saying it's a benefit for Texas, and it's been obviously a fabulous business environment. That's why a lot of businesses want to come here, not just us. But
a lot of crypto mining.
yeah.
Tell me, where are your servers manufactured?
So our equipment, electrical equipment, we are a subsidiary in Colorado. Our machines now, the machines are put together. They're built in a factory outside Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. There's a U.S. subsidiary of an Asian company, and they get their chips from Samsung, which is they currently are doing those chips in Korea, but I think the longer-term plan is to have them built here in Texas at the Samsung plant that is being built in Taylor.
The MicroBT, which is a subsidiary of Riot, It's a Singapore Chinese company.
No, MicroBT is the U.S. subsidiary, is the one that's building them in Pennsylvania. I believe their parent may be a Chinese company. I believe. But there are a lot of Chinese companies that make a lot of electronic equipment.
Sure.
My iPhone in my pocket, I think, was probably made in China.
Foxconn, probably. Yeah. I'll let someone else have a crack. Anyone else want to ask questions?
Little one.
Senator Johnson.
What sort of, is there a particular generation source that you're more likely to consume power from?
Well, so our company in particular, we are interconnected to the grid at both of our sites. So whatever is on the grid is what
There's
we'll
electrons and electrons. and
consume.
electrons.
Yeah, exactly. I know of other companies that sometimes they'll co-locate at an intermittent source, you know.
That's what I was getting at. You don't co-locate with generation source?
Not yet. There is an investment we announced in a company that's doing municipal solid waste, converting like the sludge from garbage dumps basically into fuel, which they can turn into sustainable aviation fuel, and or put it into a turbine and start, and we can just consume it. Potentially, we could put a little, imagine like a trailer with some computers there and consume some of it on the site. There are others who've made more of a business out of energy harvesting like that. But for us, it's building out the large sites that are going to be usable forever, pretty much. I mean, we're investing so much human capital, actual capital, everything else. So our sites are just connected to the grid, and whatever the source of the grid is what we're consuming.
Okay, so I think there are concerns about just the availability of electrons, and if you were co-located, you're drawing down on constrained renewable stuff that's not being transmitted anywhere. It would be less of a concern, I think, if you're just connecting to the grid. Then everyone is worried about the competition for electrons. So as far as you're in the industry, leaving your company aside, is the growth of crypto likely to begin co-locating with intermittent, cheap, renewable energy that can't get somewhere else, or will you be competing right alongside everybody else for electrons irrespective of generation source?
No, I think the former is more likely, that it would be co-locating with intermittent, and then in terms of the competition, like I said, that's where we can make sure that we are alleviating stress at peak demand times, not causing it. So there's a difference, obviously, between consuming power, period, and then consuming scarce power. And we have the ability to be providing our load.
And I don't know what a policy approach to that would be, but there could be a policy approach to that continued growth in crypto. As far as you alleviating scarcity or pricing pressure, is that what you're referring to with your power purchase agreement, your ability to sell power back?
Yes. So when for the portion where we're participating in the wholesale market, if we can make a lot of power available, then that is obviously going to drive down the price in that wholesale market. Likewise, on the ancillary side, because it costs us less money, less opportunity cost to do those bids, our bids are cheaper. And so ERCOT and the ratepayers are paying less for control of our load than they would have to pay for control of somebody else's load. And it's because the Bitcoin network is decentralized. So if a portion of a mining company here in Texas turns off, that decentralized ledger exists all around the world, and it'll still be there when we turn back on. And that's sort of a feature of our business. If you conceptualize a different type of business where, let's say, it's a cloud maintaining people's business websites, or a financial institution, or a hospital, or anything else that's critically important, that data center turns off, there could be real problems with people's medical records or financial data or anything else. One of the advantages of Bitcoin is that it's decentralized, and so you can have this flexibility that is quite unique.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you for being here. And I feel bad you had to sit here all day today, and I know you probably wanted to speak up at several times. And I think, at least for me, and I suspect for everybody in the room, we're all kind of trying to figure out your industry. It's new. It's real dynamic. It's changing all the time, and now we have ETFs, you can buy it in and everything else. But the one consistent thing, at least that I hear all the time, is it uses a whole lot of electricity. And that new demand can come on very quickly. It's not like you mentioned the Samsung plant. It's not a facility that goes years into the planning and construction, and the electric power industry has time to negotiate and work out power needs and transmission and all that, and it just comes on very suddenly. And my understanding is that it can also leave very suddenly. You mentioned, look, y'all are in the community and you want to be there forever, but again, it's a new industry and things change, and it's a lot easier to move a warehouse of computers than it is to move a warehouse where they're or a facility where they're manufacturing cars or something like that. So it's that worries at least me a little bit. But the thing I keep hearing though is that as I read about it, and I really have been trying to learn about the industry over the last few years, and as I read about it, it sounds like, at least from a public policy perspective, from the electric grid perspective, is that you can create a lot of demand very quickly, create a fire, and then because of getting to participate in some of the programs we have here in Texas that a lot of other states don't have, at least not to the degree that we do, then you come in and you get paid then for putting out the fire that you created. You see what I'm saying? And tell me where I'm wrong in that, because it sounds like you very quickly create a lot of demand, and we're concerned about some of that moving out to West Texas, where we're going to be building a lot of transmission, and we're concerned, there's discussions, well, are those centers that are going to go out there, the mining operations, are they going to gobble up all that transmission capacity that we've built? And then you create a fire by gobbling up that transmission capacity, and then when scarcity hits, we then pay you to come in and put out that fire. And something that just doesn't, tell me where I'm wrong in that.
Yeah, and I've heard that characterization as well. I would
it's new to me, but
sure. So, I would disagree with it. So for a couple of reasons. One is just speaking for Riot. Like I said, we're right next to a substation in Corsicana. We're at the right by the site of the old Alcoa plant where there was already large infrastructure. That's what we want to repurpose. We don't generally locate far away from generation, and even some of the companies, some of the examples I think that Senator Johnson had alluded to, it's frequent where they can co-locate at an intermittent source and be there to use it when it's generated and nobody else needs it, essentially, and then give it back when people do need it. And I think that is oftentimes a characteristic of our industry. We will use abundant and cheap power, but we have the ability to give it back when it's needed. So it's not causing a problem because there's someone who's going to demand power in Texas. It might be a Microsoft data center, an Amazon data center, or it might be anyone else, some other really great company that's adding jobs and value in Texas. They're going to consume that power. But if, for example, a flexible company comes in and creates the base load demand, and they will purchase it when it's abundant and cheap, that makes it a lot easier to finance a new generation project, to get it off the ground. You have an automatic customer built in, maybe even a co-investor, and then they'll use it when it's, like I said, abundant and cheap, but then you can provide it back when it's needed.
At least what I've read, and it may be wrong, but what I've read is that your business model in Texas is built around being able to participate in demand response and purchase power agreements and things like that. That is part of your business model that brings you to Texas.
It's part of it in the sense that in Texas you have the favorable sites for this type of business because it'll be in a rural community but with a lot of available power. And then, as I said, we with the power purchase agreement, we're for most of the year paying more than the spot price. But we can offset that cost so that our overall price of power over the course of the year, because we can do either the wholesale market or ancillaries depending on the situation, we can then decrease that average cost so that the price per Bitcoin mined, which is a lot of times how investment analysts will look at it, will be a favorable cost. There are other states competing for this type of business, Wyoming and Oklahoma, to name a couple.
So where were you in business before Texas?
So our
start in Texas?
sites have been Texas for as long as we've been mining Bitcoin.
Okay. And so how many sites do you have?
Or let me correct that. We had leased a portion of a site in New York previously, up in Messina, New York.
Right.
But now we
And-
have 2 sites in Texas.
You have 2 sites in Texas?
Yes.
And what's the electricity load there? What's the demand?
So in Rockdale, I believe we are currently using between 300 and 400 megawatts. In Corsicana, I think we're currently using 100, but we're trying to develop the first phase of this development, which would be 400 at that site as well. It's taken years to build these things, but if we were to fully develop the Corsicana site, there's a gigawatt available. And so, it would be great if we could, use all of that. It would take years to build all of this, probably not before 2020. I don't want to speculate. I forget. I think our projections are in filings that you can read somewhere. But
So
yeah.
I want to learn more about your business. So I don't want to take up the committee's time, but could you and I get together, if nothing else, on a long phone call, and I want to learn about how you operate, and because it is a real concern, and because it can pop up so quickly, and we don't know what the longevity is, and what we don't want to do is for Texas to build out a lot of facilities, a lot of resources to get you electricity, and then you disappear, and then the other customers in the area, the other Texans in the area, are picking up all the cost of having had transmission or generation capacity for that. And at the same time, it's a little uncomfortable for me to see a business where the business plan is really built on the demand response as much as it maybe is on whatever type of product that they're producing. And I may be wrong, but just reading about the industry, it looks like that without that you wouldn't be here in Texas.
I appreciate that. I'd be delighted to get together for a longer conversation. I think our breakdown, again, is, mostly Bitcoin mining, a lot of revenue from that, both the block rewards and fees, and then the demand response and the wholesale market participation is a much smaller number, and it's an offset to ongoing higher costs.
And I guess you've, just like us, seen the projections of how many companies like yours will be coming into Texas in the not-too-distant future.
Yes, Senator, and I would share.
Do you understand then why we're concerned about being able to meet the power needs? And
I do, and I would make 2 comments on that. One is, I think one of the prior panelists had mentioned that, the queue is somewhat unpredictable. I think our gut is that there's a lot more in there than will come to.
A lot more of what? I'm sorry.
In the queue, in the interconnect queue, than will actually come to fruition. I don't have an exact number on that. I've spoken with our power guys, and that seems to be their gut. But the other is that we consume power, but we can give it back when it's scarce. And so I think it's sort of different in kind in terms of how the business operates versus others that meet 24/7.
I know there's some other people probably want to talk to you, but thank you, and I really do want to sit down with you at length. And I'll just say this, that I don't know how much you've been involved down here, but the best ideas for how to fix a problem usually come from the industry. So y'all really need to be thinking in terms of how to satisfy the concerns we have.
Understood.
Thank you.
Going back to the 10Q, which again is official SEC filing, in 2023, Riot reported all-time highs of $281 million in total revenue, 6,626 Bitcoin produced, and 71 million in power credits earned. Riot earned 31.7 million in power credits during the 2023 August heat wave. And a quote by Jason Less, CEO of Riot: "August was a landmark month for Riot in showcasing the benefit of our unique power strategy." So it is an integral part to the business of, at least Riot's business, regarding how you'll operate in Texas. Whether it's through a PPA, purchasing power at a certain rate, then selling it back, or through ancillary services, demand response. These are integral to your bottom line relative to Bitcoin mining. Am I wrong in saying that?
No, it's important because the biggest input into our business is electricity. So it's hugely important. Now, you brought up the number in August of the 31 million. I believe 24 of that were under our contractual terms, and then 7 were in ancillaries. And that month, I believe it was far less than 1%.
Riot made 125 million selling energy during Winter Storm Uri.
I don't know. Is that in the 10Q? I don't have it in front of me. That
You would know. You work for it.
100. That doesn't.
Yeah, Winter Storm Uri, right? When, yeah, supposedly 125 million is what I'm advised. You can correct me if I'm wrong. Senator?
I was following up, our unique structure with ERCOT, the market is different than most of the United States. And so if that is not one of the key reasons for y'all locating here, can you give me a feel for the type of investments, not just your company, but other cryptocurrency miners investing and building in other states? Is it proportionally happening all over the United States, or is it disproportionately happening in some states because of their electrical market setup?
My understanding is that Texas is the leader, but there are many other states that are active in this market and have a lot of growth in this market. It's a business that's particularly well suited for rural areas with
I understand,
a lot of power.
It's in those rural areas particularly. I know you're picking spots like I'm familiar with the Alcoa facility you're talking about. We've got one of those where they built a facility. All the transmission power came in. Later, the plant closed down, so it's there. So it's kind of cheap land, but the transmission's already in place, sitting there for somebody to hook up and use it. But so there are spots around our state that have those kind of locations that are available. But it's the unique opportunity to sell electricity that you're not producing, in effect, that makes Texas advantageous. So we've got the ERCOT market that covers maybe 90% of the population, but then we got the other 10% of pockets, southeast, northeast, Panhandle, and El Paso. Are y'all building any cryptos in those 4 markets?
We are only in Rockdale and Corsicana, which are ERCOT. That's,
So
I mean,
you're
for
only in
my
the ERCOT
business,
portion,
certainly, at least.
And the regulated market you're not in Texas? Or do you know of any of the crypto miners that are in those regulated markets in Texas?
I don't know the answer to that, but I can try to find out.
Do you have any idea proportionally to these other states that do not have an energy type market where crypto miners are flourishing as well?
Yes, Senator, actually, Wyoming is one, Oklahoma is another. I believe Nebraska has some successful companies there as well. Now, Nebraska, I think, is publicly run energy, but they have competitive prices as well. There's a number of states that are very active in this space. North Dakota is another one that comes to mind as very, very
New
active.
York or Pennsylvania or Illinois or Indiana, none of those states are really flourishing with crypto miners.
New York actually has a large company that is still up in Messina, and they use hydro power to power their facility. They're successful up there.
I was looking at, and it wasn't part of your presentation, this is when Texoga was there, they had a document and they were talking about what I thought was kind of an interesting chart for some of the other members. If you look, Texoga only had a few pages. But one of the things they did is they looked at all the additional non-oil and gas load going in there. And so as we had talked in there before, we've heard green hydrogen discussed. That's kind of a new area. That's 22% of the additional in the Permian. Commercial, industrial, 13%. So you're talking about 1 out of 8. Data centers, of course, that's really population driven. I mean, that's like 5%. But crypto miners, 60% of all the additional load in the Permian is not from oil and gas. It's from crypto.
No, crypto or data centers in crypto?
It split them out. Crypto's separate from data centers. Take a look.
60%.
Crypto is 10 times the data centers additional in the non-oil and gas load in the Permian. It might be because of the population base, but you've got a lot of heavy, anyway, I think that's pretty amazing. I think, Mr. Chairman, as we've said over and over, I think the system's being gamed here, and we're at a critical situation with power generation and transmission, and if the priority is going to be residential and our industrial needs that produce things other than something I would consider in the Dutch, so tulips.
Mm-hmm. Tulip Mania, 1600s.
Yeah.
The other reason it's out in West Texas is I'm correct in saying this, but crypto mining can also be powered by natural gas and other, so you can have your crypto mining powered by natural gas, and obviously lowers your lower costs of production, I assume, to some extent. Am I wrong about that?
No, you're right, and they can capture, actually, instead of flaring gas at a field, they can capture it
and break it apart, and yeah.
That's right. Miners generally just want, the cheapest available power, and so that's why we're investing in that municipal solid waste,
And can you
for example.
utilize that as your substrate to power your crypto mining, but also participate in demand response in other programs? Because I'm not sure, you're producing electricity somehow, so you can wind up selling it if you're not using it, right? So you can power yourself with natural gas or other fossil fuels, and then actually sell your electricity.
I think it would depend on the site and what the capabilities are of the particular site, because if it's at a place like that, they're probably trying to harvest stranded power that wouldn't otherwise be used, or it's not connectable to any other site. So that might be tough. If it's the type of site that I'm envisioning, that I think is what you're describing, it might be tough to both harvest the power for the purposes of mining at an intermittent rate, and then also being able to connect it and sell it somewhere else. That might be tough.
Senator Menendez and Senator Birdwell after that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Morgensen, you said a couple things I'd like us to clarify. Over and over, I've heard you say, the difference is then we can give the power back. That's a quote that I heard you say over and over. When you give the power back, are you not being compensated for that power?
We are at times where if we've pre-purchased it by virtue of a wholesale agreement and then we're selling it back into the wholesale market, then we're selling it, or if ERCOT is controlling our load, then then we've won an ancillary contract. And so they can either keep us on or turn us off or keep us the same or whatever they need to do.
But sir, you're an intelligent man. You know the difference between giving something and selling something. Is that not correct? I mean, it's a little disingenuous to say you're giving it back. You're selling it back.
Well, we can sell it back for cheaper than others can. So
That's fine. But you're still, at the end of the day, you're selling. The other thing you mentioned, you said something about, you mentioned your facility in conjunction with a data center. So the data centers in my community, they host and transmit medical, law enforcement, government, data. They don't mine for Bitcoin. I mean, so how is it that you call yourself a data center? When you're actually doing the Bitcoin mining, or what portion of your business is Bitcoin mining versus maybe doing data center functions?
So Bitcoin mines are data centers. The Bitcoin network is made up of data. The blockchain is blocks of data, which are timestamps or addresses, wallets, determining that this unique Bitcoin exists in this place for this person at this time, and then maybe it's transferred to this person in this place at this time. So it is a data center, and it looks a lot like a data center.
For the purposes of Bitcoin mining, correct?
Yes, sir.
Is there a statutory definition of data center?
We're gonna find out.
Bitcoin mining?
Yeah, if not, we're gonna come up with one.
That was a problem with our data center incentive program.
Yeah.
Couldn't separate.
Is there? Do you know?
There was one, I believe, in Senator Johnson's bill, but I think that defined virtual currency mining facility, if my memory serves, so it may not have defined data center. Off the top of my head, I'm sorry, I don't have a good answer for you.
Sorry, continue, Senator.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't think it defined data center. I do think that it defined the parties that would be subject to the legislation as a subset of what you're describing as data centers, which effectively is crypto mining. But I think what we're all trying to do here is make sure that when we say data center, we're all indicating the same thing. You've not purported to be identical to Azure or Microsoft operation. In fact, you're highlighting some of the advantages that you may have as a grid entity. But we still need to be able to distinguish between what is a non-crypto data center and what most of us are thinking of as data centers. So what words should we be using?
I'd have to do a little homework and then get back to you, if that's okay
As long
with
as
you.
we all understand, you're not
Yeah.
purporting to be a data center, but when we say, you're not purporting to be the same as non-crypto, big giant buildings full of computers running calculations.
For the purposes of this conversation, I think firm load versus flexible load is probably the most meaningful distinction, because your typical data center needs to be on 24/7, and we don't have to be. So I think that's the most important distinction.
You defined virtual currency mining facility means a facility that uses electronic equipment to add virtual currency transactions to a distributed ledger. That's what's been defined statutorily. Whether or not data center, the data center is defined, I doubt it.
Mr. Chairman, if I could just finish real quick.
I'll just warn you when you're conflating data center and calling yourself a data center, it raises a lot of like eyebrows and hairs on the back of our head here regarding, what are you trying to do? Confuse us? And you're not going to confuse us when it comes to what a crypto mining versus a data center is. And to say that y'all are a data center and just is disingenuous and probably shouldn't be testified to if I were you, but you can testify however you want. Are you a data center?
I mean, a Bitcoin mining data center.
That's probably better to say it like that, yeah.
Yes,
Mr.
sir.
Chairman, I guess
Senator?
I just wanted to finish. We're not trying to be adversarial, but when people sit down here and you sign in, you sign that you're basically under oath, that you're going to tell us what you're going to tell us is true, and we have to take you at face value. And so when you say things that are skirting the edges of what that makes it hard for us, because we want to know more about your business. We appreciate the investment, but we also have to legislate for 31 million Texans, and we have to do it with the best set of facts. And so we want to make sure that we have to be able to trust what people tell us. So I just hope that in the future you're more careful with how you present your facts to us. Thank you.
Let me, Senator, go ahead, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know I've been quiet most of the day. I'm sure most of y'all have appreciated that, but let me at least ask just a couple of things. Mr. Morgenstern, you mentioned two properties that you're using. Are you leasing those properties, or did you purchase those properties?
We purchased the property in Corsicana. I believe we have a long-term lease on the property in Rockdale.
How terminable is that lease in Rockdale? Meaning, you may not want to terminate it, but how quickly can the lessor terminate it?
I don't know the terms of it off the top of my head, but I can find out and get you an answer.
Well, the reason I asked the question, and not to be too granular on a real niche lane here, Senator Nichols earlier talked about where these data centers would go in. You absolutely were testifying to the truth when you said that the Bitcoin folks are going out into rural Texas. Got one sitting right there in Granbury. They lease a portion of the property of Wolf Hollow that just put 300 megawatts, additional megawatts of power in. And I don't know how terminable that lease is, but it's not just possible for the Bitcoin miner to say, I want out of the lease. It's also very possible that the lessor can say, I want you off my property now. And I very much agree with Senator King that while Marathon is the company that's doing the Bitcoin in Granbury. They're trying to be a good neighbor, got some noise problems we're dealing with, but they could, it gets to that point about, as you said, yell fire and then get a financial remuneration for helping put the fire out that in fact you caused. And so how PUC and how ERCOT with our direction bifurcate, prioritize is something that we've definitely got to explore. But if you're, one of those criteria may be that if you own that property that you own in Corsicana, that is much more difficult to extract yourself from than a lease environment. Because Marathon, I think, has the ability to extract themselves from Constellation that owns Wolf Hollow, as opposed to if they'd purchased it. So I think that's one element that I think we need to think through as well. So anyway, they are showing up in rural Texas. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Senator King.
Just last, I just also wanted to encourage you maybe to rephrase something too, because you talk about selling back the electricity, and that's really a little bit misleading. I'm not saying intentionally, but it is misleading because it's not like you've bought electricity and you're storing it up in a battery stack over here, and then, oh, the grid needs it, so I'm going to sell it back in there at whatever price I can get. What you're really doing is you're saying that we're going to just turn down our system so we're not using 300 megawatts at one facility and 400 megawatts at another facility, which together is a pretty good-sized power plant just itself to just meet those two facilities. I mean, a 400, 500 megawatt power plant's a pretty substantial power plant. And so all you're really doing is just turning everything off for a little while, stopping mining. So you're not selling it back into the system, you're just not drawing it out of the system, which I think is a unique distinction. And then we pay you for having just turned down those computers for a certain period of time.
So
correct, because you aren't storing up electricity that you bought and then selling it back into the market. You're just getting paid to quit using electricity.
So we paid for access to it for, well, in the case of this contract, 10 years at a time. And then it can go back into the wholesale market. And then basically the way I understand it or conceptualize it is the people that we bought it from can then take it and sell it to somebody else rather than us.
Right, but
using
from your
it.
perspective, you're just turning your computers off for a while.
Right, and not generating revenue from Bitcoin mining.
Right.
Instead, we'll
Yeah,
have
I understand that side of it. Okay, but you obviously make more off turning off the electricity, turning off the computers than you do having the computers running. Otherwise, you wouldn't do it.
in that scenario, yes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You'll have a power purchase agreement. You participate in controllable load resource as well as demand response, correct?
So, so can I ask how you're differentiating the
Y'all participate in the wholesale market when prices are high voluntarily, and also in the ancillary services market through demand response.
Yes, sir.
So it's two things you're doing, not one. Okay.
One is contractual, the other is obviously an ERCOT program. And Senator Menendez, I'm sorry if I said anything that seemed to be misleading. I'm really trying to explain these things as I understand them and in layman's terms because this is complex material.
No. Look, don't apologize to me. So the issue is, if every word you use, if you say give back, that infers you're voluntarily giving it back to the system. If you're getting compensated, you're selling it back, and whatever the format, whether it's wholesale, demand response, it doesn't matter. And that's one. And then two, if you're a Bitcoin mining operation that has data ability to be that's different than being an AWS, a Microsoft, all of these that specifically have customers to store their data. Those are two different operations. So just be very careful because we're not going to say, well, we can't trust that guy. He wasn't honest. So I'm just helping you since it's the first time I've ever seen you.
Yeah.
Be careful. Just don't say things. Err on the side of caution.
Understood. I appreciate the feedback. Thank you.
Mr. Rickerson, can you give your testimony, please? And then Mr. Ball, we'll go circle back with you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Woody Rickerson with ERCOT, COO with ERCOT. So I will be brief. I'm going to speak this about the impact cryptocurrency mining has on ERCOT demand, the ability of ERCOT to forecast the crypto demand, issues we see with cryptocurrency in real-time operations, and also I've got a slide to talk about miners' participation in ERCOT's ancillary services market. So the information we provided, if you look on page 2, so the peak demand of crypto mining is around 2,600 megawatts in the ERCOT system. That's equivalent, if you want something to make it equivalent to, it's equivalent to about the city of Austin. So that's if you look at all the crypto demand across the state of Texas, it's about equivalent to the city of Austin. We think there's about that much more that's coming online, that's already been approved, it's been studied. So another 2,600 megawatts, another city of Austin size load coming online that would be distributed across multiple places. During peak times, during scarcity conditions, when prices get high, that 2,600 turns into about 200. So during those peak periods, we'll see that 2,600 drop down to something around 200 megawatts. Okay, moving on to slide number 3, the expected growth of crypto mining. So we have an interim large load connection process. It's voluntary. We administer it through cooperation with TSPs. So they'll tell us, we've got another one here, we've got one here. We put all that together through a manual process. We think there's about 43,000 megawatts of large loads. Some of that will be crypto, but not all of it. We can't say through that process exactly how much is crypto mining, how much is data center, how much is other large loads. That's one of the problems that ERCOT has with new loads coming online is we don't have load categories. We just have load. So load gets reported to us. The city, for example, CPS in San Antonio gives us a load. We don't get a breakdown of what all the different loads are or what the expectation is going into the future. So help there would be more information there would be helpful when we start talking about forecasting, things like that. And we've talked about that has come up several times. In the 2030 case, in a forecast, there's about 11,000 megawatts of crypto load in that case. So if we talk about 2,600 now, another 2,600 or 2,700 that it's approved to come online, and then in 2030 it goes up to about 11,000. So those are some numbers to think about there. Moving on to slide number 4. This has come up several times. Controllable load resources. So ERCOT's job is to balance generation and load. And we can use load to balance that, to provide that balance just as easy as we can use generation. And so there are loads that will tell us we'll back off 50 megawatts at this price and 50 more megawatts at this price. And our dispatch engine will line the loads and the generators up side by side and balance according to who's the next cheapest megawatt. And we don't care if it's a load or a generator. All we care about is maintaining that balance. So controllable load resources are a way that loads can participate in a very reliable way for loads to participate in the ERCOT market, and the ERCOT systems, the energy management system, can actually control the ramp rates, control how much comes on, how much goes off. And for a load, it's very useful for a load because they can tell us what their price points are. So we don't dictate to the load what the price point is. They tell us what the price point is based on what they bid in. And then our energy management system can balance both loads and generation that way. So that's a very useful way of loads participating in a real reliable method. Currently, we have about 500 megawatts So we have 2,600 megawatts of crypto. There's about 500 megawatts identified as crypto load that has registered as CLRs. And we only see about 130 megawatts of that crypto load actually participating as CLRs right now. So of the 2,600, only about 130 participate. I said it was going to be short.
Go ahead and finish about their participation in AS.
Okay, so ancillary services. So ancillary services represent about 7% of the overall money spent in the electric market. And crypto is about 4% of that 7%. And they participate in 3 different kinds of ancillary services. So 4% of the 7% of the total market.
4% of the 7%.
Right. Roughly.
Tell me about your last one about economic curtailment that crypto mining does.
So when prices, our numbers show that when the wholesale price gets somewhere between $70 and $160, most of the crypto ends up turning off. But we don't have control of that. And I don't know that much about crypto, but the price of what is profitable varies from day to day, and so those numbers change. And so it's a little bit of a hold your breath moment when we go into scarcity, not knowing for sure what that demand response is going to look like from one day to the next. I would like to see all crypto become controllable load resources. That would be, from a reliability standpoint, that would be real advantageous for
all crypto become controllable load
Right.
resources. What are the tools you need to manage crypto growth and ERCOT's?
Well, there's some legal problems with that. There's some court cases out there on some software and things like that that would have to be taken care of, I think, before that could be adopted.
There's the Lone Star Infrastructure Protection Act regarding foreign ownership of various grid assets that tie into critical infrastructure. Is there any part of this regarding crypto mining? It's not critical infrastructure, right?
Not aware of a tie-in there. It's
So you
mostly
don't
for
have
resources.
any sort of oversight there. They
Right.
register, but that's about it.
Well, so there is no registration. There is no formal registration process for crypto mining.
There's not. I thought we passed that under Senator Johnson's bill. That's not correct?
There currently is not a registration process.
Okay. Okay, so you'd like to see everybody, all crypto mining be controllable load resources?
Right.
Okay,
That would-
not just 500 megawatts of the almost 3 gigs that are out there.
From a grid operator standpoint, controllable load resources are a very good way for load
Have
that's
visibility.
variable to, yes.
Have visibility in that.
Have
load.
visibility and know exactly
And
when they're
know
going to
about the
turn on and off
variability of that
because
load.
they've bid it in.
Yeah, okay. So they'd have to bid in, you'd know exactly when they'd turn off.
Right.
Right, so
Right.
we could mandate that as a state, could we not? That all crypto mining be CLR? Hope people are getting notes on all this, because my mind's fried already. All right, question, do you want to let him testify just real quick and finish up the public testimony? I'm sorry, so, please, go ahead, Mr. Adams, I'm sorry, Mr. Bell, not Adams.
Yeah, thank you for the time. Sorry about that.
No problem.
Members of the committee, thank you for the invitation to testify at today's hearing. My name is David Ball, and I serve as Senior Vice President of Energy Delivery at American Electric Power. I'm here today representing AEP Texas. American Electric Power Company owns and operates transmission facilities in 4 regional transmission organizations, ERCOT, PJM, SPP, and MISO, and under 3 regional entities, Texas Reliability Entity, Reliability First, and Midwest Reliability Organization. I appreciate the committee's attention to the challenges and opportunities presented by the crypto mining industry and for inviting me to be part of the panel. The timing of the issues coincides with wider changes occurring in the industry. Demand for electricity was almost flat for 2 decades, and now we're beginning to see the trend reverse, driven by large customers such as crypto, data centers, and AI facilities. Crypto mining and data centers typically consist of thousands of servers, which must be cooled to work effectively. This means that data centers and crypto miners are significant energy consumers. The AP Texas has concerns over transparency of ownership related to the crypto mining industry because this is becoming an increasing percentage of load relative to other industries and customer classes. Normally, that diverse load is manageable. But as the increasing larger portion of the load is represented by crypto mining, facilities' true ownership and operations of these entities is unclear. So how do we collectively work together as utilities, legislators, and customers to solve these challenges? First, from a reliability perspective, we need large loads, which includes the Bitcoin industry, to register with ERCOT and NERC and to be subject to reliability standards. This is a critical first step and will help control exposure to bad actors. Second, we need to encourage the development of transmission planning and real-time operational tools to enable the dynamic aspect, to assess the dynamic aspects associated with large loads, such as Bitcoin mining. AEP is advocating for the development of these tools in industry forums. Finally, we need to consider how to plan the system holistically to account for generation that will be needed to serve these new loads as part of a high-voltage transmission backbone in Texas should be considered. I'll add a little bit of color to these three recommendations. Crypto mining loads are sensitive to unexpected frequency and voltage changes and may drop offline suddenly when unexpected grid fluctuations occur. The resulting sudden loss of significant system load can lead to grid equipment damage, generation tripping offline, and possibly brownout or even blackout scenarios. AP Texas supports ERCOT as the balancing authority and reliability coordinator, having greater visibility of the large flexible loads. The grid impact of AI and crypto mining loads creates a potential cyber attack vector for bad actors. If enough crypto mining loads are controlled by bad actors, the potential to trigger unexpected load reduction or increase to create a frequency or voltage instability is a risk that must be explored. NERC, which is the entity responsible for reliability of the bulk electric system, should require the registration of large loads, which would include crypto miners. AEP supports registration of crypto, AI, and data centers with ERCOT for visibility and with NERC to ensure they meet the formal requirements. The position should be actively supported by our peers, ERCOT, and all parties with an interest in reliability, including this committee and legislature. Regarding tools and modeling, transmission operators and transmission planners also face challenges due to a limitation of tools and models. Traditional planning models focused on predictable static load, while Bitcoin mining is unpredictable and flexible. To understand the impact of large load, grid operators, together with grid planners, should develop comprehensive guidance and rules around the interconnection of large loads, study the impact of large loads on resource adequacy, congestion, and wholesale market prices, and create rules to minimize the impact of large load on other customers. AEP recognizes the need to develop processes and new technologies to perform large load forecasts and automate real-time analysis tools to make this type of study more effective. This includes development of real-time operational tools capable of quantifying voltage and stability limits.
Go ahead, finish.
For complex modeling and capable of identifying large load facilities triggering system oscillations in real time. The bottom line here is system operators and reliability coordinators must have the tools capable of identifying and isolating large load facilities causing grid reliability issues. Lastly, regarding long-term planning, more holistic planning to connect new generation resources that includes consideration of 765 transmission in Texas should be considered. Development of a 765 transmission minimizes energy loss over long distances, which translates to lower energy waste and overall cost savings for the customers. In conclusion, I urge the committee to consider solutions that will provide transmission owners and operators with visibility, information, and the tools needed to ensure that we can continue to guarantee the reliability and security of the bulk electric system. AEP supports this committee's focus on this essential issue.
Thank you, Mr. Ball. Members, questions?
Just, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to thank Mr. Ball. You did a great job, and thank you for the recommendations. I think based on your recommendations, ERCOT's recommendations, we are starting to see a foundation of how we should hopefully move forward. I would also invite folks, if the person here that represents the co-ops is here or can hear me, I'd like to hear from everyone in the system. And how do we deal with these large loads that are these crypto miners that are hard to determine when or not they'll be on, and I can see the instability. And it's interesting because I hear a lot of complaints about sometimes of the intermittent generation and its effects on the grid. Here's an intermittent, demand and its effects on the grid. And so we need to take as strong a look at that as we tend to place on other things. So thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I'm sorry,
Oh,
please, go ahead.
Yeah, this is Mr. Rickman. So I think it just kind of clicked. Somebody was just whispering in my ear and explaining this to me. So, and I'm not saying that there's anything illegal about this is how they're making money. So it's not illegal, but I just want to make sure I understand. So the two ways they make money off this. One, they pre-purchase power going forward for long distances at a very low price. And then when prices are high, they simply sell that same power back into the market and then curtail their use of that power during that period. So that's one way. And then the other way is they participate in the demand response, where they just power down and they're paid directly by ERCOT for having done so. Is that correct? Is that the two ways?
So the only time they're paid directly by ERCOT is for ancillary services. So I would say there's if a crypto miner submitted an offer into ancillary services and they were awarded that ancillary service.
And they're submitting that off of purchased power agreement, electricity they've already purchased, or is the person that they purchased that from, they're selling that back to them and then
No.
they're marketing it to their customers?
It's a megawatt value they offer to ERCOT.
Okay.
They say, we'll give you 50 megawatts of load response in let's say responsive reserve, which is a type of ancillary service. We'll bid in 50 megawatts at a certain price. And if they're cheaper than everyone else, we select them. And then when we need to use responsive reserve.
Within that time frame they bid it.
Within the time frame they bid, we call them and they reduce their output, or they reduce their usage by 50 megawatts.
And that power is coming from power they either have
Exactly.
on a PPA.
Right.
Or that they're just buying off the spot market.
That's right. So on the other side of that is it's almost like, I use car analogies, but I've got a car, I filled it up with gas, it costs $2 a gallon, and the price of gas goes to $4 a gallon. So I pull my car over to the side of the road, I quit driving, and I take the gas out, and I sell it to somebody for $4. So I made $2 on the gas I bought per gallon.
And
That's the same thing.
And the unique part of their business model, which isn't illegal, I'm not accusing anybody of doing anything unethical or anything, is that because they simply can ramp up and ramp down their mining operation very quickly.
That's right.
That as soon as they get to the point that they make more off selling it back in than off the mining, they just do that at that point.
That's right. So there's very few loads that are capable of doing that. If I'm making widgets or steel or manufacturing something, I may not be able to do that.
If you're serving Microsoft or something, you've got a certain number of customers that they're managing. Okay.
That's right.
Got it. Learned a lot. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Senator Nichols.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I was back to Mr. Ball. Did you have written testimony that we received? The pass out I got while you were speaking was on previous testimony. So do we have written testimony?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I do have this in writing. I'm not sure if it was submitted by our team or not.
I think it would be good, since you actually have recommendations, to have the clerk or somebody that share signs and make copies of that to make sure that we all got copies of that?
I think Isaac in the back of the room can get us copies pretty quickly. We'll get that.
That's what I was.
All the offices, I'm sure, right?
That's what I was trying to say, Senator. Thank you.
Yes.
All right. So I think that would be good, because you actually have some recommendations in there. The second thing, I was listening real carefully on your recommendations, and so we can't measure what we can't define. You seem to be able to identify, when you're talking about cryptocurrency, the difference between crypto mining and data centers in your measurements, but you can't really give us a definition of what the difference.
What we've seen in our metering at crypto mining facilities, there's a difference in the reaction to price from a data center perspective versus a crypto mining facility perspective. You see a flat line load from most data centers, and in crypto mining facilities, you see a large load that will drop to zero for a few minutes or a few hours and then pick back up to the exact same threshold. That's what creates the issue, and that's the main difference between crypto and data center from a load perspective.
But when we're creating, if it's a statute or a definition in statute, somewhere along the way, we're going to actually have to have a definition of what a data center is, so we can define it differently in writing from what a crypto is. And giving the performances of the electrons up and down, I don't think is going to be acceptable on the definition. We're going to need some help there by some smart people in the crowd. Got some smart people up here too. But
We do not have a statutory definition
yeah,
of a data center.
and I think that would be very helpful if we do. So I think somewhere in this process, we got to have that definition that differentiates. Then that might help us create the incentives, if we feel like we need some, on certain types of data centers that are beneficial for community. The second one, that was my two deals.
I want to go back to how Riot makes money. This is your press release of Castle Rock, Colorado, September 8th, 2023. Riot also sold approximately $24 million of pre-purchase energy to its energy provider, TXU, pursuant to its long-term power purchase agreements. When economically efficient to do so, Riot does not use the energy as purchased for business operations and instead sells it back to TXU in exchange for credits to apply to future energy bills. So these are credits that they get from their power supplier. Then Riot also actively participates in several demand response programs for the benefit of all Texans and maybe their pocketbook too. So, which is fine. I mean, I'm a capitalist, but those are two different ways that you use through buying electricity at a certain rate, and when it's so high, you sell it back and get a credit by your energy supplier provider, and then two, ancillary services. Am I now fully clear on how y'all make money from an electricity standpoint?
That's correct, Senator. So and I think I mentioned Corsicana is not under a PPA, so that
Just
would just
Riot
be buying.
The Rockdale facility?
Right, Rockdale's under the PPA. And then I just wanted to comment on something Mr. Rickerson said. I mean, the CLR program is something that seems market-based and fair. And there's two registration things. When I hear the word registration, two things come to mind. One is Senator Johnson's bill, and I think the rulemakings haven't been done yet, and that's why there's a process that doesn't exist yet. But there's also CLR registration, which does exist, and we have registered as much of our load as we can. I think at this point we're at half of it's registered. We'll be happy to register more of it, and I think the industry more broadly would. Well, I don't want to put words in other people's mouths, but I will say this. I think it would make sense because it would be a competitive bidding process where they would determine whether it would make sense to sell or mine Bitcoin, and they just put together a bid and ERCOT can take it or not. And our bids usually are a fraction of what other bidders in that market would be. That's why we have such a presence in it, because we have lower costs.
I don't understand why crypto mining is only 500 megawatts of the 3 gigs, 3,000 megawatts participating in CLR. So there's a reason for that from an industry standpoint, economic reason, obviously.
It's more of a legal problem, actually.
Oh, legal problem, okay. Well,
Yeah.
he's going to help us fix that statutorily. Any other questions of this panel? Okay, good. Members, we appreciate y'all coming very much. You're going to, Isaac, you're on. With that, no further questions for invited witnesses. We'll close public testimony. Members, we're now going to open public testimony. I believe there are only 17 registered. Is that right? 18 registered. We'll take it charge by charge. Testimony is limited to 2 minutes per witness. The chair calls the next 4 people up: Matthew Bombs, Alyssa Hammond, Joanna Freebly, Larry Lindenschmidt. Please, as soon as you sit down, say your name and begin. Go grab the microphone and bring it closer. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, Chairman Schwartner, Vice Chair King, esteemed members of the committee. I'm Matt Baums, Executive Director of TABA, the Texas Advanced Energy Business Alliance. I currently serve on the ADER Task Force and the Backup Power Package Advisory Committee. With 150 gigawatts of RTP load expected in ERCOT by 2030, it's more crucial than ever to integrate distributed energy resources to help meet this demand. SB 1699, authored by Senator Johnson and unanimously passed by this committee, is a crucial step towards DER integration. It allows retail electric providers to aggregate DERs and participate in the ERCOT market, making our grid more reliable, more affordable, and promoting energy independence. Since Winter Storm Uri, Texans have embraced DERs, making our state a worldwide leader in adoption. Texans increasingly have smart meters, smart thermostats, home batteries, backup generators, rooftop solar, and other technologies in their homes. ERCOT should be able to call on these resources during times of need. Our member companies thrive here because Texans are more savvy about their energy choices than most Americans. They should have the right to generate and store energy in their homes and participate in demand response, just as industrial consumers do. Over the past decade, Texas utilities have spent more than $40 billion in T&D infrastructure. By incorporating DERs, we could save $5.5 billion over the next decade. Remember, the cheapest megawatt is the one not spent. Under Chairman Gleason's leadership, the PUC is implementing SB 1699 with thoughtful rulemaking, asking important questions about performance standards for weatherization and smart technologies. We urge this committee to ask the PUC to expedite DER rulemakings in Project 54224 and 54233. These rulemakings will help establish market certainty on DERs and virtual power plants in Texas. And most importantly, they'll help make our grid more reliable by allowing Texans to control and own their own energy resources. Thank you for your leadership, and I'm happy to take any questions you might have.
Thank you. Members' questions?
Just one, real briefly. Mr. Baum, do you think that the proliferation of DERs could affect some of our tasks with respect to our transmission challenges?
Yeah, I do, Senator Johnson. I think this is one of the main areas where we could avoid some of those transmission costs moving forward, considering all the grid congestion. If we had that supply of DERs and VPPs, we'd definitely be able to avoid some of those costs.
Something we'd all, I would be interested, I imagine we'd all be interested in learning more about that.
Sure.
Thank you. Go ahead, please. Bring the microphone closer. Say your name again.
All right. Good afternoon. My name is Elisa Hammond, and I'm grateful to be here. I'm here speaking on behalf of Third Act Texas. Third Act Texas is part of Third Act National, a growing organization of largely people over 60 advocating for democracy, climate, and climate-friendly future, a sustainable future for all. I'm also speaking from my personal background as a corporate sustainability professional with more than 2 decades of experience working on climate solutions in the food industry. And through that experience, I've learned that it's a good business to run a green business, and it really is grounded in a commitment to renewable energy and energy efficiency. At Third Act, we support the growth of renewable energy coupled with battery storage in our grid. We oppose the expansion of coal and gas plants and urge you to phase them out over time, given our concern for 3 areas: people's health, climate, and a long-term sustainable economy. We know that in Texas, climate change is already here in the form of severe winter storms, heat waves, prolonged drought, floods, hurricanes, and tornadoes. Research also shows that air pollution from burning fossil fuels contributes to heart disease, lung cancer, stroke, diabetes, asthma, and for the yet unborn, preterm birth and reduced IQs. There's a link to this new health study that's, excuse me, I'm nervous, on the document I handed out. And from a business perspective, burning coal or gas to generate energy is inherently wasteful, with only 35 to 40% being efficient at best. And there are other ways we now have to generate energy. The solutions are already here in Texas. Wind and solar coupled with battery storage are growing like crazy while price tags are dropping. It's in the past 30 years, the price of batteries has dropped 97%.
Thank you, Ms. Hammond. We have your written testimony. We appreciate you being here.
Thank you very much.
Please say your name again.
My name is, excuse me, my name is Joanna Freeble, and I'm here today as an independent, unpaid voice for utility customers and landowners. 1/3 of Texas customers cannot afford to pay their bills or are having trouble paying their bills. Unreliable energy reduces us to a third world state, even though we're 8th largest economy in the world. Our current policies cannot continue, and I'd like you to look at page 2. Page 2, in the next couple of years, we will not have reliable energy. In the next 2 years, before any new gas comes on, we will have 55 gigawatts of solar coming online, which is really, really going to put us in a bind. What are you going to do about that? What are we going to do about our reliability? That's going to lead to higher rates, which may not personally affect anybody in this room, including the PUC and lobbyists who've been speaking here today. But I would like to speak for the ranching and farming communities that this will affect. 155 gigawatts of solar will be at 1.5 million acres of rural community taken over. And that will include transmission. Landowners' rights are always thrown in our faces, and while I'm a believer in those rights, I also believe in the rights of neighbors. For every landowner that leases, 4 to 5 neighbors will suffer. Additional transmission to service unreliable solar and wind means more land will be lost and rights taken away through eminent domain. We need to keep and manage our own grid. I'd like to challenge you to control our policies and stay focused on providing affordable, abundant energy for every Texas citizen. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Nichols, look on that fourth page of that handout. You can see the ITC and the PTC and the dollars. You were asking about that earlier. The PTC payments in the first 10 years operation are $27.50 per megawatt hour, with an additional $3 per megawatt hour for projects meeting domestic manufacturing, and additional $3 for projects built in energy communities, maximum $33.50 per megawatt hour for the PTC. And the ITC, which was mentioned by gentlemen from the Solar Association, is 30% of overnight capital costs, an additional 10%, additional 10%, additional 10%. Maximum ITC is 60%. So that's the real story there regarding federal tax subsidies for ITC and PTC. Yeah, 30-something cents. I thought it was over 20. It's not a fraction of a penny. It's
like 3 cents.
Yeah. Okay. Go ahead, sir. Next.
Chairman Schwertner, Vice Chairman King, distinguished members, I'm Larry Lennon-Schmidt, speaking as an individual. I'm Executive Director of the Hill Country Institute, a faith-based nonprofit, and volunteer with the Citizens Climate Lobby. I'm concerned that climate change and air quality have not been mentioned today in your deliberations. Texas has already encountered and is projected to experience serious impacts due to climate change, including increased wildfire risk, prolonged drought, intense rainfall events leading to flooding, and sea level rise with high-impact hurricanes. Since climate change is having such a massive impact on Texas, every aspect of the Texas electric grid should be reviewed with consideration of climate change. I propose this committee recommend the legislature appropriate $2 million in biennial funding for the PUC to develop and maintain a climate action plan that will be updated every 2 years. Adapting to climate change is imperative to serve the people of Texas with affordable, clean, and reliable energy. Air quality is also a concern for market design. Our 5 largest MSAs are in non-attainable areas. The role of methane in air pollution is well documented. The addition of new electric generation provided by natural, or more accurately, fossil gas, will contribute to ongoing increases in pollution levels unless methane leaks from the wellhead through transportation and burning at fossil fuel plants is greatly diminished. Subsidies have been discussed. The word subsidy has come up, and incentive. I haven't heard anyone mention the massive subsidies to the oil and gas industry. It's built into the system. Our federal tax code has the depletion allowance, ITC, various other benefits. In Texas, there is no charge for air pollution and the health damage that's caused by burning fossil fuels. The massive cost of unplugged wells. I mean, even today, I read an article about another well on Skylar White's ranch out in West Texas that's abandoned, unplugged well that's bubbling up. It just cost $899,000 to fix one, $2.5 million on his cousin's property. It's a major issue. So thank you for your time, and I hope those things will be considered as well.
Thank you, Mr. Lynchman. I appreciate your testimony. Members, questions?
Just a great panel. We heard different perspectives, and they're all very important. We heard some serious concerns about the effect of the subsidies on the market, and we heard some very realistic concerns about the cost that we're all bearing as a result of not addressing the pollution, if we don't address pollution concerns. That's what started all these federal subsidies in the first place. So we ought to be bearing in mind all aspects of this equation, and this panel reflects it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair calls Susan Meredith. Oh, I'm sorry. Susan Meredith is the last person testifying on this charge, and then we'll have the other 2 charges real quickly. Go ahead, Ms. Meredith. You'll state your name and begin.
Okay, I'm Susan Meredith, and I testified to this committee in 2008. And at the time, when I would go into offices, they'd say, well, who are you with? And I'd say, I'm a citizen, because I didn't know what I was doing, and I didn't even know that was lobbying and so on. And I was a citizen, and since then, I've written this award-winning book, Beyond Light Bulbs, and by the way, it's based on moving to a hydrogen economy, which seems to be of interest here. I was a consultant for an energy storage, megawatt level energy storage company. I was a consultant for a German utility company about reducing energy use in coffee shops. I don't know if you know that they're very high use per square foot. Convenience stores are the highest per square foot energy use. And my husband and I started a business called Go Green Squads, energy efficiency upgrades, and we did, it's benefited from thousands of properties have benefited from that. We sold it. My husband's gone now, and I am into other things, but I still have stayed involved. And I say all that to let you know that I'm not speaking from, a lack of knowledge or whatever. Market design. Senator King, we talked about road design. I would assert that doesn't match what really is needed, and it's in my book, by the way, is look at computer design. I worked at IBM for years. I was there during the time frame when we transitioned from big company, there weren't any PCs when I started there. And if you look at how the computer industry is and some of the similarities, like there aren't any things about reliability and response, real fast response and so on. So computers, it's called reliability, availability, serviceability, RAS. Is what the buzzword was. You need reliability. With roads, you don't really need that. You don't need to be able to have minute-by-minute variability. So I would really look at how they transition from a mainframe to the individuals and then to a structure, a systems architecture, very similar for energy. So,
Members' questions? I'm impressed. Yeah. It was. To write a book is not an easy task.
No,
I was once asked to try to do it about Obamacare at one time, and I chose not to.
Well, just to tell you, I wrote it for a middle school audience so that adults could understand it. So
Yeah, you got
it's
it.
easy to read.
Kind of the USA Today, huh?
And a middle school student, when I asked him what he got out of it, he said, I got that it's not just the government's problem, it's everyone's problem, and if we all did our part, we wouldn't have the problems we
I
have.
appreciate
So-
your generous contribution and testimony
Yeah,
and input.
thanks.
Thank you. Okay, so with that, we're going to close public testimony on charge number 1. Open public testimony on charge number 2. The chair calls Don Brown, Larry Lindenschmidt, Carla Dunlap, Susan Meredith, and Stephen Williams. Well, the first 4, whoever can sit down, first 4. Please state your name and begin.
My name is Don Brown. I'm a 35-year resident here in Texas. I'm here to advocate for grid resilience and on the new transmission and distribution systems that have been discussed today. Last year, 2555 was enacted to give transmission and distribution utilities the option to obtain pre-approval for grid resiliency investments. In the act, the utility participation is optional. They self-define the resiliency criteria, and participating utilities are required to provide business cases for the improvements that they make, which is good. I applaud the approach for most hazards. However, HB 2555 provides no PUC mandate, an authority to protect us from extreme impact low-frequency events. It also places the utility in a difficult position to justifying projects for events like solar storms and high-altitude EMPs. Mr. Chairman, Senators, cost-effective solutions exist today for these hazards. Consider, for example, CenterPoint has been working for a decade that addresses the devastating EMP high-frequency impulse or pulse. And then Tennessee Valley Authority and WAPA have been operating today, or are operating today, with technology from a company called Imprimis that blocks the ground-induced currents, GIC, from operating, getting damage from these severe solar storms. A severe solar storm like that would wipe out Texas grid, like the Carrington event. The entire state would benefit from a mandate that addresses these types of hazards. In fact, the recent winterization program is a model on how to move forward on this. Senators, like the weatherization decision, it's a good business decision. In the 1859 Carrington event solar storm, it burned the telegraph stations, it melted the wires, the lines, and then just 62 years later, in 1921, you had the same level storm occur, and that burned railway station telegraph offices and damage around the globe. And we can fix this now.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. I appreciate testimony. I've looked at your written testimony, and you want protection against extreme impact, low-frequency events, and you don't think 2555 goes far enough.
Right.
Got it.
Simple.
Okay, Mr. Lindenschmidt, please
Thank you.
say your name and begin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Larry Lindenschmidt, speaking as an individual. I'm also a partner with the Evangelical Environmental Network, a member of the Lausanne Creation Care Network, and a member of Republic EN's Eco-Right Leadership Council. Texas should be preparing now for the grid of 2050. Substantial load growth, as discussed today, will follow the expansion of population and increased demands of manufacturing, AI, and data centers. Combined with the impacts of climate change, Texas requires expansion of electric delivery capabilities in the state. A core component of a successful strategy to meet the electricity needs of Texas is a backbone of transmission lines that are planned now and executed over the next 25 years. If we don't plan today, we will not be providing for future generations. A limited number of new lines, which have been approved, are helpful, but they're just Band-Aids. A comprehensive plan is needed. A key component in underwriting new transmission lines is the economic analysis performed by the PUC and ERCOT. Unfortunately, the economic analysis now does not provide for including the extended economic life of transmission lines. I urge you to direct the PUC and ERCOT to utilize at least 20-year economic projections for determining the viability of new transmission lines. Expedited approval of new transmission lines will enhance the stability and reliability of the grid, as well as allowing best choice alternatives for purchasing power generation. The PUC should explore additional rulemaking that will improve transmission infrastructure to reduce congestion. Consider providing incentives and favorable rules for owners of existing transmission lines to increase capacity by increasing to 765 kilovolts. This approach will not require as many new rights-of-way as all new greenfield 765 lines. Expanding transmission capacity will address the congestion problem while lowering net consumer costs and creating economic opportunities. The climate plan that I suggested should be looked at in concert with new transmission lines. Competitive bids for transmission lines with cost caps will facilitate the best prices for Texans and the lowest possible transmission fees. Please, no more stranded power like we had during Winter Storm Uri. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lynch. Members, questions? Thank you. Ms. Meredith again?
Yes, again, you know who I am. Transmission, I want to talk again about the computer model. If you look at it, how it evolved, it was mainframes, and then there was individual PCs, and then it was a hybrid. And the reliability, availability, serviceability, there were additional features, functions that needed. And you talk about revenue generation. I'm a small business serial entrepreneur. Revenue, how do you get to revenue fastest is the mantra, right? There are additional revenue things that could be done if you have locations around the state. I mean, you could even have, you've got 31 obvious regions, to talk about what is the best, because regional solutions make the most sense. This region has hydro, not these ones. This, has wind and solar, et cetera. So regional solutions, which is, again, like the computer model. The incentives, I think there's two things. Like I say, I'm not in anything with energy, financial interest in energy now. I'm in another industry. But if you think about incentives for storage, for demand side to have storage, like you were just talking about Bitcoin, I'll talk more about that later. But, you could have incentives for them to have storage on the demand side. That you reward them for that. The suppliers, if you have energy storage at all the locations where you have wind and solar, I don't understand why we're ever talking about which kind of supply. We need both. It's only going to go up and up and up. And, so we should not be trying to, figure out which ones. We should figure out how to get them all on there. And that's really when I talk about is the either or thinking of energy has just been, I wrote this book in 2009. Not enough has changed. There's a thing in the front that is about what has changed. There's also a little excerpt about the emissions. As Larry said, we have got to make, so the other part of it is any new fossil fuels, fine. But include carbon emissions and carbon CO2 equivalent emissions as a requirement in there as well. And I've got something else to hand out to you guys, which is a hat that is Make Mother Earth Great Again.
I really like you. You're welcome to come back anytime to this committee.
Well, hand those out because it's how do we bring people together for the planet regardless of politics.
You're very kind to come here today and wait and give your testimony. Thank you for the hats as well.
One comment, Mr.
Any
Chairman.
questions?
Senator?
I just wanted Mr. Brown to know that there are people taking your comments seriously. Both Sam Houston State University, Institute on Homeland Security, as well as Texas A&M are looking precisely at these issues. So if you're not already looking at them, please go ahead, and we'd all be happy to continue the dialogue because it is an important concern you raise.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you. So, members, that closes. Anyone else wish to testify on issue number 2? Hearing none, public testimony is closed. Chair opens up public testimony for issue charge number 3. Calls Jorge Vieiro, Lee Bratcher, Mike Clore, Alex Cutchy. And we have 4 more after that. Please state your name and begin.
Good morning, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. My name is Lee Bratcher. I'm the president of the Texas Blockchain Council. We are a trade association representing the Bitcoin mining industry. I did cancel my flight back to Dallas, so I have lots of time to answer questions in case you guys have any. You'll find on the opening page of the packet that's being handed out now that, as Woody Rickardson said, there are 2,900 megawatts of Bitcoin mining currently energized in Texas today. We are adding an average of 90 megawatts of Bitcoin mining per month. That's looking backward, and looking forward, that's what we project. There are 40,000 megawatts of Bitcoin or of large flexible load in the interconnection queue. A lot of that is phantom load. Very little of it will come to fruition. And as an industry, we do support increased fees for ensuring that that load gets cleared out of the interconnection queue if it's not real load. A data center, a Bitcoin mining data center, or many others will go in and they'll apply for multiple sites, and that's how you get the congested queue. We as an industry also support pushing that load out. On page 2, you'll see that there are, I've located on this map the different Bitcoin mining data centers across Texas, so you can see geographically where they are. They're providing rural jobs. They're the largest employer in 3 Texas counties and the largest taxpayer in 4 Texas counties. You'll see on the next slide, and I think maybe those of you who haven't received it yet can look back at this. There was actually an incorrect fact from earlier. It said 60% of the West Texas oncoming load from Texoga was stating that's Bitcoin mining. ERCOT shows that 20% of the West Texas incoming load is Bitcoin mining, if you'll see that next slide.
I'll let you have another minute. You produced a nice layout. I know the work of the Blockchain Council, so go ahead and continue.
Thank you, sir.
I want to hear this.
The next 2 slides are basically demonstrating our price responsiveness. This is ERCOT data. Bitcoin mining is a responsive load, and it is a flexible load. I'd like to draw your attention to the slide that has the Texas A&M logo in the top right. This was a research paper published a few months ago showing unequivocally that Bitcoin mining does not stress or strain the grid. There's a strong negative correlation between system-wide price and the loads. There was another paper that came out yesterday from Texas A&M showing that Bitcoin mining could actually be quite beneficial for grid stability if more of it goes into CLR, which Mr. Rickerson mentioned, and we also support Bitcoin mining moving into CLR. As mentioned, there is a patent issue and ongoing litigation. We fully support that patent being removed, and that all Bitcoin mining, really all data center load, should be able to be in CLR. AI data center load will not go into CLR because they are not flexible, but we do think that they should be. I would just skip ahead then to my last page in the packet, the Appendix A. This is the most important question I think that many of the members have been asking, and that I'd kind of like to draw some attention to. Bitcoin miners, only about a third of Bitcoin miners in Texas have a hedged power price, where they are selling power back to the grid. The other 2/3, which is the significant majority, are just curtailing their load when prices get high. So they're not being paid by ancillary services nor by a power price contract. So the vast majority of Bitcoin mining in the state of Texas is simply curtailing, so they're not paying that higher power price. I think that wasn't brought up earlier, and I think that should be discussed further. Thank you for your time.
So that's an economic curtailment, not a curtailment from a profit motive.
That's right, Mr. Chairman.
And you said that your organization is supportive of all Bitcoin miners going in CLR?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
Well, maybe we'll do that this session. You never know.
And what would that look like?
If all Bitcoin mining was in CLR, then every time Mr. Vegas or Mr. Rickerson testified before you, they would be singing our praises as a demand-side battery.
But economically to the state, and I'm just, pardon my ignorance, but this controllable load resource option, what does that mean in terms of the money that's going in and out of?
So Bitcoin miners bid are typically the lowest bid in ancillary services. So ancillary services existed long before us, and people selling power back for contracts existed long before us.
And it's going on today in other industries.
Exactly. And so what it would look like is Bitcoin miners are bidding, and if they're the lowest bid, they get the buy on that curve.
But do we fund CLR the same way we fund demand response programs?
So CLR is within ancillary services. There are RRS and CLR is
So
one
essentially
bucket.
It is paid for.
That is correct.
Okay, it's a market cost as any other ancillary service.
But the market cost wouldn't go up if more Bitcoin miners go in it. Essentially, ERCOT procures a fixed amount of ancillary services, and that doesn't change whether Bitcoin miners are in it or not in it.
But they could crowd out others who might want to participate, but it'd be advantageous to us because you're bidding in at a lower price.
That's correct, which is our main issue with Senate Bill 1751.
And we also have visibility of where they would curtail from an ERCOT grid standpoint. Go ahead, sir. Next. Your name stated and please proceed.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chair Schwartzner, members of the committee. My name is Alex Kutchie with Marathon Digital Holdings. We are the largest, most agile, most sustainably operated, publicly traded digital asset miner in North America. Our Texas operations include sites at McCamey, Granbury, and Garden City that represent nearly $1.2 billion of investment and which are projected to contribute over $13 million in state and local taxes in 2024 alone. We choose Texas because the Texas grid is among the country's most innovative. It aims to foster consumer choice, efficiency, innovation, and reliable energy supply through market-driven mechanisms. Marathon likes to think that we contribute to that by ensuring offtake for incremental generation investment while simultaneously acting as a highly flexible, curtailable load that is responsive to market signals and grid demand. As mentioned today, we can quickly curtail power usage, thereby reducing load during peak periods to help stabilize grid operations. This ability has proved beneficial for stabilizing the electric grid during periods of high demand or anticipated strain. Most recently, as a result of weather forecasts and ERCOT signals, we voluntarily curtailed operations for a 48-hour period between January 15th and 17th, showcasing our natural incentives to operate as a responsible market participants. Prices were low during that time, but we thought it was the right thing to do. And so we're here today just noting that we think that we provide some value to the grid, and we want to be responsible participants in there. So any policy considerations that this committee is making, we think should be tailored specifically to recognize some of the benefits that we offer, both for grid stability, economic investment, and energy policy within the state. Thank you.
Thank you. Members' questions? Senator Nichols.
You invest digital holdings, you invest in data center, or, excuse me, are you a bit miner, a crypto miner, or not?
We have three lines of business, and one of those is the traditional cryptocurrency mining, Bitcoin mining operations. Our Texas operations are largely those types of sites. They're larger sites, a couple hundred megawatts, and they are either co-located or on the grid. But we also have two other lines of business, one of which is what was discussed earlier today about capturing really excess energy that no one can utilize. There's no grid interconnections. We own generation, and we build generation. We capture methane, and we also then have as an offtake customer ourselves with our mining operation. And thirdly, we've got a business which is looking more holistically at the entire vertical stack, which includes developing hardware, developing software, investments in facilities that develop chips. And so those are the three areas that we really operate in. But for purposes of this conversation, we are mining Bitcoin. We also mine other digital assets.
Because crypto mining, unless I missed it, is nowhere on this sheet that you passed out. And it just refers to data centers. And you've listened to the conversation. How do we find the difference between a data center and a crypto miner?
I think there's one way to do it is what was discussed today. You could define it based on its energy characteristics. And our energy characteristics are very different than those that are operating 24/7 and have very high reliability requirements. We, in fact, in a lot of places at which we're doing businesses, we're looking for places in which we are only operating on an intraday basis and maybe only 50% of the time. That is one way to define it. I think the other way you could define it is based on what the end transaction or what the end result is. I think that gets a little bit more problematic because there's maybe less distinctions between us and a Visa data center as far as maintaining a ledger and dealing with transactions as there are based on the energy usage characteristics.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Please say your name again.
Chairman Schwartner and members of the committee, I'm Sheriff Mike Lure with the Milam County Sheriff's Office. Riot Platforms operates a large Bitcoin mining facility just outside of Rockdale in an unincorporated area of Milam County. They have made many positive impacts to our community. Aside from hundreds of jobs they provide, they continuously contribute to first responder organizations throughout the county. Riot sponsors Milam County's membership in the Hunter Club of Central Texas, which assists in the supporting of families of fallen first responders. The contributions have made a real and lasting difference in our heroes' loved ones' lives. Their staff has helped run multiple rehab projects at the local animal shelters in Rockdale. They have also assisted in implementing spay and neuter laws in the county and made other critical contributions to organizations in our area of Texas. After the aluminum smelting plant closed, they came in and revitalized the area. They can use the electricity that had been available for the plant to mine Bitcoin, and they work with ERCOT to make control of their power available to the grid when it is needed during a very hot or cold weather. We've found them to be responsible corporate citizens in our community and believe that they are making our county a stronger, more resilient to our residents. Thank you for your attention to this matter and opportunity to speak to you today.
Members' question? Sheriff, thank you for coming. As y'all might know, Milam County is in my district, and you took over for Sheriff Green, right?
Sheriff White.
Sheriff White.
After Green passed away, White took over, and then when he
For a
retired,
little while, right? Okay. All right. Well, I've been out to the facility many times. It's just obviously there are statewide issues associated with crypto mining, and I know the economic impact from Closure Illuminate as well as Alcoa and the Atomizer and what Riot has done and the other blockchain company that's out there. But nonetheless, it's an important issue that we discuss here, and I appreciate your testimony today.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Y'all are free to go. Thank you very much. Chair calls the last four: Susan Meredith, Adrian Shelley, Ward Rodham, and Don Brown. Ms. Meredith, go ahead. We'll go from left to right.
No gifts this time.
Oh, that's why you went first. Go ahead.
The reason I'm speaking on Bitcoin, I'm certainly not an expert, but I did consulting in that industry too. And one thing I want to mention is there's different technologies. There's proof of work versus proof of stake. Proof of work mining is much more energy intensive than proof of stake. So do consider some of those kinds of considerations. The guy that talked about the large scale Bitcoin centers, I think there's a logical reason to have them require like energy storage, and if he's smart, he's going to do that anyway because they can keep running even when the small guys can't. So that's a consideration because this is an industry that can go out to a lot of people all over the state and rural areas and so on. So there's some of these things are really good for the state if you look at it from that kind of perspective for the rural areas. I do want to mention, though, I don't know if you guys have ever worked with ChatGPT or AI yet. If you haven't, just think about that you haven't yet, and so many people have not. And the amount of energy it uses, it's an exponential growth curve. It's going to go sky high. So you've got to focus on, do not limit the amount of supply. We need to be really looking at this. So the other part of it is the demand side. And so that's where I think that there does need to be a focus, is to counterbalance it with efficiency. As I said, we had an energy efficiency company. HVAC, by the way, the things on that emissions chart I gave you, is a lot of it is HVAC related. When the differential between the high temperatures and how cool you want to get in the house, it's going to affect the amount of hydrocarbons and also the energy use. So make sure that so my recommendations are look at the computer industry, look at storage, and as a way to make dispatchable power. It would have made a difference in Uri, and we were 5.5 days without energy, and my husband was on chemo. That was a big deal to me. Look for regional solutions and look at the system architecture like a computer network, that there's things. Oh, and I've got more, but whatever.
Go ahead, finish it. You've got 30 seconds.
Okay. Also, if I can read it. The other parts of it is to reward and recognition. If you want to get people involved, we got to reduce demand. And so that's the idea with the hats is let's mega, having a rallying cry, but also look at, instead of gloom and doom, look at reward and recognition for individuals and to get them on board. And there's lots of ways to do that with energy efficiency. Anyway. By the way, state lights, there's a lot of them that cannot be turned off. They're hardwired, so just look at that too. I don't know if that's still true, but it was in 2009 when I was involved with some of this stuff. So, and also look at the generation opportunities that would be available at the substation kind of thing if you designed it for revenue, if you designed it that way. So.
Thank you, Ms. Meredith. Any questions, members? Okay. Mr. Brown?
Thank you. I'll be quick. Bitcoin has the ability to go up and down, and we also have a significant resiliency problem with Chinese transformers that have come into Texas, these large Chinese transformers. Those can be turned off. They've been shown by Sandia Labs that those have back doors, and they can be shut off at the will of the Chinese. If those are in our critical nodes, that's going to be a big problem for the Texas grid. So why don't we do something smart with the de-risking these things, either get rid of the transformers over time or facilitate Bitcoin mining there where they can jettison away from that in the short term and be able to mitigate the risk that you have from losing such a big transformer. That's it.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Howdy, Adrian Shelley with Public Citizen, and I've got some testimony being handed out. My comments today are called How to Get Rich Mining Bitcoin in Texas. And I want to start with a point of clarification. Bitcoin mines are not data centers. A Bitcoin mine uses a special type of computer. It's called an ASIC. This is an application-specific integrated circuit. Cannot be used for anything else but mining Bitcoin. It is not a data center. It will never be a data center. So how do we make money mining Bitcoin? The first way is to mine Bitcoin. I'm going to use some examples from Riot Platforms here in August of 2023. They made $8.6 million at that Rockdale facility we've been talking about. That's a 450 megawatt facility. If you scale that up to what we think the size of the industry is, we're looking at maybe $40 to $50 million in a really good month for that industry in Texas. Now, we don't know exactly how much demand there is. The next couple of my slides here show that there's a lot of unknowns. Riot and the Texas Blockchain Council actually blocked the DOE gathering more information about how much Bitcoin there is out there. We know demand is going way up. We talked about that earlier. Let's look at the second way to make money by not mining Bitcoin. We have some examples here. The Tech Transparency Project estimated maybe $170 million in 2022 for participation in the demand response program. Let's go back to Riot in August of 2023. This is on page 10. That same month that they made $8.6 million from mining Bitcoin, they made $7.4 million for participation in the demand response program, and then they made $24.2 million for selling back that power that they had in that PPA. So at least for this company in this month, the vast majority of their income was from manipulating the market. The legislature, the Senate, saw fit to act on this previously, Senate Bill 1751. We should pass that again. Real quick, the third way to make money is what has sometimes been referred to as Enron-style energy arbitrage. We talked about that a little bit here. Earlier, I did bring in the 10Q from Riot. They did make $125 million during Uri. There has been some analysis of how much this is costing. There's a report from A&M. This is page 15 of my slides. $1 gigawatt of extra demand probably increases prices by about 2.2%. If you look at the 7 gigs or so that we may have from crypto in the next couple of years, could be up to 8 to 12%. Woods Mackenzie did their own analysis. They found about 5% impact across Texas, $1.8 billion. Let's not let Bitcoin miners hold our grid hostage. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Rodham, welcome, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and Senators. I am Ward Rodham, the mayor of the city of Rockdale, Texas. I'm here today to tell you that Bitcoin mining data centers operated in Rockdale have had a significant positive impact on our community. Following the closures of Alcoa and Luminant, which resulted in massive manufacturing job losses, the county economy and tax base was halved. Bitdeer came to Rockdale and refurbished the Alcoa facility, and Riot came in 2019. Bitdeer and Riot both have approximately 400 employees at their Rockdale sites. Many of these jobs are mid-skilled jobs that enable residents to find good-paying jobs in their own community without having to move away. Rockdale ISD now has vocational training programs for positions at the data mining centers. These companies have made investments exceeding $1 billion in Rockdale, $1 billion in Rockdale, and they make some of the most significant tax payments to both Milam County and the Rockdale ISD. Both organizations have made donations to local scholarships, as Chef Clore reported, police departments, fire departments, youth sports leagues, the Milam County Adult Resource Center, the Rockdale Chamber of Commerce, and host community festivals and events like the community Christmas tree lighting. Texas would do well to welcome more Bitcoin miners like Riot and Bitdeer because they provide what is called a baseload of demand power. This means that they are running when demand is otherwise low, which creates incentives for investment in more generation, which Texas needs. Then at times of peak demand on the grid, they can curtail power of their own demand if needed to prioritize electricity for residential customers and essential users like hospitals. They are also low-cost providers of ancillary services, so ERCOT can have visibility and control over their electrical loads for less money than other resources. Last year, our city council passed a resolution expressing that Rockdale appreciates the jobs, tax revenue, and contribution that Bitcoin miners are making in Milam County. We also expressed that we believe ERCOT's rules and market incentives effectively regulate Bitcoin mining data centers without minimizing our local control to offer incentives for economic growth. We stand by that resolution today. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Mayor, for coming, spending the day here and testifying. Appreciate it. Members, any questions of this panel? Thank you. Y'all are excused. Members, there being no further public testimony, we're going to close testimony on charge number 3. Our next hearing is going to be August 27th. Are there any other comments before we adjourn? Hearing none, the Senate Committee on Business and Commerce stands in recess, subject to the call of the chair. Thank you.